You have no idea." His voice was thick with a tension that seemed to hum in the air between us. I barely managed to breathe out a quiet, "What?" His eyes flickered down to my lips before they lifted again, dark and intense, studying me as though he could see straight into my soul. His thumb brushed over my skin again, the pressure of his calloused touch sending shivers down my spine. The way he looked at me, like something was unraveling inside of him, made my heart race, a slow burn spreading through my chest. "What? You do to men?" he whispered, his voice rough and full of something I couldn't quite grasp. It was like the world around us had faded, and all I could focus on was the rawness of his words. My knees trembled, and I nearly stumbled. But before I could fall, his hand found its way to my hip, pulling me closer with a strength I didn't know he had. "What you do to me," he murmured, as if the admission was something both painful and inevitable. His fingers brushed my jaw gently, before sliding beneath my ear, leaving a trail of sparks that coursed through me. Slowly, almost reverently, they tangled in the curls of my hair, each movement deliberate, as though time itself had slowed. As a child, Charlotte Avery's days were filled with the fantasy of her own Prince Charming, Archer Johnson. She never let herself question the fact that Archer was her older brother's best friend, or that his eyes always seemed to hold a quiet discomfort whenever her attention lingered on him. But on her 16th birthday, Charlotte received a jarring reality. Check. The realization hit her with full force. She'd spent years embarrassing herself, clinging to an illusion that had never been anything more than a childhood fantasy. From that day forward, she swore to never make a fool of herself in front of Archer again. Yet fate had other plans. Now, as she heads off to college, she discovers that Archer is not just any student. He's the star quarterback at USC, the very school she's about to attend. Follow Charlotte through her first year at USC as she faces the chaos of newfound freedom, grapples with social anxiety, wrestles with family tensions, and most of all, tries desperately to avoid Archer. These sudden are the unintended consequences of a childhood crush, one that refuses to fade quietly into the past. It was a quiet, unassuming evening when Charlotte first stepped into the room. The kind of evening that felt as if the world held its breath, unsure of what would come next. She stood at the doorway, the dim light from the hallway spilling over her figure, casting long shadows that stretched across the walls like dark whispers. The room, too, seemed to hold its breath. Silent, still, as if waiting for something that neither of them could quite name. Her fingers brushed lightly over the doorframe, the cool wood a stark contrast to the heat rising in her chest. It had been years since she'd walked through this door, years since the familiar scent of his cologne, lingering like an old memory, had filled her senses. Yet here she was, standing on the threshold of a past she thought she had buried long ago. And in that moment, the weight of it all hit her. She wasn't just standing in a room. She was standing at the precipice of her own heart, staring into a chasm of emotions she wasn't sure she was ready to confront. The moment of truth. Her heart pounded with a rhythm she could barely control. Charlotte had always been the one to hide, to retreat into the safe, quiet corners of her mind where the world couldn't hurt her. But tonight was different. Tonight, she was going to face it. She had no choice. The past, with all its promises and broken pieces, had returned in the form of him, Archer. She didn't know when it started, this silent war inside her. Maybe it had begun the moment he walked away, or perhaps it had started long before that, in the quiet, unspoken words they had never shared. Either way, it was here now, stirring within her, gnawing at her resolve. There was no escaping it. The presence of the past. She turned her gaze toward him, sitting in the corner of the room, a figure cloaked in shadows. His face was familiar, but there was something different about him now. He wasn't the boy she once knew, the one who shared her laughter, her dreams. He had changed, as had she, though neither of them could admit it. She could feel the years between them, the distance, the silence, the unspoken truths that hung between them like a fog. And yet, there was something magnetic about him. something that pulled at her heart, a quiet longing that she couldn't quite place. Maybe it was the way his eyes held her gaze, or the way the air seemed to crackle with something unsaid, something unresolved. Whatever it was, Charlotte knew that she couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. She had spent too long running from the truth, from the emotions that had always tied her to him. Tonight, she had to face them. A battle of the heart. The tension in the room was thick, palpable. Her hands trembled slightly as she walked towards him, every step a silent battle. What was she supposed to say? How could she explain the storm that raged within her, the storm that had been brewing for so long? She had never been good with words, never been able to articulate the way her heart had twisted and turned over the years, every memory of him cutting deeper than the last. But there was no turning back. Now, why are you here, Archer? The question slipped from her lips before she could stop it, the words as raw and unfiltered as the emotions coursing through her veins. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he studied her with an intensity that made her heart beat faster. Charlotte felt exposed, like he could see straight through her, into the parts of herself she had hidden away. She wanted to look away, to retreat into the comfort of silence, but something in his gaze held her in place. "Because I never should have left," he said, his voice low, almost a whisper, yet it hit her like a tidal wave. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The world outside this room ceased to exist. All that mattered was the weight of his words, the gravity of his presence. The truth that had been buried deep within her heart surged to the surface, and Charlotte felt the walls she had spent years building around her begin to crumble. She wanted to run, to escape the overwhelming pull of everything she had tried to forget. But she couldn't. Not anymore. The hidden pain. Her breath caught in her throat as the realization hit her. Archer hadn't just left her behind, had left her with 1,000 unanswered questions, 1,000 pieces of her heart scattered to the wind. And in the years since, she had tried so desperately to move on, to fill the void he had left. But there had always been something missing. Something she couldn't name, couldn't replace. She hadn't known how deep the wound had gone until now, until he was standing in front of her, his words pulling at the very core of her being. Charlotte closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if the weight of the past had become too much to bear. The air around her felt heavy, suffocating. She had always believed that time healed all wounds, that distance could dull the sharp edges of pain. But now, standing here with Archer, she realized the truth. Some wounds never truly heal. They fester, grow, and twist into something darker. And no matter how far you run, no matter how many years pass, they always find a way to pull you back. The turning point. Her heart, once so sure of its own strength, began to falter. The battle within her grew fiercer. She could feel the walls she had built so carefully around herself start to crack, threatening to collapse completely. "I've spent so many years wondering what went wrong," Charlotte said, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with emotion, wondering if I was enough. If we were enough. For the first time, Archer seemed unsure of himself. He looked away, a shadow of guilt passing over his face. "You were more than enough, Charlotte. I was the one who wasn't ready. I was the one who let you go." The room felt smaller now. The space between them, once vast, suddenly seemed insurmountable. Charlotte stood frozen, her heart both heavy and light, a paradox she couldn't quite understand. The silence that followed was deafening. The dilemma. She had always believed in love, in the quiet, unspoken moments that defined a relationship, in the way two people could connect without words. But this was different. This wasn't just about love, it was about forgiveness, about healing the broken parts of herself that she had left behind. The decision weighed heavily on her heart, and as she looked into his eyes, Charlotte realized something she had known all along. She wasn't just fighting against the past. She was fighting against the fear of facing the person she had become without him. And so, in the quiet of that room, with the weight of years between them, Charlotte made her choice. She wouldn't run anymore. She would face what had been buried for so long, no matter how much it hurt. Because sometimes to heal, you had to allow yourself to feel the pain again, to acknowledge it, to let it change you. And in that moment, everything shifted. Part 2. The Past with Archer. There was a time, not so long ago, when the world seemed simpler, when everything was defined by the sound of laughter, the quiet moments shared in the comfort of knowing someone understood. Charlotte closed her eyes, and she could almost feel it again. The warmth of the sun as it spilled through the trees. The way Archer's laughter would echo through the park like a melody she couldn't quite place. Back then, they weren't lovers. No, that wasn't how it was. They were friends. Friends who understood each other in ways others couldn't quite grasp. And yet, there was always something more between them. A connection that neither of them could ever explain. A feeling that lingered like an unspoken promise. Charlotte remembered the first time she met Archer. It was during one of those late afternoons in high school when the world felt suspended in time. She had been sitting alone on the school steps, notebook in hand, trying to find a way to make sense of the thoughts swirling in her head. He had approached her slowly, almost hesitantly, as if he wasn't quite sure if he was allowed to sit beside her. But there was something in the way he looked at her, something in his eyes that made her feel seen. "Mind if I sit here?" Archer had asked, his voice low but warm. Charlotte had glanced up, her gaze meeting his for the first time. He wasn't like the other guys. His presence was quieter, more introspective. He didn't try to impress, didn't hide behind jokes or bravado. Instead, he simply was. And for some reason, that had made her feel at ease. "Sure," she had said with a small, uncertain smile. They had spent the next hour in silence, but it was never uncomfortable. There was a rhythm to their stillness, as if they didn't need words to fill the space between them. Eventually, Archer had broken the silence, as he always did, with a question that seemed simple enough, but somehow felt significant. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, his eyes soft with curiosity. Charlotte had been taken aback. It wasn't a question most people asked, not unless they were close. But Archer wasn't like most people, and for some reason, his genuine interest made her want to open up, to share the thoughts that were too complicated to put into words. So she did. She told him about the stories in her mind, the dreams she was too afraid to chase, the feelings of being lost in a world that didn't always make sense. Archer listened without judgment, without interruption, just nodding occasionally, as if he understood exactly what she was saying. There was something about his presence that made her feel safe. Something about the way he held her gaze that made her believe that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't alone. After that day, they became inseparable. They would spend hours together, walking through the streets of their town, sitting in cafes, talking about everything and nothing at all. Their conversations were a mixture of deep, introspective thoughts and lighthearted jokes, a dance of ideas and laughter. Charlotte didn't know why she felt so comfortable around him. Maybe it was because he never expected anything from her, never pressured her to be anyone other than herself. But it wasn't just the easy conversations or the quiet moments that kept her coming back. It was the way he made her feel. With Archer, Charlotte didn't have to try. She didn't have to pretend to be someone she wasn't. She could simply exist. And for the first time in her life, that felt like a kind of magic. Still, there was an underlying tension between them, something neither of them could name. It wasn't obvious, not in the way some people might expect. It wasn't like the intense passion of a love affair, or the simple warmth of a friendship. It was something more subtle, something more dangerous, a quiet knowing that lingered in the air between them, an electricity that neither of them had the courage to address. Charlotte would catch herself watching Archer sometimes, the way his eyes would light up when he was excited about something, the way his lips would curl into that half smile that made her heart flutter just a little bit more than it should have. But she always pushed those feelings aside. Archer was her friend, and that was enough. Or at least, that's what she tried to convince herself. But there were moments, too, when Archer would look at her in a way that made her heart skip a beat. It wasn't the way he looked at other people, not the way he looked at anyone else. There was something deeper in his gaze, something that felt like a question that neither of them dared to answer. Charlotte would feel a heat rise in her chest, a warmth that spread throughout her body, but she would always look away, pretending she hadn't noticed the way the world seemed to shift when he was near. One evening, they had sat together by the lake, the setting sun casting golden light across the water. There was a soft breeze in the air, and the world seemed to hold its breath as they sat side by side, not speaking. The silence between them was comfortable, but it also felt heavy, charged, with something neither of them could ignore. "I don't know what I'm doing with my life," Charlotte had whispered suddenly, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Archer had turned his head to look at her, his expression soft but knowing. "You don't have to know," he had said quietly. "Sometimes, the only thing you can do is keep moving forward." And in that moment, Charlotte had felt something stir within her, something both terrifying and comforting. The way he cared, the way he understood without judgment, made her realize just how much she had come to rely on him, how much he had come to mean to her. But even then, she couldn't admit it to herself. Couldn't admit that what she felt for him was something more than friendship. It was easier to bury it, easier to pretend it wasn't there. Because admitting it would mean confronting everything she feared, losing him, perhaps, or worse, ruining everything they had built. So she kept her feelings hidden, locked away behind a wall she had carefully constructed over the years. And Archer, for all his perceptiveness, never pushed. He seemed content to let things be, until, of course, life had other plans. Until the day he left, and Charlotte was left with only the echoes of what could have been. As the years passed, those memories of Archer, the late-night conversations, the quiet moments by the lake, remained with her. They became part of her, woven into the fabric of her life in a way she could never quite explain. And now, standing in this room, looking at the man who had once been her everything, Charlotte realized something she had never dared to admit. The past, with all its complexities, was never truly behind her. It had shaped her, had defined the person she had become, and maybe, just maybe, it was time to face it all. Part 3. Archer's Return. The Awakening of Old Emotions. It had been years since Charlotte last saw him. Years of trying to move on, of pretending that the world could exist without him in it. But now, here he was, standing in front of her once again, like some sort of apparition from her past. She hadn't expected it, had never thought their paths would cross again. And yet, here he was, looking just as he did before with that same familiar smile that made her heart ache. Archer was standing in the doorway of the cafe, his gaze sweeping across the room before landing on her. His eyes widened slightly, as if he too couldn't believe the sight in front of him. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stop. The noise of the bustling cafe faded, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her chest. Charlotte's breath hitched in her throat as she stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do or say. He had always been the one to bridge the silence between them, to ease the tension in the air with his presence, but now it was different. Now it felt like the space between them had grown vast, as if time and distance had built an invisible wall that neither of them could easily cross. "Charlotte," Archer said, his voice a mix of hesitation and warmth. It was as though he, too, didn't know how to begin, didn't know where to start after all this time. His eyes softened, and for a moment, Charlotte thought she saw a flash of vulnerability there, a crack in the carefully constructed facade he always wore. It was enough to make her stomach flutter, to make her realize just how much she had missed him. "Archer," her voice came out quieter than she had expected. a breathless whisper that echoed with the weight of everything unsaid. She hadn't even realized how badly she had longed for this moment, how deeply she had buried the emotions that had once consumed her. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them, and for a moment, Charlotte thought she might melt into him. The familiar scent of his cologne, the warmth of his body so close to hers. It was like nothing had changed, but everything had. "How have you been?" Archer asked, his tone uncertain, as if he too was unsure of the boundaries that had once defined their friendship. Charlotte forced herself to look away from him, needing to gather her thoughts, needing to remind herself that this wasn't the same. This was different. She had moved on. She had built a life for herself. But in that instant, it felt as if the past had returned to claim her, to pull her back into its tangled mess of emotions and memories she had tried so desperately to forget. "I've been good," she replied, though the words felt hollow on her tongue. She wasn't sure if she was lying to him or to herself, but it didn't matter. The truth, whatever it was buried too deep for her to unearth in that moment. There was an awkward pause between them, one where Charlotte could feel the walls she had so carefully constructed around her heart starting to crumble. She wanted to say something, anything, that would push back the storm of feelings threatening to overtake her. But her mind was a chaotic mess of confusion and longing, and her heart was a traitor, betraying her every time she so much as looked at him. "You look different," Archer said, breaking the silence, his gaze scanning her face with a softness that made her heart twist. "Do I?" Charlotte asked, not sure whether she wanted to acknowledge the truth. Because yes, she had changed. She wasn't the same person she had been when they last saw each other. But standing there, with Archer looking at her like he used to, she felt like that version of herself was still alive somewhere inside her, waiting to be resurrected. "You do," Archer replied, his voice softer now, almost as if he were speaking to himself. He looked at her as if seeing her for the first time, and Charlotte couldn't help but wonder if he felt the same storm raging inside of him. A heavy silence settled over them again, but this time, it was different. There was no tension of awkwardness, no hesitation in the air. There was something deeper now, something raw and undeniable. The old feelings were coming back, flooding over Charlotte in waves, crashing against the dam she had built around her heart. Her thoughts raced, a whirlwind of confusion and doubt. She had spent so long convincing herself that the past was behind her, that she had moved on from what she had once felt for Archer. But now, standing so close to him, she realized that those feelings had never really gone away. They had simply been waiting, buried deep inside her, just waiting for the right moment to resurface. Why now? She asked herself. Why after all this time? It was as if everything had aligned for this one moment, this one conversation, to bring everything back into focus. She had convinced herself that their bond had only been a figment of her imagination, a temporary connection that had faded with time. But looking into his eyes now, Charlotte knew that it had been real. It had been everything. "Why did you leave?" The words slipped out before Charlotte could stop them, her voice thick with emotion. The question had been lingering on her lips for years, unanswered, unresolved. And now that he was standing there, it felt like the only question that mattered. Archer's eyes flickered, a flash of pain crossing his features before he quickly masked it with a forced smile. "I had to," he said quietly, almost as if he were trying to convince himself. "I had to leave to figure things out, to find my way." Charlotte didn't know what to say. She wanted to scream at him, to demand that he tell her the truth, that he explain why he had left without a word, without a trace. But instead, all she could do was look at him, her heart beating wildly in her chest. In that moment, the confusion inside her deepened. She had so many questions, so many emotions she didn't know how to express. But as she stood there, looking at him, Charlotte realized that there was something she had to face, something that had been lingering in the shadows for far too long. She wasn't sure if she was ready, but for the first time in years, she knew she had to confront it. The past was here, and with it, all the feelings she had buried for so long. Part 4. The intersection of past and present. The cafe was quiet. The clink of silverware against plates and the soft hum of conversation surrounding Charlotte and Archer as they sat across from each other. Yet, despite the hum of the world moving around them, a silence lingered between them. One not of discomfort, but of something deeper, more unsettling. It was a silence filled with the weight of history, of memories that were no longer simple, but complicated by time and change. Charlotte's eyes traced the edges of her coffee cup, the steam rising in slow, spiraling tendrils that seemed to mirror the swirling thoughts in her mind. As she watched, the foggy pattern it created seemed almost symbolic of her own foggy understanding of where she stood with Archer now. "You used to always take your coffee black," Charlotte said, breaking the silence, her voice a little too light, as if trying to anchor herself to something familiar, something that would make this moment feel like it belonged to the past and not the present. Archer's smile was small, but there was something nostalgic in it. "I still do," he replied, his voice holding a note of warmth, a subtle invitation to return to that time when everything had felt simpler, before the world had turned upside down for both of them. "Yeah." Charlotte's voice trailed off as she studied him, and her fingers tapped idly against the side of her mug. In that moment, it felt like the world around them had blurred, the years of separation fading into the distance. It was just her and Archer, like it had been when they were young, back when nothing seemed more important than each other's presence. Back when they had spent hours talking about everything and nothing, their conversations filled with dreams, laughter, and an unspoken understanding. But now things were different. The world had changed, and so had they. "I remember the way we used to talk for hours," Charlotte said softly, the words escaping before she could stop them. It was the truth, but it was also a reminder of what had been lost. The quiet intimacy they once shared had been replaced with this awkwardness. She could feel the tension in the air, heavy and undeniable, as though the weight of everything they had been and everything they had become was bearing down on them. Archer's gaze softened, and he leaned forward slightly, a rare vulnerability flashing across his face. "I remember that too," he said quietly. "Those were good times, weren't they?" Charlotte wanted to nod, to tell him that they were, that those were the moments she had held on to for so long. But something inside her hesitated. She couldn't ignore the ache that had grown between them, the distance that had widened over the years, the time that had stolen pieces of them both. "It feels like a lifetime ago," Charlotte said, her voice cracking slightly. She hadn't meant to sound so vulnerable, but the words had escaped her before she could stop them. A flash of regret crossed Archer's face, and for a moment, Charlotte could almost see the person he used to be, the one who had been her closest friend, the one who had been there for her when it mattered most. But that person was fading, slipping away, just like the connection they had once shared. "Maybe it was," he said, his voice low, almost to himself. "Maybe we're not the same people anymore." Charlotte's heart skipped a beat at his words. Maybe we're not. The thought was a hard pill to swallow, but it was the truth. She could feel it in the way their conversations now faltered, in the way the silence stretched longer than it ever had before. She looked up at him, meeting his gaze. There was something there, a flicker of something she couldn't quite place, It was as if Archer himself was unsure of what he was feeling, of what he wanted from her. And that uncertainty was like a storm cloud hanging over them, casting a shadow over everything they had once been. "I don't know what happened to us," Charlotte admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. The words felt heavy in her chest, as if speaking them out loud would make the distance between them even more real. She had spent so much time pretending that everything was fine, that she had moved on. But now, with Archer sitting in front of her, the truth hit her with the force of a tidal wave. Things had changed, and there was no going back. "Me neither," Archer said, his voice distant, his eyes searching her face as if trying to find the pieces of their old connection. I thought I was doing the right thing, but now, I'm not sure." The honesty in his words caught Charlotte off guard. She had expected him to brush it off, to pretend like everything was fine. But the vulnerability in his voice, the admission of uncertainty, made something shift inside her. It made her realize just how much had been left unsaid, how many years had passed without them truly acknowledging what had happened between them. "You can't just come back into my life and pretend that everything's the same," Charlotte said, her voice rising slightly, the raw emotion of the moment breaking through. "I can't just go back to how things were." The words hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. They were the truth, and they were hard to say, harder still to accept. But in that moment, Charlotte knew that there was no turning back. She couldn't ignore the changes, couldn't pretend that the past hadn't shaped the people they had become. Archer didn't reply immediately. Instead, he looked down, his jaw tightening slightly as if grappling with the weight of her words. For a moment, Charlotte wondered if he truly understood, if he could feel the same confusion and longing that she did, or if he had already accepted the inevitable distance between them. Finally, he spoke, his voice softer now, more tentative. "I don't expect you to just pick up where we left off. I'm not asking for that. I don't know what I want, Charlotte. I just know that I don't want to lose what we had." The words settled between them, and Charlotte felt a pang in her chest. She didn't know how to respond. Part of her wanted to reach out to him, to tell him that she missed him, that she longed for the closeness they once shared. But another, part of her was afraid of getting hurt, afraid of opening up to someone who had already walked away. They were at an impasse, caught between the past and the present, unsure of where to go next. The future felt uncertain, and the past, with all its memories and emotions, hung over them like a shadow. And in that moment, Charlotte realized just how fragile their connection had become, how much time had changed things that could never go back to the way they were. Everything between them had shifted, and nothing would ever be the same again. Part 5. Facing Difficult Choices. The days following her conversation with Archer were filled with a tumultuous mixture of emotions that Charlotte struggled to navigate. Each morning, she woke with a bombarded mind full of questions that had no clear answers. What had she truly felt for Archer back then? What did she feel for him now? Was it the same spark, the same connection? Or had time and distance irreparably altered everything between them? She sat in her apartment late one evening, staring out the window, watching the world pass by in a blur of streetlights and shadows. The city felt distant, like a place she didn't quite belong to anymore. Her thoughts were consumed with Archer, with their conversation, and with the impossible decision she had to make. Could she let herself be vulnerable again? Could she allow herself to care for him in the way she once had? Or had the pain of their separation been too much to undo? Charlotte closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. Her hands were cold, her heart racing. It was all too much, the conflicting emotions, the confusion, the fear. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, staring down at the unknown, wondering if she could leap and trust that something would catch her. But what if there was nothing to catch her? What if, in giving Archer another chance, she was simply setting herself up for heartbreak again? She thought back to the moments when she and Archer had been inseparable. The long conversations, the laughter, the shared dreams. There had been a time when it had felt so easy to be with him. But then there had been the silence, the distance that grew between them without explanation. And now, after all this time, could she even remember what it was like to trust him the way she once had? Charlotte leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, her hands buried in her hair. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on her chest. She didn't want to be the person who held on to the past forever, but letting go of it, of him, seemed impossible. She had never truly closed the door on her feelings for Archer, not entirely. The idea of him re-entering her life was both terrifying and tantalizing. The thought of being hurt again filled her with dread, yet the thought of never knowing what could have been was even more unbearable. A knock at the door interrupted her spiraling thoughts, and she hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking over. Her pulse quickened as she opened the door to find Archer standing there, his expression unreadable, but his eyes soft with something that resembled regret. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice low, as if unsure of how to begin. "I didn't mean to make things more complicated. I just needed to talk to you again." Charlotte swallowed hard, trying to steady herself. Her heart thudded in her chest as she stepped aside to let him in, unsure of what would happen next. He had been in her life once, and now he was here again, in this very moment. The proximity felt both comforting and unsettling. "You don't have to apologize," she said, though the words felt hollow. There was so much left unsaid between them, too much to condense into a simple sentence. The truth was, she didn't know how to respond to him. She didn't know how to feel about him. The hurt was still there, lingering beneath the surface, but so was the hope, that faint flicker of something that made her believe that maybe, just maybe, they could try again. Archer took a deep breath, his gaze flickering over her face. "I've been thinking about everything," he continued, his voice hesitant. "About us. And I want you to know that I never meant to hurt you, but I can't just pretend like it didn't matter. What we had, it still matters." Charlotte felt a sharp pang in her chest. What we had. Those words stirred something deep within her, something she wasn't ready to confront. She wanted to believe him, wanted to believe that the connection they had once shared could be revived. But the fear that everything might crumble, again, that history would repeat itself, kept her anchored to the present. "I don't know if I can do this again, Archer," she admitted quietly, her voice trembling slightly as she looked away from him. The vulnerability of the moment felt overwhelming. She could feel her heart warring with itself. One part of her yearned for the safety of what was familiar, the comfort of knowing that Archer had once been her person. But another part of her was terrified, afraid of reopening herself to the possibility of pain. Archer moved closer, his presence filling the room with an intensity that made Charlotte's pulse quicken. "I'm not asking you to just forget everything that happened," he said, his voice soft but filled with urgency. "I'm not asking you to trust me immediately. I want a chance to prove to you that I can be the person you deserve, that I can be someone you can trust again." Charlotte closed her eyes, her breath shaky as she tried to process his words. She could hear the sincerity in his voice, feel the weight of the emotions he was offering. And yet, the walls she had built around her heart after all these years felt impossible to dismantle. She had spent so long protecting herself, building up defenses against the hurt, the disappointment. The thought of letting Archer back in, of tearing down those walls, felt like an impossible task. Could she really open her heart to him again? Could she trust him not to hurt her the way he had before? But then there was the other part of her, the part that still remembered the warmth of his smile, the way his laughter made her heart race, the moments of comfort and connection they had shared. That part of her longed to believe in him, to believe in the possibility of something new, something better. "Archer," Charlotte said, her voice barely a whisper, as she turned to face him. "I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can open my heart to you again. I'm scared. I'm scared of what will happen if I do." Archer reached out, his hand gently touching hers, his fingers warm against her skin. "I'm scared, too," he admitted, his eyes searching hers for any sign that she might be willing to take that leap of faith with him. "But I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere." The silence that followed was thick with emotion, both painful and hopeful, and Charlotte realized that in that moment she had a choice. She could either close herself off completely, continue living in the safety of her guarded heart, or she could take a chance on Archer, the person who had once meant everything to her, and might still. The decision was hers to make, and it was a decision that would define everything about her future. Part 6. The complicated bond with Oliver. Oliver had always been Charlotte's constant, the steady presence she could rely on when the world felt too chaotic. From childhood, sleepovers at their grandparents' house to late-night heart-to-heart talks during high school, he was the brother she never asked for, but needed more than anyone else. His laughter was easy and genuine, his loyalty unquestionable. He saw her in all her messiness and never judged. When Archer left, it was Oliver who caught the pieces of her shattered confidence and helped her glue them back together. Now, sitting in her favorite corner of their parents' living room, Charlotte felt the familiar comfort of Oliver's arm draped across her shoulders. He was regaling her with a ridiculous story about a mechanic's mishap at work, the kind of story that would usually make her belly laugh. But tonight his words felt muffled, distant. Because even as she listened to Oliver's soothing cadence, her heart was tethered to someone else. Oliver glanced at her, brow furrowing with concern. "You've been quiet all evening," he said gently, his voice soft like a lullaby. "What's going on in that head of yours?" Charlotte wanted to pour out everything. The whirlwind of emotions Archer had reignited, the fear of falling, for him, all over again. The guilt that ate at her for even considering it while Oliver had always been there for her. But the words lodged in her throat. How could she confess that she was torn between the brother who had loved her unconditionally and the man who had once been her entire world? She forced a smile, careful not to let the tremor in her voice show. "I'm just tired," she murmured. "It's been a long week." Oliver reached over, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. His touch was warm, grounding. "You know you can tell me anything, right? I've got your back no matter what." His unwavering devotion twisted Charlotte's gut. It was exactly what she needed, exactly why she couldn't bring herself to hurt him. And yet, there was Archer, waiting in the wings of her heart, pulling her toward a future she wasn't sure she deserved. That night, after Oliver had gone upstairs to bed, Charlotte found herself standing at her bedroom window, staring out into the dark. The quiet of the house amplified the pounding of her pulse. She replayed Oliver's words over and over. "I've got your back." They were a promise of safety, of unwavering support. But was safety enough? Could she settle for a life built on comfort alone, when somewhere deep inside her a spark still burned for Archer? The next morning, she joined Oliver for breakfast, watching as he wolfed down pancakes with his trademark enthusiasm. His easy smile, the way he teased her over syrup dribbling down her chin. These were the moments she cherished. But beneath, the warmth lurked the shadow of doubt. Every laugh shared with Oliver felt tinged with sorrow, because it reminded her that intimacy wasn't exclusive to romantic love. Her heart had room for more than one kind of love, yet choosing between them felt like a betrayal. Later that day, Oliver dropped her off at her apartment, pausing before he turned to leave. He looked at her with that earnest sincerity she'd come to rely on. "Promise me you'll take care of yourself," he said, voice low. "Promise me you won't push your heart into places it doesn't want to go." Charlotte swallowed hard. Was that his gentle way of warning her about Archer? Or was it simply his protective instinct as her brother? "I promise," she whispered, a vow she wasn't sure she could keep. As Oliver drove away, Charlotte felt the weight of her choice settle on her shoulders like a stone. She stood in the empty parking lot, torn between two kinds of love: the steadfast, unconditional devotion of Oliver and the raw, unpredictable pull of Archer. One offered safety and certainty, the other demanded vulnerability and risk. The horizon blazed pink with dawn light, and Charlotte realized that her heart would not let her remain still forever. She could cling to the comfort of what she knew, to Oliver's unwavering support, or she could step into the unknown, face her fears, and give herself permission to love again. The decision would define not only her relationship with Archer, but the woman she would become. She took a breath, inhaling the cool morning air. The choice lay before her, impossible yet inevitable. And as the first rays of sun broke over the city skyline, Charlotte knew that she would have to choose, even if it meant breaking something precious in the process. Part 7. Pivotal Moments. With Archer. There are certain moments in life that linger long after they've passed, etched into your memory like a photograph framed in sunlight. For Charlotte, those moments with Archer had become the compass by which she measured everything else. Each encounter carried the weight of unspoken possibilities, a tension so electric it made her pulse quicken before he even spoke a word. Their first candid conversation since his return had taken place on a rain-washed afternoon outside the USC library. Rain drummed a steady rhythm on the pavement as Archer stood beneath the awning, waiting. Charlotte approached cautiously, each step stirring a familiar ache in her chest. When he looked up and offered that small, tentative smile, the one she had once thought reserved only for her breath caught. "Hey," he said, voice low, as if afraid of shattering the fragile moment. He extended an umbrella without asking, his fingertips brushing hers. The contact was brief, but searing. In that instant, Charlotte saw something new in his eyes. Not just recognition or guilt, but intention. "Thanks," she managed, pulling the umbrella over them both. The silence that followed wasn't uncomfortable. It was charged, two souls testing the water of something neither could fully name. When Archer finally broke the quiet, his words were simple, yet they pierced her. "I'm sorry I made you wait so long." That apology, raw and unguarded, became the cornerstone of their reconnection. It wasn't a grand confession, but it carried the weight of years spent apart, of regret finally voiced. Charlotte felt the first crack in her armor, just enough to let hope seep in. Their next significant encounter unfolded under the stark fluorescent lights of her dorm hallway. Charlotte was fumbling with groceries when Archer appeared, his silhouette framed by the doorway. He offered to carry her bags upstairs, and though she hesitated, pride wrestling with longing, she handed them over. His arms cradled her belongings, but his eyes held hers, steady and unflinching. As they climbed the stairs side by side, the air between them shifted. It wasn't friendship anymore. It was something tender and precarious. He paused outside her door, leaning in close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. "Let me help you unpack sometime," he said quietly, a question disguised as an offer. In that moment, Charlotte realized he wasn't just being polite. He was carving out space in his life for her. Perhaps the most transformative moment came weeks later, late at night on the rooftop of the USC village. They sat side by side on a weathered bench, the campus lights twinkling below like distant stars. Charlotte's heart hammered as Archer turned to face her, vulnerability etched in the lines of his face. "You're different," he observed, voice barely above a whisper. "But in a good way. You're stronger." She wanted to deny it, to pretend that she was still the same shy girl who had chased daydreams of him. But his gaze wouldn't let her lie. There was no judgment in his words, only quiet admiration. In that moment, she saw him not as the distant quarterback she'd idolized, nor as the friend who'd hurt her, but as someone capable of seeing her truth. Archer's transformation was subtle, but undeniable. Gone was the casual detachment she remembered. In its place was a deliberate attentiveness. He asked questions that mattered, listened without interruption, and offered support without conditions. He carried himself with a confidence that no longer masked insecurity, but rather acknowledged his own imperfections. Their final pivotal moment, a crossroads of desire and fear, occurred one humid evening in her kitchen. Charlotte was cooking dinner when Archer stepped through the doorway, leaning casually against the frame. His presence filled the room like warm sunlight. Without thinking, she handed him a spoonful of pasta sauce to taste. Their eyes met, and the world contracted to the space between them. Archer swallowed, his gaze flickering to her lips, then back to her eyes. "You're incredible," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. It was more than a compliment. It was an admission of the longing that had simmered beneath every shared glance. Charlotte's breath hitched. The tension crackled in the air, charged with everything unsaid. She knew that this was the moment of truth, the point where friendship blurred into something more, something raw and real. Yet even as her heart soared, fear rooted her in place. Could she trust herself to leap? Could she risk everything for a chance at love with Archer? Each of these moments built upon the last, a mosaic of vulnerability and desire that left Charlotte teetering on the edge of choice. With every honest confession, every lingering touch, Archer dismantled her defenses bit by bit. And as she stood, at the precipice of what could be, Charlotte realized that the only certainty in this whirlwind of emotion was the question burning in her chest. Would she dare to fall again? Part 8. Opening up and understanding. It began with a single breath. Deep, deliberate, and freeing. Charlotte stood at her bathroom sink one morning, the scent of lavender soap lingering in the air as she stared at her reflection. For months, she had tiptoed around her own heart, wary of what she might find if she truly let herself feel. But today, something inside her shifted. The knot of fear that had tightened in her chest for so long loosened, if only slightly, as she whispered to her reflection, "It's okay to want this." That evening, she found Archer waiting on her doorstep. He held 2 steaming cups of herbal tea, the fragrance of chamomile and mint promising calm. When Charlotte opened the door, his smile was gentle, encouraging. It was the kind of smile that seemed to say, "You're safe here." Without hesitation, she invited him in. They settled on her couch, legs tucked beneath them, the soft glow of string lights casting halos around their faces. Charlotte cradled the mug between her hands, its warmth seeping into her fingers and spreading to her heart. She studied Archer, the familiar lines of his jaw, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled, and felt a surge of gratitude. She was finally allowing herself to sit in this moment without expectation or judgment. Archer took a sip of tea and looked at her, curiosity and care shining in his gaze. "How are you feeling?" he asked quietly. Charlotte exhaled, letting the question wash over her. She used to freeze at such inquiries, unsure of how to articulate the storm inside. But now, she simply nodded. "I feel honest," she replied, surprising herself with the simplicity of the word. I'm tired of pretending I don't want something real. I'm tired of ignoring how I feel because it's scary. His expression softened, and he reached out to rest his hand on hers. The contact was steadying, grounding her in a way she hadn't known she needed. You don't have to be scared, he murmured. Not with me. In that moment, Charlotte realized that understanding, true understanding, wasn't about dissecting every nuance of her emotions. It was about acceptance. It was about saying yes to vulnerability, trusting that Archer would catch her if she fell. The walls she had built around her heart began to crumble, brick by brick, as she leaned into the warmth of his presence. Over the next hours, their conversation unfolded like a dance. Tentative steps forward, pauses filled with meaning, and moments of pure connection that left them breathless. They shared stories they had kept buried. Archer spoke of the guilt that haunted him after leaving, the nights he replayed their last conversation on loop. Charlotte confessed her fear of loving again, of risking everything for a chance at something uncertain. Neither sought perfect answers. Instead, they offered each other compassion. When Charlotte's voice trembled with emotion, Archer brushed a thumb across her knuckles, a silent vow to stay. When Archer struggled to find words, Charlotte held his gaze, letting him know that she understood the weight he carried. By the time the tea had gone cold and the night had deepened into a hush, Charlotte felt something profound settle within her. Hope. Not the naive kind born of fantasy, but a steady, resilient hope that grew from honest acknowledgement of pain and possibility. She realized that love wasn't about certainty. It was about choosing each other every day, despite the unknown. When mighty Unintended, Archer finally rose to leave, Charlotte walked him to the door. The night air was cool against her skin, and the moon hung low and luminous overhead. She stepped close, closing the distance between them. Without overthinking, she placed her hand on his cheek and pressed a gentle kiss to his lips. It was tender and true, a promise spoken without words. Archer's arms wrapped around her, holding her close as if anchoring her to this newfound truth. When they finally pulled apart, his eyes searched hers, shining with wonder and relief. You did it, he whispered, voice thick with emotion. You opened up. Charlotte smiled, the weight of years lifting from her shoulders. We did it, she corrected softly. Together. As she watched Archer walk away into the night, Charlotte stood rooted on her doorstep, feeling more herself than she ever had before. She had faced the fear of her own heart and discovered that beyond it lay understanding, connection, and the possibility of love that was real, imperfect, and worth every risk. Part 9. The Moment of Truth. Charlotte sat alone on her dorm room bed, the afternoon sunlight filtering through half-drawn curtains and casting long golden stripes across her quilt. Her hands trembled as she clutched a folded photograph. One side showed her laughing with Archer under a campus cherry tree. The other captured her grinning beside Oliver at her high school graduation. Both smiles were genuine. Both faces held pieces of her heart. Now, everything depended on a single choice. Stay safe with Oliver's unwavering devotion, or leap into the unknown with Archer's promise of something real. Her chest tightened, with a mix of anticipation and dread. She replayed every conversation, every quiet moment of connection with Archer, the way his eyes softened when he apologized, the gentle touch that felt like home. Yet the weight of Oliver's love pressed on her conscience. His loyalty, the years he'd spent protecting her heart, the unspoken sacrifice of always putting her first. How could she repay that without betraying herself? Time felt suspended as Charlotte wrestled with the question echoing in her mind. Who do I choose? Her phone buzzed with a message from Oliver. Dinner tonight? I made your favorite pasta. The simple invitation stabbed at her guilt. Oliver's generosity was effortless, His love was constant. She remembered how he'd wiped tears from her face when Archer walked away years ago, how he'd carried her to safety after she'd been drugged. Choosing Archer meant risking Oliver's heart, and hers. Then her mind drifted to Archer's last promise. I'm not asking for perfection, just a chance. Those words had unraveled her walls, forcing her to face the truth she'd buried. She didn't need perfection. She needed courage. She needed honesty. Charlotte rose and paced, breath ragged. Fear coiled in her stomach like a living thing, whispering every doubt. What if he leaves again? What if she regrets breaking Oliver's trust? But another voice, a quieter one, steadier, rose above the chaos. What do you deserve? Her fingers traced the edge of the photograph of Archer. She saw not just the handsome quarterback who once walked away, but the man who had returned to rebuild what was broken. She recalled the rooftop conversation where he'd told her she was stronger than she realized, the way his vulnerability mirrored her own. He hadn't demanded anything. He'd offered partnership. The decision crystallized in her mind with shocking clarity. Charlotte folded the picture neatly and placed it face down in a drawer. She reached for her phone, thumbs trembling as she typed. Oliver, she began, her heart pounding. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. You've been my rock, always. But I need to be honest with you. I can't keep pretending my heart belongs anywhere but with Archer. You deserve someone who's sure. I'm sorry. Her breath caught as she hit send. The guilt was immediate, heavy and visceral, yet beneath it pulsed something else. Relief. The truth, once set free, was no longer a burden. Charlotte's phone buzzed again. Almost instantly, it was Archer. Meet me at the cherry tree? Her pulse spiked. Without hesitation, she grabbed her keys and jacket and raced across campus, each step pounding with urgency. The late afternoon breeze whipped her hair into her face, but she didn't stop. The cherry tree came into view, its branches bathed in golden light, petals drifting like confetti. Archer stood beneath it, hands shoved in his pockets, eyes fixed on the ground. When he looked up and saw her, his entire body relaxed, as though he'd been holding his breath until this moment. Charlotte stopped a few feet away, chest heaving. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at each other. Two souls who had traveled separate paths only to converge again at this crossroads. Without a word, Archer closed the distance and took her hand. His grip was firm, but gentle, as though he knew exactly how fragile she still felt. I chose you, she whispered, voice thick with emotion. I'm scared, but I choose you. Relief and something deeper, joy, longing, flushed through Archer's expression. He pulled her into his arms, cradling her head against his chest as the last light of day glinted through blossoms overhead. Charlotte pressed her face into his shoulder, tears sliding down her cheeks. In that embrace, fear dissolved into certainty. She had made the hardest choice of her life. And for the first time, she believed she was exactly where she belonged. Part 10. The End, and a New Beginning. The cherry blossoms fell around them like gentle rain, petals drifting in the golden, light as Charlotte and Archer stood beneath the tree's tender canopy. In that moment, time stretched until it felt infinite, as if the universe itself held its breath to witness what unfolded between them. Archer's arms encircled Charlotte, grounding her to the here and now. She lifted her face to his, tracing the lines of his jaw with her eyes, memorizing the way the sunlight danced in his irises. Everything that had come before, the heartbreak, the uncertainty, the long nights of questioning herself, collapsed into a single truth. She was here, fully present, choosing love on her own terms. When Archer leaned forward and kissed her, it was nothing like the daydreams she'd once clung to as a child. It was raw and real. imbued with all the vulnerability and strength they had both mustered to arrive at this point. She didn't melt into him. Instead, she stood firm, rooted in the knowledge that this wasn't about saving each other. It was about choosing to grow together, even if the path ahead remained unknown. They pulled back, foreheads resting together, breaths mingling in the warm afternoon air. Archer's voice was a soft exhale against her skin. "You don't have to be anyone else but yourself with me." Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the weight of those words settle in her chest. She realized that love had never been about finding completion or filling some empty space within her. It had been about acceptance of herself, with all her flaws and uncertainties, and the courage to let someone else witness that truth without judgment. When they finally parted, Charlotte felt lighter, as if she'd shed a layer of fear that had clung to her soul for years. She looked out across the campus quad, students scattered like bright confetti, life unfolding in every direction. Her future wasn't mapped out. She didn't know what challenges lay ahead, classes, internships, the inevitable curveballs life would throw. But for the first time, she felt ready to meet it all. Archer took her hand and guided her down the path, the crunch of fallen petals beneath their feet echoing like a gentle heartbeat. They walked without speaking, letting the silence speak volumes. It was a silence of understanding, of shared hope. Later that evening, Charlotte sat on her dorm bed, journaling by lamplight. She wrote about fear and faith, about the fragile beauty of choosing vulnerability and the quiet power of acceptance. She scribbled a single line at the bottom of the page. "I am enough." Across campus, Archer sat in his apartment, staring out at the city lights. He pulled out his phone and typed a simple message. "Thank you for choosing me." Then he deleted it, choosing instead to hold the moment in his mind, a promise kept between two hearts learning to beat together. Their story didn't end beneath the cherry tree. It unfolded in countless small moments, shared laughter over burnt coffee, late-night study sessions, honest conversations under starlit skies. There would be mistakes, missteps, and moments of doubt. But there would also be growth, compassion, and a love that thrived not because it was perfect, but because it was real. As Charlotte turned off her lamp and slipped under the covers, she let herself sink into peaceful surrender. She was no longer chasing an idealized version of love. Instead, she embraced the messy, beautiful truth of what it meant to live with an open heart. Outside her window, petals continued to drift down like silent blessings. Tomorrow was unwritten, and for Charlotte Avery, that was exactly how she wanted it. She never imagined waking up in someone else's home would feel so isolating. Charlotte's eyes fluttered open to the muffled hum of silence, broken only by the distant drip of a faucet somewhere down the hall. The morning light filtered through blinds too high to reach, slicing pale lines across Archer's bedroom floor. Her heart thudded in her chest as the realization settled in. She was not in her dorm room. She was not alone. She was with Archer Johnson. Her mind raced faster than her heartbeat. Yesterday's memory was a jagged blur. Antiseptic smells, frantic voices, and Archer's rough voice insisting she stay safe. Now, his broad shoulders loomed over her as he turned from the dresser, pulling on sweatpants with the casual ease of a man who rarely felt responsible for another soul. Responsibility, the word echoed in her mind like a warning siren. "Morning," Archer said quietly, not looking directly at her. His voice held the familiar gruffness, but softened, tinted with something almost tender. It unsettled her. Charlotte pushed herself up on trembling elbows, her hoodie slipping over her knees like a soft shield. Pride and panic warred in her chest. She wanted to bolt, to flee back to her dorm's cramped safety. But guilt pulled her feet back down. He had saved her, again, after everything she'd endured. How could she abandon him now? Her throat tightened. "Why am I here?" she asked, her voice brittle but steady. Archer paused, setting down the clothes. His gaze finally found hers. Dark, conflicted eyes that seemed to weigh her soul. "The doctor said 24 hours of supervision," he replied, the words clipped, the irritation lurking beneath them like storm clouds. "I'm keeping it secret for you, Charlotte, but if you won't stay, I'll have to tell your parents." The ultimatum hung heavy in the air. She could hear her own heartbeat, pounding in her ears, drowning out the faint click of the door latch as it settled behind him. She was cornered between autonomy and obligation, her own fierce independence clashing with the stark reality of her vulnerability. She swallowed, tasting bitterness. "I thought I'd go home," she managed, each word a small victory over the wave of shame threatening to pull her under. Shame that she'd been so careless, that she'd needed rescue. Shame that she'd become dependent on Archer, the one person she had sworn never to trust again. Archer's jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in irritation. "Your dorm is tiny. No TV. No bed that doesn't feel like concrete. This is better." His bluntness was like a slap, but beneath it she sensed something else. Protectiveness. It was as if his annoyance was a mask for something far deeper. Fear of losing her. Guilt for his own helplessness when she was hurt. The realization stabbed her heart. She searched for another option. Madeline was miles away, immersed in her own life. She had no one else. Exhaling a breath she didn't know she'd been holding, Charlotte nodded. "Okay, I'll stay." Archer's irritation melted into something like relief. He offered his hand, firm, unyielding, and she took it, each finger a silent surrender. The touch was electrifying, stirring a conflict of desire and dread inside her. Her gaze dropped to his hand, large and calloused, before meeting his eyes again. Vulnerability flickered there, raw and honest. He guided her toward the bathroom, door with a quiet command. "Go shower, I'll leave you alone." As Charlotte stepped across the threshold, her knees felt unsteady. The house was impossibly silent, save for the distant shuffle of footsteps below. The bathroom light flickered on, illuminating the steam-tinged mirror and the faint scent of cedar from Archer's soap. She closed the door and leaned against it, trembling. In that breathless moment, she confronted the truth she'd tried so hard to bury. Needing someone wasn't weakness. It was human. And maybe, just maybe, it was the first step toward healing. As the shower water cascaded down, washing away the remnants of fear and pain, Charlotte let herself feel every heartbeat, every breath, knowing that the next 24 hours would redefine everything she thought she knew about herself. And Archer Johnson. Charlotte stepped out of the steam-clouded bathroom and into the cavernous quiet of Archer's bedroom, feeling smaller than she had ever felt in her own skin. The air smelled faintly of cedar wood and freshly laundered sheets, a comforting scent twisted now into something bittersweet. Around her, the room's minimalism felt oppressive. Bare white walls, a king-sized bed that swallowed her whole, and nothing personal beyond a few scattered clothes. It was as if she had intruded into someone else's sanctuary, one she had no right to inhabit. She dropped onto the edge of the mattress, her legs dangling over the side as if afraid to claim space. The bedspread was cool against her skin, its black cotton rougher than the hoodie she wore. In her dorm, at least her room had framed photos, mismatched throw pillows, posters taped crookedly to the walls, evidence of her life, her identity. Here, everything felt neutral, impersonal, like a stage set waiting for its actors. Loneliness washed over her, a cold wave that left goosebumps crawling up her arms. She'd thought the worst of her night was behind her, that surviving the drugging, the panic, had been the hard part. But now came the aftermath. the raw awareness that she was utterly dependent on another person, on Archer Johnson. The thought stung like salt on an open wound. She had fought so hard for autonomy, for self-reliance. Now she was stranded in someone else's world, with nowhere else to go. Her fingers traced the rumpled sheets as memories of the hospital flooded back. Fluorescent lights too bright, antiseptic smells too sharp, voices too urgent. In comparison, this quiet felt deafening. Archer's absence in that moment, his footsteps echoing distantly downstairs, left a void that made her chest ache. She wasn't ready for gratitude. She wasn't sure she could muster it. Instead, she felt lost. The emptiness extended beyond the room. She remembered the way Archer's truck had jolted across campus, the way his hand had squeezed hers, firm, insistent, as he pulled her into his world. She should have been relieved. She should have felt safe. But instead, there was only this acute sense of displacement. Her life had been upended, and the ground she once stood on had vanished. Charlotte stood and paced toward the window, pulling back the blue drapes. Beyond the glass, the USC Village campus sprawled under a pale morning sky, students milling about like ants, oblivious to her crisis. She pressed her forehead against the cool pane, wishing she could push through it, and vanish into the familiar bustle. The sunlight glinted off distant windows, reminding her of the life she'd chosen to leave behind for just a night's safety. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, a lifeline from reality. She pulled it out and stared at the screen. Messages from Madeline, Emmett, even a couple from Britt and Kayla checking in. Each notification felt like a reminder of the distance she'd allowed to grow. Not just physical, but emotional. She typed a quick reply to Madeline, promising she was okay, then set the phone face down, the screen still glowing in the dim room. Charlotte sank back onto the bed, curling into a ball under the oversized hoodie. The weight of her dependency settled around her like a cloak. She hated feeling vulnerable, hated the idea of someone else holding the reins of her fate. But in this strange sanctuary of Archer's making, she had no choice but to let go. Her breath steadied as she stared at the blank wall across from her. There, in the stillness, she confronted the truth. This night was a crucible. It would either break her or forge her into something new. She could fight the helplessness, fight the loneliness, or she could accept it and find a way forward. Slowly, she exhaled, letting the tension seep from her shoulders. Tomorrow, she would return to her dorm, to the life she knew. But tonight, in this empty room filled with someone else's scent, she would learn what it meant to lean on another soul. And perhaps, just perhaps, discover that vulnerability was not weakness, but the first step toward something stronger than fear. Trust. Charlotte felt the room shrink around her until its emptiness became a tangible weight pressing against her chest. Archer's bedroom, spacious, sparsely decorated, drenched in muted beige tones, offered no refuge, only a stark reminder of how far she'd strayed from the familiar safety of her own small dorm. The king-sized bed loomed like an island. In the middle of the floor, its crisp sheets unwrinkled except where she sat, tiny and fragile against its vast expanse. Every surface was clean, almost clinical. A large flat-screen TV mounted on the wall opposite the bed, a handful of video game consoles neatly lined on a shelf, and 2 long dining tables pushed together downstairs, their 20 chairs waiting, in mute anticipation of the crowd that would soon fill them. Nothing bore Charlotte's mark. No photos, no trinkets, no messy stack of textbooks or stray socks to remind her this space could ever belong to anyone other than Archer. She traced the outline of the duvet with her fingertips, the fabric rough, against her skin compared to the plush softness of the hoodie that swallowed her whole. Here, she had no corner to hide in, no bookshelf stacked with memories of her own making. The silence pressed in on her ears, magnifying the faint hum of the air conditioner and the distant sounds of Archer moving through the house. Loneliness rose like bile in her throat. She had imagined being rescued would feel triumphant, the end of a nightmare. Instead, it left her hollow, stripped of agency. Her independence, once the bedrock of her identity, felt ripped away, replaced by a dependency she couldn't deny. She was alone, yet bound to Archer's kindness, forced to accept help she had never asked for and didn't want. Charlotte swung her legs off the bed and padded toward the window, her bare feet silent against the hardwood floor. The morning light poured in, revealing dust motes dancing lazily in the beams. Outside, the campus bustled as usual, students weaving between classes, laughter echoing across the quad, life moving forward without pause. But she remained frozen, in this unfamiliar cocoon, unable to step back into her world without confronting the truth of what had happened. A flash of guilt sharpened the ache in her chest. Archer had risked everything to protect her, kept her secret, stayed awake through the night. And here she was, resenting the very shelter he provided. She pressed her forehead against the cool glass, seeking solace in its chill, letting the tears she'd held at bay trickle down her cheeks. In the reflection, she saw a girl transformed by trauma, cheeks hollowed by stress, eyes rimmed red with exhaustion and confusion. She barely recognized the quiet, timid freshman who had arrived on campus weeks ago. That girl had clung to routine and control. This girl was untethered, adrift in a world that suddenly felt too large, too unpredictable. Charlotte backed away from the window and returned to the bed, curling into a fetal position at its edge. She wrapped her arms around herself as though that alone could stitch together the pieces of her shattered composure. The silence was deafening, each heartbeat a reminder of her fragility. But beneath the fear, a faint ember of resolve sparked. She had survived far worse than this. She had endured violence, betrayal, and humiliation. And here she was, still breathing, still fighting. Dependence on Archer was not weakness. It was a necessary concession in a moment of crisis. It did not erase her strength, only expand its definition. Charlotte slid to lie flat on her back, staring up at the blank ceiling. The room felt less like a prison now, and more like a threshold, a place of transition between what had been and what could be. She did not know how long she would stay here, or how many more hours of vulnerability she would endure. But she knew she could endure it. In the hush of that empty bedroom, Charlotte closed her eyes and let herself feel every ounce of loneliness and fear. She would carry them forward like scars, visible proof of her survival. And when the time came, she would rise again, stronger for having faced the void. Charlotte's resolve crumbled the moment Archer's voice cut through the quiet hallway like a blade. "You either let me keep you here, or I call your parents." His words weren't angry so much as raw, edged with a desperate protectiveness that both alarmed and comforted her. She stood frozen in the doorway of his bedroom, heart pounding, as Archer's gaze locked onto hers with an intensity that made the air feel electric. In that moment, Charlotte felt small, as though all of her carefully guarded independence had been stripped away, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. Her first instinct screamed at her to flee, to race down the stairs, out of the house, and back to the anonymity of her dorm room. But her limbs felt leaden, as if bound by invisible cords of guilt and fear. Archer had saved her life. He had carried her here when she couldn't stand. He had nursed her through panic, watched over her while she slept, and refused to leave her side even when every fiber of his being told him to respect her space. And now he was offering her shelter in exchange for her trust. Charlotte's breath trembled in her throat. Abandoning him would mean freedom, but at what cost? She would trade a night in his home for an eternity of what-ifs. What if something happened again? What if she couldn't protect herself? What if the next time she woke up alone, no one would rush to her aid? Tears pricked her eyes as she weighed her pride against the gravity of her vulnerability. Her chest tightened in a vice of conflicting emotions. the bitter sting of shame for needing help, and the faint warmth of gratitude for having someone willing to give it. Archer's forearm pressed gently against her shoulder, a silent plea laced in the firmness of his touch. His jaw was set, eyes dark with determination. He wasn't asking. He was insisting. "Okay," Charlotte whispered, her voice barely audible. The word carried the weight of surrender, a fragile admission that she needed him now more than she needed her pride. Archer's shoulders slackened ever so slightly, and relief flickered across his face like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. He offered his hand again, steady, unwavering, and she took it without hesitation, the warmth of his palm grounding her as she stepped forward. Together, they crossed the threshold into his bedroom. Charlotte's senses sharpened. The faint scent of cedarwood, the gentle hum of the air conditioner, the weight of the king-size bed that awaited her. In this moment of relinquished control, she felt strangely empowered. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Charlotte wrapped her arms around herself, trying to steady the torrent of thoughts swirling in her mind. Archer moved to close the door, his presence filling the room with a protective quiet. She realized then that her decision to stay wasn't defeat. It was survival. It was acknowledging that vulnerability did not make her weak, but human as well. She settled under the oversized hoodie he had lent her. Charlotte felt the first flicker of something new. Acceptance. Acceptance of her need for help. Acceptance of the uncertainty ahead. And acceptance of the complex bond forming between them. Archer hovered nearby, offering a small smile that held both apology and reassurance. Without a word, he left her to find solace in the bed's enveloping softness. Alone but not lonely, Charlotte exhaled the tension she had been clutching so tightly and allowed herself to rest. In surrendering to the moment, she discovered a fragile strength, the courage to let someone else carry her burden, if only for a night. And as sleep finally claimed her, the last thought stirring in her mind was not regret, but a quiet hope that perhaps this forced dependence might become the foundation of something far stronger than fear. Charlotte's first real awareness of Archer's physical presence struck her like a wave crashing against a cliff, inevitable, unstoppable, intoxicating. She was curled into the corner of his king-sized bed, legs tucked beneath her, when Archer returned from the bathroom. The door swung open quietly, and there he stood, drenched in steam, his damp hair clinging to his forehead, sweatpants hanging low on his hips, and a fitted gray t-shirt that outlined every ridge and contour of muscle he rarely bothered to show off. Her breath hitched. For months, Archer had been a fixture in her life, an enigmatic force of nature she'd tiptoed around with guarded wariness. But now, seeing him like this, unfiltered, vulnerable, undeniably present, something primal shifted in Charlotte's chest. He moved with a silent grace toward the window, sunlight catching dust motes swirling around him like embers. His back was broad and strong, each muscle rolling beneath fabric as he shifted his weight. A faint breeze fluttered the curtains, carrying the earthy scent of cedarwood from his body wash mixed with the subtle tang of morning sweat. It was as though every fiber of his being emitted an aura she could taste, warm, magnetic, and dangerously inviting. Charlotte's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of her oversized hoodie, feeling the soft cotton against her skin, while her eyes remained locked on Archer's silhouette. Her heart pounded against her ribs in a rhythm that felt too loud for the quiet room. She was painfully aware of the heat pooling low in her belly, a molten ache ignited by the raw closeness of him. Archer turned, catching her gaze. His eyes, usually so guarded, held a flicker of surprise that melted into something softer. When he moved toward her, the air seemed to shift, charged with an electric tension that sent shivers dancing up Charlotte's spine. Every step he took left faint impressions in her mind. The gentle flex of his calves, the steady cadence of his breathing, the subtle scent of wood and spice that clung to his skin. He sat down beside her with a deliberate slowness, close enough that his thigh pressed against hers. The contact was light, but it felt like a spark had ignited in her veins. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat as his warmth seeped into her, anchoring her to the moment. His hand came to rest lightly on her knee, the calloused pads of his fingers pressing into the fabric of her sweatpants. Her body responded before her mind could catch up. An instinctive tilt of her hips toward him, a subtle lean that closed the scant inches between them. She could feel the slow rise and fall of his chest against her side, each exhale carrying a warmth that made her own skin tingle. Charlotte closed her eyes, letting her senses fully absorb him. She could hear the faint thump of his heartbeat under her ear, smell the crisp freshness of his shampoo mingled with the deeper, muskier undertones of his natural scent. It was heady, disorienting, and entirely consuming. When Archer's thumb brushed lightly across the back of her hand, Charlotte's eyes flew open, and she found herself staring into the depth of his gaze. His expression was unreadable, equal, parts curiosity and something softer, something raw. In that suspended moment, it was as though time itself slowed, allowing her to see every nuance of emotion etched across his face. His hand moved, fingertips trailing a path along her thigh, drawing a line of warmth that spread like wildfire through her body. She could feel her pulse quicken, a flush of heat creeping across her cheeks. The hoodie she wore suddenly felt too heavy, too cumbersome, a barrier between them she yearned to discard. Archer's voice broke the silence, low and rough. "You okay?" Charlotte's throat tightened. She wanted to respond, to admit the full truth of how she felt, how utterly captivated she was by his presence, but words tangled in her mouth. Instead, she nodded, barely trusting herself to breathe. In that small affirmation, Archer shifted closer, his body enveloping hers in a protective press of warmth. The scent of his skin filled her senses, drowning out every anxious thought she had carried for weeks. His aura wasn't just physical, it was emotional gravity pulling her into orbit, tethering her heart to a place she'd never known she longed to be. Charlotte rested her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes to the world beyond his embrace. She let herself sink into the sensation of him, intoxicating, overwhelming, undeniably real. And in that surrender, found a quiet thrill that promised everything might be different from this moment forward. Charlotte stepped into the shower and let the warm water cascade over her skin like a gentle tide, washing away the hospital's antiseptic sting and the sticky residue of fear that clung to her. Steam rose around her in lazy swirls, fogging the mirror and wrapping her in a cocoon of privacy. Yet despite the comforting heat, her thoughts churned with unsettling clarity. I am here, with Archer Johnson. Every drop of water that slid down, her back felt like a question pressed against her spine. She tilted her head forward, letting the spray rinse her hair, and closed her eyes, willing herself to accept the reality she'd tried to avoid. Just hours ago, she had imagined retreating, to the safety of her dorm, her own sanctuary, however small. Instead, she found herself in the home of the man who had saved her life, who had insisted on guarding her when she felt most broken. Charlotte lathered shampoo into her curls, the fragrance sharp and sweet against her senses, and silently chastised herself for the turmoil inside. How did it come to this? She had always been fiercely independent, prided herself on self-reliance. The notion of leaning on someone, of surrendering control, felt like a betrayal of everything she believed about herself. Yet here she was, letting Archer dictate her safety, dictating the course of her next 24 hours. She rinsed her hair, scrunching out the excess water and letting it drip down her shoulders. Steam clung to her skin like a second layer, masking goosebumps that arose from vulnerability rather than cold. Her reflection in the steamy glass was ghostly, flushed cheeks, dark circles under tired eyes, a softness in her expression she hardly recognized. As she reached for soap, Charlotte's mind circled back to Archer's voice. equal parts irritation and protectiveness, telling her she had no choice. He doesn't want to tell my parents, she thought. He's taking this on himself. The gravity of his commitment pressed on her chest, equal parts comforting and terrifying. She wanted to feel gratitude, but underneath it all was a raw ache, the ache of dependence. Scrubbing soap across her arms, Charlotte confronted the truth in that steam-shrouded sanctuary. She had survived more than she'd ever thought possible. Yet surviving did not erase her need for connection. Surviving did not mean she had to face everything alone. She rinsed her arms and turned her face into the spray, letting the water sluice over her skin, carrying away the last fragments of denial. He's not asking for a favor. Her mind whispered the truth in a quiet, resolute voice. He's giving it. And in giving it, he asked her to trust him. She lathered her body, each stroke of the washcloth a small assertion of presence, of reclaiming her agency in this unfamiliar space. She chose to be here. She chose to stay. That choice, small though it was, felt like the first step toward reclaiming control over the uncontrollable. Charlotte turned off the water and let the last droplets slide down her form. Wrapping herself in a towel, she wiped the mirror clear with her fingertip and studied her reflection. The steam had dissipated, revealing a face etched with uncertainty and quiet determination. She traced the curve of her jaw, the softness in her eyes, and saw someone who had survived trauma, who was learning to accept help without shame. Stepping out of the shower, she dressed in Archer's oversized sweatpants and hoodie, the fabric enveloping her in a familiar warmth. It felt like armor, comfortable yet protective, a tangible reminder that she was not alone. Each motion, from drying her hair to pulling on the soft cotton, was deliberate, a ritual of acceptance. As she left the bathroom, the house's silence welcomed her like a whispered promise. The living space felt less alien now, imbued with the lingering warmth of his presence. Charlotte paused in the doorway of his bedroom, taking a steadying breath before crossing the threshold. She found him seated quietly on the bed, his gaze distant but welcoming as she settled beside him. Their shoulders brushed, a small contact that resonated like a lifeline. In that moment, she realized that choosing to stay, choosing to be vulnerable, was not defeat. It was courage. And as she leaned into him, Charlotte knew she was exactly where she needed to be. Not alone, but held in a fragile, fierce bond that would shape everything to come. The moment Charlotte stepped back into Archer's bedroom, she felt the gulf between their worlds stretch out like a canyon beneath her feet. The door closed with a soft click behind her, sealing off the outside, noise, and confining her within this unfamiliar sanctuary. The air smelled faintly of cedarwood and soap. Clean, sterile, but with an undercurrent of something deeper. The scent of a life lived in discipline and solitude. She took a slow, deliberate turn, letting her gaze wander across the space. The walls were stark white, devoid of personal touches. No posters, no photographs, no scattered mementos to hint at the man who inhabited it. The only decor was utilitarian. A large flat-screen TV mounted opposite a king-sized bed, a simple wooden desk stacked neatly with textbooks and a laptop, and a dresser whose drawers were closed tight, concealing the contents within. Charlotte's own room at USC had always been small, messy, distinctly hers. Posters of favorite bands curled at the corners, notebooks lay half-opened on her desk, and photos of family and friends created a mosaic of comfort and familiarity. Here, everything felt curated, controlled, almost clinical. It was a stark contrast to the warmth she craved, an environment that spoke of boundaries rather than belonging. She walked to the window, pushing aside the heavy drapes to let the afternoon light flood in. From this vantage point, she could see the manicured quad below, students scattering like pinpricks of color across a green canvas. But in Archer's world, she was the anomaly, an unpredictable variable in an otherwise rigid routine. Her fingers traced the edge of the bedspread, feeling the rough texture of Archer's comforter beneath her palm. It was massive, too large for one person, too big for a room meant to house a single man. It was as if every piece of furniture existed to accommodate Archer alone, asserting his presence in stark contrast to her own diminutive frame. She slid onto the edge of the bed, careful not to disturb the perfect lines of the sheets, and felt the mattress yield beneath her weight. Charlotte rose and moved to the desk, where a neatly organized stack of notebooks lay next to a football playbook. She flipped through the pages with hesitant fingers, each diagram a reminder of the regimented life Archer led, one ruled by schedules, drills, and the relentless pursuit of perfection. It was a world so unlike her own, which thrived on spontaneity, emotional expression, and messy vulnerability. Her gaze fell on a lone photograph tucked between the pages. Archer, younger, arms wrapped around Oliver, grinning like a kid unburdened by expectation. The image flickered something in her chest, a reminder that behind the stoic exterior lay a boy who once knew carefree joy. But that boy had been buried beneath years of pressure and pain, and Charlotte wondered if she could ever truly reach him. Turning back to the room, she noticed the absence of clutter. No personal trophies, no books stacked haphazardly, no sign of late-night musing scribbled in journals. Everything was precise, almost antiseptic, like a life lived in pursuit of control. In contrast, her own life was a tapestry of contradictions. Chaotic yet comforting, imperfect yet real. Charlotte pressed her palm against the cool glass of the window and let her reflection blur with the view outside. She thought of the vulnerability that had brought her here, of the trust she'd placed in Archer despite every instinct telling her to run. This room, with its clean lines and controlled atmosphere, symbolized everything she'd fought against. Yet, it also offered her something she'd never admitted she craved. Safety. A soft knock on the doorframe broke her reverie, and she turned to see Archer standing there, towel wrapped around his waist, hair still damp. His gaze met hers, steady and open in a way that felt like an unspoken question. She realized then that this room, this space between them, was both a barrier and a bridge. As Archer crossed the distance to sit beside her on the bed, Charlotte understood that their worlds were separate yet intertwined. His world demanded control, hers demanded authenticity. But in this moment, within these sterile walls, they found a fragile common ground. Two broken souls navigating the unknown. She leaned into his shoulder, letting the enormity of the bed envelop them both. For all its sterility, Archer's room had become a refuge, a place where she could face her fear, her gratitude, and the strange pull of connection that bound them together. And as the afternoon light softened into evening, Charlotte allowed herself to linger in that space, caught between worlds but no longer afraid to stand there. The moment Charlotte's head hit Archer's pillow, the tension coiled in her shoulders, began to unfurl like smoke dissipating into the air. The bed was impossibly soft beneath her, the weight of the world sliding from her bones with every breath. Outside, the late afternoon sun had softened into a gentle gold, casting the room in warm, forgiving light. Her eyelids grew heavy, each blink drawing her closer to a slumber she hadn't dared to entertain for days. The hospital's sterile brightness, the adrenaline-fueled panic of last night, the quiet dread of reliving trauma, all of it receded into the shadows. Here, cradled between Archer's strong arms, Charlotte felt something unfamiliar yet profoundly needed: safety. Her mind, still buzzing with echoes of fear, began to slow. The rhythmic thump of Archer's heartbeat against her temple created a lullaby more soothing than any song she'd known. The faint scent of cedarwood and clean laundry filled her senses, anchoring her to this moment. She traced a path along his forearm with her fingertips, marveling at the solidity of him, so present, so unwavering. But nestled within that peace was a small knot of confusion. Guilt flickered at the edges of her relief. Why do I feel so calm? She wondered, her thoughts sluggish with exhaustion. Why am I letting myself lean into this? The questions lingered like ghosts, unsettled by the intimacy she hadn't anticipated. Charlotte closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the paradox of emotions coiling and uncoiling within her chest. Vulnerability, once anathema, had transformed into something almost sacred. She realized that surrendering to sleep here was an act of trust she'd never imagined she could offer. The idea that someone else might protect her, simply because he cared, felt both terrifying and utterly right. A soft rustle beside her signaled Archer's shift in sleep. He pulled her tighter against him, his arm curling around her waist like a shield. The motion was instinctual, protective, yet gentle, a silent promise that she didn't have to face the darkness alone. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat, at the warmth of it, and a tremor of emotion coursed through her. In her own bed, she would have woken at every creak, every passing shadow. Here, the house's quiet hum became a lullaby, its stillness a blanket that wrapped around her weary mind. The boundary between anxiety and serenity blurred as exhaustion wove through her thoughts, coaxing them into a hazy calm. Charlotte's eyelids fluttered shut. Images of Archer's unexpected tenderness played behind her closed eyes, his rough voice softening when he whispered her name, the concern etched in the lines of his face when she'd broken down. Each memory felt like a fragile brushstroke, painting a portrait of a man she'd only just begun to understand. Sleep descended gently, a delicate veil pulling her away from the world. In that first moment of surrender, she allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, she could heal here. That within the safety of Archer's arms, the nightmares and shadows might fade, replaced by something steadier. A fragile hope that tomorrow would be a little brighter. As her breathing deepened, the last coherent thought that fluttered through her mind was not regret, but gratitude. Gratitude for this unexpected sanctuary, for the warmth of another human heart willing to share its beat. And then, finally, she drifted into a dreamless sleep, peaceful, unguarded, and completely free. The first light of dawn seeped through, Archer's blinds in soft, horizontal slats, painting the room in muted gold. Charlotte stirred beneath the rumpled duvet, awareness slowly replacing the fog of sleep. She blinked up at the ceiling, the quiet hush of morning settling around her. Like a gentle exhale, a faint clinking sound drifted through the doorway. Curious, Charlotte swung her legs over the edge of the bed, her bare feet touching the cool hardwood floor. Wrapped in Archer's oversized hoodie, she padded quietly into the adjacent kitchenette. There she found him, sleeves rolled up, the familiar crease between his brows softened by concentration, rummaging through a plastic grocery bag on the countertop. The kitchen smelled faintly of salt and something sweet. Archer's hands moved methodically, unpacking sour candies, red vines, chips, and brightly colored juice cans, arranging them into neat little piles on the counter. He didn't notice her approach until she cleared her throat softly, the sound barely louder than a whisper. Archer looked up, surprise flickering in his dark eyes, before a warm, tentative smile tugged at his lips. "Morning," he said, his voice low, still rough from sleep, but carrying an unexpected softness. Charlotte's throat tightened. In that simple greeting, in the vulnerability of his expression, she recognized a quiet kindness that surprised her. Yesterday's chaos and pain felt distant now, washed away by the simplicity of this moment. She stood in the doorway, taking in the sight. Archer, clad in gray sweatpants and a faded t-shirt, surrounded by snacks and morning light. He offered her a sour candy, holding out the wrapper like a fragile olive branch. "I figured you'd need a pick-me-up," he said, gesturing to the spread. "And coffee." He pointed to a steaming mug, thick swirls of steam rising toward the ceiling. Charlotte crossed to the counter, her fingers brushing against the countertop, as though grounding herself in reality. She picked up a candy, letting the tart sweetness coat her tongue, a small, sharp burst of flavor that made her eyes water. It was absurd, almost childish, but it felt like a balm on the raw edges of her emotions. Archer filled 2 mugs with dark coffee, handing one to her without a word. She wrapped both hands around the warm ceramic, feeling its heat seep into her skin, steadying the tremor in her fingers. The silence stretched between them, comfortable, unforced. Charlotte watched as Archer opened a bag of chips and poured them into a bowl, his movements precise but unhurried. He glanced at her, raising one eyebrow in question. Was this okay? She nodded, words unnecessary. He pulled out a chair for her, and she sat, her back straight, despite the lingering exhaustion. Archer joined her across the table, grabbing a handful of candy and popping it into his mouth. His expression was contemplative, as he chewed, eyes half closed as though savoring the flavor and the calm of the morning. Charlotte sipped her coffee, warmth pooling in her chest. She watched him, noticing details she'd overlooked before. The subtle way his shoulders relaxed when he was alone with her. The faint creases around his eyes that hinted at laughter rarely given. The rough calluses on his fingers that spoke of hours spent pushing against resistance. On the field, against walls, against his own demons. I'm sorry about last night, Archer murmured between bites of candy, breaking the silence like a gentle confession. His gaze held hers, earnest and vulnerable. Charlotte's heart clenched. She wanted to say 100 things. Thank you, I'm sorry, it's okay. But her throat closed. Instead, she reached across the table and touched his hand. His warmth radiated into her skin, a silent acknowledgement that the apology was enough. He exhaled softly and turned back to his snacks, but the tension in his shoulders had eased. Charlotte realized that this quiet ritual, preparing food, sharing coffee, was his way of caring, of making amends without words. It was an intimacy she hadn't known she craved, a kindness forged in the vulnerability of 2 wounded souls seeking comfort. As they sat together, sharing breakfast treats and morning light, the world outside the kitchen faded. The apartment's beige walls, the silence of an empty house, the uncertainty of what lay ahead, all of it dissolved into the simple act of being present. In this small sanctuary, Charlotte felt an ember of hope ignite, that maybe healing didn't require grand gestures, only moments like this, warm, honest, and quietly powerful. When the last sip of coffee cooled in her mug, Charlotte realized she wasn't alone. And for the first time since her life had unraveled, that knowledge felt enough. Charlotte settled back into Archer's oversized bed, the oversized hoodie cocooning her like a soft shield. He leaned against the headboard beside her, his body, heat radiating warmth she hadn't realized she craved. Between them sat the remote, its black plastic surface reflecting the glow of the muted TV screen. No words passed between them, only the gentle thrum of silence as they navigated this fragile new intimacy. Archer pressed play on Netflix, the familiar opening jingle of their chosen film filling the room. The screen cast flickering light across their faces, highlighting the subtle rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. Charlotte watched him from the corner of her eye, noting the way his jaw relaxed when he watched the opening credits scroll, how his shoulders slumped into ease, something she rarely saw. She curled deeper into the bed, propping her knees against her chest. The hoodie swallowed her frame, the soft fabric a comforting contrast to the rawness she'd felt just hours before. Archer's hand rested lightly on the mattress near her thigh, fingertips occasionally brushing against the sleeve of her hoodie, a small contact that made her pulse quicken, but also anchored her in the moment. Their silence wasn't awkward. It was intentional, an unspoken agreement that words were unnecessary. In this quiet space, Charlotte sensed a steady heartbeat of trust weaving between them. She let her gaze drift to the screen, watching actors perform scripted lines, but her focus remained split, half on the movie, half on the man beside her. When the film's first emotional beat hit, a tender confession between on-screen lovers, Charlotte glanced at Archer, catching his eyes in the dim glow. They held hers for a beat longer than comfort normally allowed, a silent recognition of shared vulnerability. His lips quirked into a half smile, and in that instant, Charlotte felt a thread of connection tighten, a thread woven from unspoken understanding. The movie continued, dialogue ebbing and flowing, but Charlotte's mind quieted, lulled by the rhythm of Archer's breathing and the safe cocoon they'd created together. She no longer felt like the fragile girl swept into his world. She felt protected, seen, and oddly powerful in her surrender. Archer's thumb found the hem of her hoodie, gently tugging it to settle more snugly around her shoulders. Charlotte leaned into his touch, her head resting lightly against his arm. The sensation was soothing, like returning to a familiar haven after wandering through a storm. She closed her eyes, letting the comfort wash over her in steady waves. When a quiet joke on screen elicited Archer's soft chuckle, Charlotte opened her eyes to watch him laugh, eyes crinkling at the corners, shoulders relaxing further into the headboard. His laughter wasn't loud, but it was genuine, a rare glimpse into the guarded soul she'd come to care for. In that laugh, she heard kindness, acceptance, and the promise of something beyond the fear that had consumed her. Minutes stretched into hours, the movie fading into background noise as Charlotte lost track of time. Outside, sunlight deepened to twilight, but the room remained a sanctuary of quiet warmth. In Archer's presence, she found a rhythm. Inhale trust, exhale doubt. Finally, as the credits rolled, Archer turned to her and offered a small nod. No words, only invitation. Charlotte met his gaze and nodded back, the simplest acknowledgement of their unspoken bond. She reached for the remote, pausing the screen, but neither of them moved to change it. Instead, they lingered in that shared silence, cocooned in the quiet intimacy they'd built without a single word spoken. In that moment, Charlotte understood the true power of connection. It wasn't found in grand declarations or passionate confessions, but in the gentle communion of two hearts learning to trust. And as she leaned against Archer, the world outside ceased to matter, because here, in the hush of his bedroom, she had found something profoundly, undeniably safe. I'd never thought of myself as the type to use words like adorable. Those belonged in a different dictionary, one full of saccharine romance novels and teenage daydreams. But as I watched Charlotte burrow deeper into my oversized hoodie on my bed, something shifted in me that was impossible to ignore. Her curls escaped the scrunchie atop her head in loose spirals, framing her face in a tousled halo. Her eyes, tired but strangely luminous, tracked the Netflix screen with the concentration of someone clinging to a lifeline. She was tiny against the expanse of my king-sized mattress, swallowed whole by the fabric that hung off her shoulders, like a soft cloud. I felt my chest tighten. Not with anger or frustration, the emotions I'd come to associate with myself. No. This was something new, something raw. A strange warmth bloomed in my gut, spreading through my limbs until I felt too heavy to move. Every instinct I'd trained to block out vulnerability recoiled at the sensation, yet it persisted, insistent and unrelenting. Charlotte glanced at me from the corner of her eye, catching my gaze with that tentative half-smile she reserved for moments of fleeting confidence. The curve of her lips was subtle, but the impact on me was seismic. It was like seeing sunlight break through a storm cloud I hadn't realized was overhead. Her breath caught softly when I shifted closer, and I felt the slightest tremor in her frame as my knee brushed hers. It was a moment of quiet intimacy, a simple, accidental touch. but it unraveled something in me that had long been held tight by layers of self-imposed armor. I remembered why I'd brought her here. Not out of obligation or guilt, though those feelings had propelled my first steps. I realize now it was because I couldn't bear the thought of leaving her alone in a world that had shown itself so unkind. But beneath that sense of duty lay something deeper, the unexpected draw of her presence, the way her vulnerability made her fierce. I swallowed against the lump forming in my throat. She's not just someone to protect, I told myself, though it felt like the most ridiculous thought I'd ever had. She's something else, someone worth wanting to be near. The film flickered on the screen, voices washing over us in half-heard lines. Charlotte tucked her legs closer, knees brushing against my thigh. I felt the rough fabric of her hoodie against my skin, softer than I'd ever known a garment could be. My hand hovered over her knee, unsure if I should move it closer, rest it gently against her. The urge to make contact was primal, fierce. But I hesitated, remembering how fragile she'd been just hours before. She looked up at me again, eyes warm with trust and a spark of mischief I'd never noticed before. My heart thudded against my ribs, a pounding reminder that this was real, that the barrier I'd kept around myself was cracking. I wanted to speak, to tell her how much I admired her strength, how I was drawn to the light she carried even in her darkest moments. But the words lodged in my throat, fragile as glass. Instead, I let my gaze linger, tracing the gentle rise of her cheekbones, the soft curve of her collarbone as the hoodie slipped lower. Charlotte's presence had become my anchor, grounding me in a way that no win on the field ever had. My teammates thought I was cold and unapproachable, but in reality I was afraid of letting anyone close enough to see the fractures beneath my exterior. Yet here she was, looking at me without judgment, offering her vulnerability as though it were the greatest gift. As the film's score swelled, I leaned back against the headboard, careful not to crowd her space, yet desperate to remain within her orbit. The warmth pooling in my chest settled into something steadier, something like peace. I realized that night, in that quiet, unspoken exchange, that my world had shifted irrevocably. Charlotte Avery wasn't just adorable. She was the catalyst of change in a life I'd long accepted as unchangeable. And as I watched her relax into the comfort of my bed, a silent promise formed in my mind. I would guard this feeling, nurture it, and let it guide me toward something I'd never dared to want before. Charlotte stared at Archer, her heartbeat thrumming so loudly she wondered if he could hear it too. He sat on the edge of the bed, shoulders squared, eyes locked onto hers with an intensity that banished any trace of humor from his usually gruff expression. "We're friends," he said quietly, the words almost a whisper, yet resonating like thunder in the hush of his bedroom. He shifted forward, elbows resting on his knees. "And I want that to mean something." She blinked, the familiar phrase hitting her like a broken record until it snapped into focus. Friends. It was the word she'd clung to as armor, a shield against the confusion and longing she'd felt ever since he'd re-entered her life. She'd repeated it to herself, a mantra that kept her emotions contained, that kept him safely out of reach. But now, hearing it from Archer's lips, the meaning shifted. There was a firmness to his voice, a conviction she'd never heard before. This wasn't idle banter or a casual invitation. It was an earnest request, a turning point disguised in the simplicity of a single word. "Just friends?" she asked, her voice cracking slightly, betraying the swirl of emotions beneath her calm exterior. Her throat felt raw, her breath shallow as she grappled with the enormity of what he was offering. Archer nodded once, his gaze unwavering. "Friends only." He paused, the silence stretching taut between them before he added, almost reluctantly, "But I want more time with you." I want to talk to you. Really talk. Without the walls we've built around ourselves. Charlotte's heart pounded in her ears. Time, conversation, no pressure. Those small promises felt like lifelines tossed across a chasm of uncertainty. For weeks, she'd resisted the idea of letting him in, afraid of reigniting old feelings, afraid of losing herself in his world. But in his earnest gaze, she saw a vulnerability that mirrored her own. "What does that look like?" she whispered, the question hanging between them like fragile glass. She was testing him, testing herself, wanting to know if this invitation was real or just another facade. Archer shifted closer, the scent of cedarwood enveloping her senses. His voice softened, raw with sincerity. "It looks like us, hanging out, talking about stupid shit, watching movies, doing homework together. No expectations, no labels, just us." He hesitated, then added, "I don't want to pretend anymore that I don't care about you." Charlotte's breath caught. Those words were dangerous, a confession wrapped in restraint. She wanted to recoil, to retreat behind the shield of friends only. But the truth simmered beneath her ribs, demanding acknowledgement. She cared about him too. Her fingertips traced the hem of his hoodie, grounding herself in the moment. "I'm scared," she admitted, her voice trembling with honesty. "Scared that this will change everything, and scared that it won't change anything." Archer reached out, his hand steadying on her knee. "Change is inevitable," he said quietly. "But we decide how. We decide if we face it together or alone." His gaze softened, filled with a tenderness that left her breathless. "I choose together." The sincerity in his words shattered the last of Charlotte's defenses. She inhaled, tasting the quiet resolve that had built within her, a resolve forged by fear, pain, and the unwavering support of someone who saw her scars but chose to stay. "Okay," she whispered, the single syllable carrying the weight of every decision she'd avoided making. "I'll be your friend." Archer's face lit up with a slow, genuine smile, one that reached his eyes and lingered there, warm and hopeful. He shifted to pull her into a gentle hug, cradling her head against his shoulder, as if protecting something fragile and precious, inigh. That embrace, Charlotte felt a release unlike any she'd known. The tension in her chest loosened, replaced by a steady pulse of comfort and possibility. Friends only, a promise that transcended the label, binding them in a new, uncharted intimacy. And as the afternoon light faded into dusk, they sat wrapped in each other's quiet presence, stepping together across the threshold of what once was and into the fragile hope of what could be. Charlotte sat on the edge of Archer's bed long after he had drifted into a restless sleep, the room bathed in the soft glow of a single bedside lamp. The silence pressed against her like a weight, amplifying the whispers of doubt that had begun to crowd her mind. She ran her fingers over the faded logo on the back of Archer's hoodie, his team's emblem she now wore like armor, and wondered how she had ended up here, torn between a past she thought she'd buried and a future she was terrified to embrace. Her chest tightened with a familiar ache. She had spent years nurturing a crush on Archer, a secret kept locked away in the recesses of her heart, polished into an idealized fantasy that never dared face reality. That crush had fueled countless daydreams, tinted her every encounter with him growing up, and left her feeling both hopeful and painfully exposed. But those feelings had come with a price: embarrassment, rejection, and the stinging memory of Archer's blunt dismissal when she was just 16. Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the memory of his words wash over her again. The casual cruelty in his tone as he'd called her creepy. The way his disapproval had lodged itself deep inside her psyche, shaping her self-worth for years to come. She had vowed to never let anyone hold that power over her again. Independence had been her shield, solitude her fortress. Yet here she was, perched on the precipice of surrender. Archer's unexpected kindness had shattered her carefully constructed walls. She had fought to maintain control, to insist on her autonomy, but each moment spent in his presence had chipped away at her resolve. The warmth of his touch, the steady calm of his gaze, the subtle reassurance in his voice, all of it ignited a spark she had long suppressed. Charlotte's breath hitched as she considered the enormity of what she was contemplating. Opening herself to someone who had once wounded her so deeply. Could she risk that vulnerability again? Could she trust Archer not to hurt her the way he had unknowingly hurt her in her youth? The impulse for independence surged, a primal need to stand on her own, to prove that she no longer needed saving, that she could navigate life without leaning on anyone. But alongside it, a quieter, more insistent voice spoke of something different. Connection, belonging, and the comfort of sharing her burdens with someone who refused to turn away. She pressed her palm to her chest, feeling the steady thump of her heart. "You deserve more than survival," she thought, recalling Archer's embrace that had felt like a lifeline. "You deserve to live fully, to let yourself feel." Yet fear clawed at her resolve. Fear of abandonment, fear of disappointment, fear of losing herself again. Charlotte rose and crossed to the window, brushing aside the curtains to peer at the quiet campus below. Students moved about their lives without knowing the storm swirling in her chest. She had always envied their seeming ease, the way they laughed without reservation, loved without hesitation. She longed to join them, to shed the scars that made her feel flawed. Her reflection in the glass looked back at her, a girl caught between two worlds, one defined by guarded solitude, the other by the terrifying possibility of intimacy. She thought of Archer's face when he'd asked her to be his friend, the earnest vulnerability that had illuminated his eyes. That moment had offered her a choice: retreat into the safety of isolation, or step forward into uncertainty with someone who cared. Charlotte took a slow, steady breath. She realized that independence was not defined by solitude, but by choice. And in this moment, she chose to lean into the discomfort, to risk heartbreak for the chance at something real. Turning away from the window, she returned to the bed and sat beside Archer, letting the hush of the room settle around them. Her fingertips found his hand, resting lightly atop his, a silent testament to her decision. She would not abandon her own needs for self-reliance, nor would she deny herself the possibility of love. In the quiet intimacy of that shared space, Charlotte accepted the truth of her longing. She would navigate the tension between independence and vulnerability one breath at a time. And for the first time, she felt ready to let go. The words hung in the air like fragile glass shards, glinting with both promise and peril. "I'll be your friend." Charlotte's voice trembled on the edge of the silence, softer than a whisper, yet heavy with the weight of everything unspoken between them. Archer froze mid-breath, his entire body taut as if bracing for impact, then relaxed into something akin to relief. In that moment, the room seemed to shift, walls receding, light softening, time stretching to cradle the enormity of her choice. His eyes, usually guarded and steely, shimmered with something raw and vulnerable. Hope. It was as if he'd been holding his breath for weeks, waiting for those 3 simple words to set him free. Charlotte watched as his jaw unclenched, tension draining from his broad shoulders like water released from a dam. He offered her a small, uncertain smile, one that quivered on the edge of breaking into laughter, gratitude, and something deeper she wasn't ready to name. The bed between them suddenly felt too small to contain the swell of emotion. Charlotte's heart thundered, each beat a declaration of surrender and strength all at once. She had stepped off the edge of her carefully constructed fortress, trading certainty for the terrifying possibility of connection. Fear still prickled at her skin. Fear of getting hurt again. Fear of misreading this fragile bond. But beneath it lay something steadier. The thrill of authenticity. Archer's hand reached out, fingertips brushing the back of hers with the gentlest of touches. The contact sent a jolt of warmth racing along her nerves, sparking a light that spread through her chest until it radiated to every fingertip. She laced her fingers through his, holding on to the tangible proof of her decision. "You have no idea how long I've wanted to hear you say that," Archer murmured, voice thick with emotion. His gaze locked onto hers with an intensity that made her knees tremble. In his eyes, she saw the raw imprint of loneliness finally met with acceptance, a mirror to her own yearning. Charlotte swallowed, tears springing unbidden to her eyes. She wanted to wipe them away, to pretend she wasn't moved by the gravity of the moment. But the truth was too potent. She was moved to the core of her being by the simple, profound act of two people choosing to trust each other. Archer leaned forward, closing the scant distance between them until his forehead rested against hers. The world outside Archer's bedroom, the chaos of her fractured past, the clamor of uncertainty, faded into a distant hum. All that remained was the rhythmic cadence of their shared breath, a quiet testament to the fragile sanctuary they'd built together. "I don't know where this goes," he whispered, voice hushed against her skin. "But I want to find out. With you." Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the sincerity of his words wash over her like a warm tide. She felt the steady thump of his heart beneath her ear, anchoring her to this moment of transformation. No longer defined by her fears or her past mistakes, she realized she was free to chart a new path, not alone, but side by side with someone who saw her worth even when she couldn't. She lifted her face to his, brushing her fingertips lightly along his jaw. "Me too," she breathed, her voice a vow etched into the silence. "Me too." When their lips met in a gentle, lingering kiss, it was neither explosive nor urgent. It was a promise, soft, honest, and brimming with the quiet power of two souls daring to step into the unknown together. In that kiss lay the turning point of everything. The end of solitude, the beginning of trust, and the first step toward a future neither of them could have predicted, but both were willing to explore. And as they pulled away, eyes locked in mutual understanding, Charlotte knew that this moment would echo in her heart forever. The moment she chose connection over fear, vulnerability over isolation, and friendship over the ghosts of what might have been. Charlotte blinked awake to find Archer sprawled awkwardly across her bed, limbs flung in every direction like a giant grumpy starfish. His shoulders hunched and arms rigid, he looked every inch the untrained cuddler she'd come to know, solid and immovable, yet somehow endearingly clueless. She smothered a giggle as she scooted to sit beside him, the oversized hoodie swallowing her frame. Archer's chest rose and fell with exaggerated sighs, as if he were a toddler protesting bedtime. "You look ridiculous," she teased, poking his arm gently. His eyes shot open, dark with mock offense. "Hey, I'm a professional at being uncomfortable." Charlotte rolled her eyes but couldn't stop the smile tugging at her lips. She reached out and lightly grabbed his forearm, guiding it around her shoulders. "Okay, rule number 1 of hugging," she said with mock solemnity, "is don't act like you're wrestling a bear. Loosen up." Archer's brow furrowed. "Loosen up? You want me to relax? You know that's basically torture for me." She laughed and shifted closer, bridging the tiny gap between them. "Trust me, hugging isn't combat. It's more like wrapping yourself around someone so they know you're there, not squashing them like a bug." He blinked slowly, processing. "So, less bear, more burrito?" "Exactly," Charlotte replied with a grin. She demonstrated by encircling her own shoulders with her arms, tilting her head toward his chest and breathing in deeply. The scent of cedarwood and clean laundry filled her senses, oddly comforting. Archer watched her intently, then attempted his own version, arms stiffly extended, his shoulders rising toward his ears in a classic tension posture. Charlotte winced. Close enough to the burrito concept. But now imagine the tortilla is soft, not cardboard. He huffed, shifting again until he was sitting upright. "Teach me, Sensei." Charlotte placed her hand on his shoulder, guiding him gently. "Relax your shoulders. Bend your elbows so your arms can curve naturally. Then," she leaned forward, wrapping her arms loosely around his torso. "Rest your cheek here." She pressed her face lightly against his chest. "And breathe." Archer followed her lead, though his posture remained rigid. Charlotte could feel every muscle clench beneath her palms as he inhaled, the tension radiating like heat. She couldn't help but chuckle. "You're killing me with your rigidity." He managed a half smile. "Sorry, it's a lifelong habit." Charlotte gave a playful push, loosening his arms. "Okay, now hold me like you actually want to be here. Let me feel your warmth, not your hardness." He shifted again, slower, this time. His arms curved naturally around her back, and his shoulders relaxed fractionally. She let herself sink into the embrace, the familiar rhythm of his heartbeat against her temple grounding her. "That's it," she whispered. "See? Feels better, right?" Archer's stiff posture softened into something more natural, a quiet surrender. He dropped his chin to rest atop her head, breath warm against her hair. "Not gonna lie," he murmured, voice low and honest. "This is nice." Charlotte's lips curved into a soft smile as she tightened her arms slightly, anchoring herself against him. The moment felt absurdly tender and hilarious all at once. The two of them, former adversaries in emotional expression, fumbling toward closeness like teenagers learning a dance. "Rule number 2, she teased after a pause. "Hug frequently. It's scientifically proven to reduce assholery." She nudged him gently. He rolled his eyes but didn't pull away. Instead, he tightened his hold, a small gesture that spoke volumes. In the safety of that simple embrace, Charlotte felt the last remnants of anxiety loosen its grip. They weren't perfect cuddlers, far from it, but they were learning, together, one awkward hug at a time. As laughter bubbled between them, the tension that had once defined their interactions dissolved. In its place was something new: warmth, acceptance, and a shared sense of ridiculous delight in discovering intimacy's surprisingly simple art. Archer sat on the edge of his bed long after Charlotte had fallen asleep, the soft glow of his phone casting shadows across his face. He watched her breathing slow and steady beneath his oversized hoodie, her chest rising and falling like gentle waves. In that quiet moment, he confronted a truth he'd fought to ignore. He wanted her voice in his life more than anything else. Since childhood, Archer had been taught that silence was strength. He'd learned to keep his feelings locked away, to avoid the messy vulnerability of emotional expression. Football had been his outlet, a place where aggression and focus replaced words. But with Charlotte, something was different. Her presence stirred a longing inside him that went beyond simple attraction. He craved the cadence of her voice, the way her words danced between sincerity and sarcasm, and the honest simplicity of her laughter. He thought back to the countless times she had sat quietly beside him, watching movies, eating snacks, her eyes flicking toward his for reassurance. Those silent moments had been their own form of conversation, unspoken understanding, mutual comfort, and a profound sense of being seen. But Archer wanted more than silence. He wanted to hear her thoughts, her fears, her hopes. The raw, unfiltered truths that defined her. His phone buzzed with a message from her. Morning. That single word warmed him from the inside out. He tapped out a reply, but hesitated before hitting send, aware that every message exchanged built another thread in the fragile tapestry of their bond. What he felt for Charlotte wasn't easy to categorize. It wasn't just protectiveness or attraction. It was a genuine need for connection. Archer's mind drifted back to that night when he first asked her to be his friend. The words had tumbled out in a rush, stripped of the snark he usually wielded like armor. He remembered the rawness in his own voice, the vulnerability of admitting that he wanted someone in his life who didn't expect anything more than his presence. That admission had felt like stepping off a cliff, plunging into uncharted territory where emotions ruled. He realized then that conversation was his way of tethering himself to Charlotte, a lifeline he couldn't afford to lose. Every question he asked, every time he nudged her to share her thoughts, was a bid for intimacy he had never known he craved. Talking to her felt like breathing, a necessity rather than a choice. Archer stood and paced his room, the weight of his internal conflict heavy on his shoulders. He had never been one to discuss his feelings, not with teammates, not with family, certainly not with coaches. Vulnerability was weakness in his world, yet with Charlotte, vulnerability felt like truth. And truth, he decided, was worth embracing. He paused by the window, looking out at the fading light over campus. The evening breeze carried distant laughter and the low hum of student life. In that moment, Archer understood that he was no longer content to be alone, not in the way he'd been for so long. He wanted someone to fill the silence, someone whose presence gave meaning to each breath. His phone buzzed again. Another simple text. "Did you sleep okay?" Archer's thumb hovered over the screen before he typed back. "I slept better than I have in years." He added a smiley face, feeling the familiar flutter in his chest as he hit send. He knew that the road ahead would be complicated. He wasn't sure where this friendship would lead, or if it would ever become something more. But he did know one thing with absolute clarity. He needed Charlotte in his life. He needed her words to guide him through the darkness he'd carried for too long. And for the first time, Archer felt ready to speak his truth, one conversation at a time. The night wrapped around Archer's house like a velvet cloak, soft shadows pooling in corners, and the distant hum of late-night traffic a gentle lullaby. Charlotte and Archer sat side by side on the couch in the living room, the room stripped of its earlier chaos, now quiet save for the low drone of a late-night documentary on Netflix. Charlotte leaned against Archer's shoulder, her legs curled. Beneath her on the worn cushions, Archer's arm draped loosely around her shoulders, his hand resting lightly on her hip. The oversized hoodie she wore smelled faintly of cedarwood and clean laundry, his scent. A comfort she clung to as though it were the last thread of safety left in the world. For the first time since everything had fractured, Charlotte felt genuinely safe. The frantic beating of her heart had slowed to a calm rhythm, and the knot of anxiety in her chest had softened into a gentle warmth. Each breath she took felt unhurried, deliberate, like tasting air for the first time after a long submersion. Archer's presence was an anchor in the hush, his warmth radiating through the fabric of her hoodie into her skin. She let her head fall back against his shoulder and closed her eyes, savoring the simplicity of the moment. No alarms, no panic, no shadows of trauma, just the quiet reassurance of a body beside hers and a heartbeat she knew was steady. He shifted slightly, pressing a soft kiss atop her hair. Charlotte tilted her head to capture a view of him, his eyes fixed on the flickering screen, brows relaxed, jaw unclenched. It was a side of Archer she rarely witnessed, vulnerable, unguarded, and undeniably human. In that gentle curve of his smile, she saw tenderness she had never expected to find in him. The documentary's narration faded into the background as Charlotte's mind drifted, reflecting on how far she'd come in 24 hours. Yesterday, she had been a broken shell, numb, disoriented, consumed by fear. Tonight, she felt whole in a way she hadn't known possible, accepted, seen, protected. Archer cleared his throat quietly, breaking the silence without disrupting. "It's peace." "You okay?" he asked, his voice low and rough around the edges. Charlotte nodded, the movement gentle against his side. "More than okay," she whispered, voice soft with sincerity. "I feel safe." His gaze softened as he turned toward her, eyes reflecting the flickering light like polished onyx. He reached out to brush a loose curl from her face, his fingertips warm and gentle against her skin. "Good," he murmured. "That's all I ever wanted." A surge of gratitude washed through Charlotte, warm and raw. She pressed a light kiss against his forearm, marveling at the paradox of feeling this close to someone who had once been a source of such confusion and pain. "Thank you," she whispered, "for staying." Archer's shoulders relaxed further, a sigh escaping his lips as he pulled her closer. "Always," he replied, the single word carrying the weight of a promise. They settled into silence once more, limbs entwined and hearts synchronized in the quiet stillness. Outside, the world continued its relentless pace. But inside Archer's living room, time had slowed to honor their fragile peace. As the credits rolled and the screen faded to black, Charlotte rested her head against Archer's chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was steady, comforting, proof that she wasn't alone in the darkness she'd wandered. She traced gentle patterns on his arm, imprinting each breath, each beat, into her memory. In that sacred silence, Charlotte realized something profound. Peace wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to surrender to trust despite it. And tonight, in Archer's arms, she made that choice willingly, embracing the warmth of connection over the chill of solitude. The night deepened, and the soft glow of streetlights filtered through the windows, casting gentle patterns on the walls. Together, they sat in the quiet comfort of simply being, two souls finding sanctuary in each other's presence, safe at last from the storm. Charlotte tapped the video call icon with trembling fingers, her heart sinking as Britt's familiar face bloomed onto the screen. Kayla's enthusiastic grin appeared in the second window a beat later, like twin suns blazing warmth she wasn't ready to receive. The two of them were perched side by side on a plush couch, their dorm room buzzing with life as laughter and background chatter filled the frame. "Lottie!" Britt exclaimed, her voice bright and carefree. "We've missed you so much," Kayla chimed in, voice bubbly. "Girl, your life sounds insane. Are you surviving or what?" Charlotte forced a smile, adjusting the laptop perched precariously on her lap in Archer's living room. She wore Archer's hoodie again, the one that smelled faintly of cedarwood, and her hair was still damp from a late-night shower. The contrast between her quiet sanctuary here and the vivacious energy pouring through the screen hit her like a cold gust of wind. "I'm good," she replied softly, her voice sounding smaller than she intended. Britt and Kayla exchanged a glance, a spark of concern flickering in their eyes, but their next words only widened the gap she felt growing between them. "So, are you like dating that football player now?" Kayla teased, leaning forward, as if she could catch a secret breeze. Britt laughed, nudging Kayla playfully. Charlotte's stomach nodded. The question stung not because it was untrue. The complexity of her friendship with Archer was messy enough, but because it reminded her of the gulf between their worlds. She had envisioned this call as a moment of reconnection, a chance to share laughter and ease the loneliness that had settled in her chest. Instead, she felt like an alien spectator, watching her old life through a distorted lens. We're just friends," she said carefully, choosing each word like stepping stones across a river. She expected a flurry of follow-up questions, teasing remarks. Instead, Britt's laughter faded into an uneasy silence. "Right," Britt said finally, her tone less bright. "Friends." The word hung between them, heavy and hollow. Charlotte swallowed hard, her gaze flicking to Kayla, who had suddenly gone quiet, her grin replaced by a tight line. The easy camaraderie they once shared felt brittle now, fractured by miles of difference and the invisible walls they'd both built since arriving on campus. "I'm glad you're okay," Britt said softly, her voice losing its earlier exuberance. "We just worry, Lottie. We miss you." Her words were sincere, but Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling of being out of step, like a note sung off key in a familiar song. The screen crackled slightly as Kayla cleared her throat. "Yeah, I mean, college is crazy, but you should come home sometime, maybe this weekend." Charlotte's chest tightened. The thought of returning home, to the chaos of family expectations and the pressure to appear normal, made her stomach churn. More than anything, she wanted to stay hidden in Archer's world, a safe bubble where no one judged her scars. "I can't," she whispered, the lie tasting bitter on her tongue. "I've got things going on here." She hoped her tone conveyed sincerity, not rejection. Britt's eyes softened with concern. "You know you can talk to us about anything, right? We're your best friends." But Charlotte wasn't sure what anything meant anymore. She wasn't ready to dissect the raw edges of her trauma, nor the tangled feelings swirling between her and Archer. She wasn't ready to expose the vulnerability she'd spent weeks fighting to contain. "No," she said, voice catching. "Thank you." The call ended moments later in a flurry of goodbyes and promises to reconnect soon. But Charlotte remained frozen before the blank screen, the echo of their laughter lingering like ghosts. When she finally closed her laptop, the silence in Archer's living room pressed in, amplifying the emptiness inside her. She curled back into the couch, hugging the hoodie tighter around her frame, as doubt settled like sediment in her mind. Had she changed so much that her best friends no longer recognized her? Or had they remained the same while she evolved into someone unrecognizable? Charlotte exhaled slowly, the weight of her choices heavy in her chest. She missed Britt and Kayla, the comfort of shared history, the ease of laughter without complication. But she also knew that her path forward wouldn't mirror theirs. Her life had been rewritten by trauma, an unexpected connection, and pretending otherwise would only hollow her further. As the city lights outside flickered on, Charlotte let herself sit in the ache of loneliness, a quiet reminder that growth often demanded painful distance. And somewhere between the flicker of regret and resolve, she found a sliver of clarity. She had to honor her own journey, even if it meant walking it alone. Charlotte stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, her features softening with the glow of the overhead light. Yet inside, her thoughts churned with turmoil. The residue of her FaceTime call with Britt and Kayla clung to her like a thick fog, the memory of their laughter now a distant echo tinged with sharp edges. She splashed cold water on her face, hoping to wash away the confusion swirling in her mind. Britt and Kayla had always been her constants, the two bright stars guiding her through childhood and adolescence. Their voices had once filled her world with ease, their jokes a balm for any ache. But since coming to USC, Charlotte felt that bond fraying, replaced by a dissonance she struggled to reconcile. They hadn't meant to hurt her, yet every comment, every casual suggestion about Archer felt like a chisel chipping away at the fragile piece she'd built. She leaned against the sink, fingers trembling as she pressed her palms to the cool porcelain. Why do I feel guilty for wanting something different? The question hung in the silence of the bathroom, echoing her deepest insecurities. Britt and Kayla thrived on social chaos, their college experience a whirlwind of parties and flirtations. Charlotte admired their confidence, but she also envied the ease with which they surrendered themselves to the moment, something she found impossible after the trauma she'd endured. Her reflection blurred as tears stung her eyes. Am I betraying them by choosing a quieter path? She remembered Britt's admonishment, how easily they'd dismissed her feelings as irrational jealousy, as though her loyalty to Archer threatened their long-standing friendship. Kayla's words, cruel and cutting, had slashed through Charlotte's defenses, exposing the raw wound of rejection she'd never healed. Charlotte shut her eyes, inhaling deeply as she steadied herself. The hoodie she wore, Archer's hoodie, felt like a lifeline wrapped around her shoulders. It was a symbol of the sanctuary she'd found in his presence, and the conflict roiling within her made that comfort feel illicit. She should feel gratitude toward Britt and Kayla for standing by her all these years, yet every ounce of her being recoiled at the thought of bending to their expectations. Turning off the faucet, Charlotte wiped her face and stared back at herself. Her reflection bore the quiet determination of someone who had survived far worse than social pressure. She had learned to fight for her own peace, to choose authenticity over conformity. The familiar knot of anxiety tightened in her chest, but beneath it lay a flicker of resolve. She would not let old loyalties dictate her future. Charlotte straightened her shoulders, tracing a finger along the seam of the hoodie as though it were a talisman. She owed Britt and Kayla honesty, not the half-truth she'd offered over the phone. Yet she also owed herself the courage to define her own path, no matter how much it diverged from theirs. Stepping out of the bathroom, Charlotte felt the air shift as she re-entered Archer's living room. He looked up from his phone, concern flickering across his face. His presence was a reminder of the choice she had made, the choice to prioritize safety and authenticity over the pull of old habits. "Hey," he said softly, his voice gentle. "You okay?" She nodded, surprising herself with the steadiness in her reply. "I'm figuring it out." Archer reached for her hand, lacing his fingers through hers with the same tender certainty that had anchored her all night. In that simple touch, Charlotte found the affirmation she needed. It was okay to feel torn, to question her loyalties, and to chart a new course. She didn't have to abandon Britt and Kayla, only redefine what friendship meant. As the night deepened and the house settled into quiet stillness, Charlotte let herself breathe. The tension between past and future would linger, but she knew she possessed the strength to navigate it. In choosing herself, she honored not just her own journey, but the possibility of forging connections rooted in truth, compassion, and unwavering self-respect. Charlotte curled up on her dorm room bed, laptop balanced on her knees as she scrolled through old group photos of herself, Britt, and Kayla. The images captured years of shared history, birthday parties, sleepovers, late-night gossip sessions that had once felt unbreakable. But now, as she compared them to the quiet, comforting presence of Madeline and Emmett, the contrast was impossible to ignore. Britt and Kayla were the hurricane to Madeline and Emmett's gentle breeze. With Britt, every conversation was a performance. Loud laughter, dramatic gestures, constant demands for attention. Kayla's magnetic confidence drew eyes wherever she went, her flirtations unapologetic and relentless. They thrived in the spotlight, living for the rush of social conquest and the validation of crowds. Their friendship with Charlotte had always felt effortless, until it didn't. Charlotte's phone pinged with a message from Britt. "When are you coming home? We miss you." The double exclamation felt like a squeeze around her chest, both warm and suffocating. Britt's excitement carried an expectation that Charlotte would seamlessly rejoin their world, shrug off her trauma, and resume her role as the supportive sidekick in their social escapades. In contrast, Madeline and Emmett embodied a quiet strength that resonated with Charlotte's evolving needs. Madeline's support was unwavering, but unobtrusive. She offered empathy without pity, laughter without judgment. When Charlotte broke down after the party, Madeline had held her and let her cry, then gently insisted they move on, a balance of compassion and resilience that felt profoundly grounding. Emmett, with his easy smile and genuine concern, listened without interruption. He had defended Charlotte's dignity after her assault, his anger directed at injustice rather than at her. His presence felt like a safe harbor, warm, steady, and free of expectation. Unlike Britt and Kayla, who demanded attention, validation, and participation in their whirlwind lives, Madeline and Emmett simply offered friendship on Charlotte's terms. Pulling up photos of her new friends, Charlotte noticed how natural her smiles looked next to theirs. No forced poses, no dramatic posturing, just real moments captured in time, studying together under a tree, laughing over shared snacks, offering a comforting hug in moments of vulnerability. Their connections were woven from shared authenticity, not social obligation. She thought back to Britt's dismissive comments about her obsession with Archer and Kayla's cruel taunts about her past feelings. Those words had sliced through Charlotte's self-esteem, revealing fissures she thought had long healed. The ease with which Britt and Kayla had judged her, using intimacy as ammunition, underscored the toxic undercurrent in their friendship. It wasn't malicious cruelty, but it was careless, self-centered, and incompatible with the person Charlotte was becoming. Madeline's kindness, by contrast, felt deliberate and gentle. It was the kind of friendship that nurtured growth rather than stifling it. Emmett's protective loyalty, standing guard against anything that threatened Charlotte's well-being, affirmed her worth in a way Britt and Kayla never had. With Madeline and Emmett, Charlotte discovered she could be imperfect, broken, and still deeply valued. Her phone buzzed again, a text from Emmett checking in, followed by Madeline's offer to drop by with coffee and a face mask. Charlotte smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. In that moment, she realized that friendship wasn't about history or obligation. It was about presence, respect, and the freedom to be wholly herself. Turning off her laptop, Charlotte reached for her phone and texted Britt and Kayla back with a polite but firm message. She needed space and time to process everything on her own terms. It felt difficult but necessary, a declaration of independence she'd never had the courage to make before. As she slipped her phone into her hoodie pocket, Charlotte settled deeper into her bed. The weight of her old friendships would linger, but the clarity of her new bonds offered solace. In Madeline and Emmett, she had found something precious, friendship built on empathy, trust, and unwavering acceptance. And that, she knew, was worth more than any fleeting moment of social validation. Charlotte woke each morning to the steady hum of her alarm, a deliberate choice she'd made to reclaim control over her life. Gone were the days when she stumbled out of bed in panic, her mind tangled in flashbacks and fear. Now, her routine was simple yet deliberate. Wake, stretch, drink a glass of water, and step outside her dorm into the crisp Los Angeles air for a 5-minute walk around the quad. Each step felt like a small victory over the shadows of her past. The routine was unremarkable on paper. It was simply breathing exercises, journaling, and intentional movement. But to Charlotte, it represented her commitment to healing. She'd learned that trauma didn't vanish overnight. It lingered, in quiet moments, ready to unspool her resolve. Her new routine was her guardrail, a framework built to catch her whenever her anxiety threatened to spiral. By 7 a.m., she'd be back in her room, opening her journal to scribble a few lines, observations, affirmations, gratitude. Writing had become her anchor, a way to ground herself when the weight of yesterday's memories surfaced. She wrote about small victories, a class discussion where she'd spoken up, the comforting aroma of coffee brewing, the unexpected warmth of Archer's text checking on her. She allowed herself to acknowledge the darkness but refused to let it define her. Next came study time. She spread her textbooks neatly across her desk, headphones playing instrumental music low enough not to distract her. She tackled assignments methodically, carving out blocks of focused effort punctuated by brief breaks. During those breaks, she'd scroll through photos of Madeline and Emmett, reminders that kindness and laughter still existed in her world. Their friendship had become a balm, teaching her that connection could heal what solitude only magnified. Lunchtime was reserved for nourishing her body. Avocado toast drizzled with olive oil, a bowl of fresh fruit, green tea. She savored each bite mindfully, grateful for the simple pleasure of feeling hunger and satisfaction without fear. The routine of eating well was a statement. She was worth care and nourishment. Afternoons were for classes, where Charlotte pushed herself to participate more actively than ever before. Each time a professor asked a question, she raised her hand, a quiet rebellion against the voice that had once whispered she was foolish, irrelevant, unworthy of being heard. With every confident answer, she chipped away at that inner critic, replacing doubt with proof of her own capability. Evenings were sacrosanct, a gentle yoga flow to unwind, followed by a warm shower scented with lavender, a deliberate sensory ritual to wash away stress. She settled onto her bed afterward with a novel or a light podcast, allowing her mind to drift toward restful sleep rather than ruminate on past horrors. Before closing her eyes, she repeated a simple affirmation. I am safe. I am healing. I'm enough. But the routine was not without its battles. Some mornings, the panic clawed at her chest before she even opened her eyes, dragging her toward memories she fought desperately to silence. Other nights, insomnia crept in, twisting her mind into knots until she could barely breathe. There were moments when loneliness felt like an ocean pulling her under, and the urge to retreat into old patterns of isolation nearly overwhelmed her. In those moments, she reached out. A text to Madeline, a call to Emmett, or a simple message to Archer asking for reassurance. She reminded herself that vulnerability wasn't weakness, but strength. Each time she leaned on her support network, she rewrote the narrative of her past. She was no longer the helpless girl who needed rescuing. She was the survivor who chose connection over isolation. As weeks turned into months, Charlotte felt the routine solidify into habit. The days blurred less into chaos and more into a mosaic of intention and growth. The echoes of trauma remained, but their power diminished with each conscious choice she made to prioritize her well-being. Standing at her dorm window one evening, watching the sun dip below the skyline, Charlotte allowed herself a quiet smile. She had crafted a life built not on the fear of what had happened, but on the hope of what could be. And that, she realized, was the truest measure of her progress. Charlotte's heart was beating in her throat before she even reached the door. It was late evening. The sky outside her dorm window had slipped into navy blue, and the soft hum of campus life had faded into a gentle hush. She'd just finished folding laundry, settling into the quiet routine that had become her refuge. The knock came suddenly, firm, urgent, and utterly unexpected. Her breath caught as she paused, hand frozen inches from the doorknob. A familiar thud sounded again, resonating through the thin wood like a pulse. For a moment, she thought her mind was playing tricks on her. No one knocks at this hour, she told herself, heart pounding a frantic rhythm. Not unless something's wrong. When Charlotte finally turned the knob and cracked the door open, there he was, Archer Johnson, standing in the dim hallway with that same guarded intensity she'd grown to recognize. The corridor light haloed his tall frame, casting soft shadows that accentuated the sharp angles of his jaw and the breadth of his shoulders. His gaze locked onto hers, and for a suspended heartbeat, the world shrank to just the two of them. "Hey," he said quietly. The single syllable weighted with an unspoken urgency that made her stomach flutter and her breath catch. She swallowed hard, the familiar scent of cedarwood and sweat mingling in the air between them. "Archer," she managed, voice barely above a whisper. The name felt foreign on her tongue, yet it carried the gravity of all the nights they'd spent together. The laughter, the tears, the fragile moments of trust. He shifted his weight, eyes flicking to the hallway behind her, as if confirming he had nowhere else to go. "Can I come in?" Charlotte's throat tightened. She should have hesitated. She'd built walls around herself for a reason. But in that moment, she felt the impulse to open the door wide, to let him step into the sanctuary she'd carved out of pain. She stepped aside wordlessly, heart hammering as he crossed the threshold and entered her world. The silence stretched between them, filled with all the things they hadn't said. Archer stood in the doorway, hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, looking vulnerable in a way she'd rarely witnessed. His usual stoic mask was softened by uncertainty, by the quiet hope reflected in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Charlotte finally asked, voice low and tentative. Every nerve in her body thrummed with anticipation. She felt like she was teetering on the edge of something profound. Archer took a slow step forward, closing the distance until only the slimmest sliver of space separated them. He ran a hand through his damp hair as though steadying himself. "I just needed to see you," he confessed, his voice rough with emotion. "I needed to know you were okay." Her chest tightened, a swirl of warmth and disbelief flooding her senses. The thought that he'd come here, to her dorm, not out of obligation, but out of genuine concern, ignited a spark in her heart. It was a gesture so simple, yet so deeply intimate it left her breathless. "I'm okay," she whispered, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. She reached out, gently brushing a loose curl from his forehead. The contact sent a jolt of electricity through her, anchoring her to the reality of this moment. Archer closed his eyes briefly, leaning into her touch as if drawing strength from it. When he opened them again, they glistened with something like relief, and something else she couldn't quite name. Without another word, he stepped fully into her room and closed the door behind him, the click of the latch sealing them in a world where nothing else existed. Charlotte's heart swelled with emotion, gratitude, wonder, and a quiet thrill at the vulnerability they shared. In the hush of her dorm room, under the soft glow of a single lamp, Charlotte realized that this was more than a simple visit. It was a crossing of boundaries, a silent promise that he was willing to bridge the gap between their worlds. And in that unexpected knock, she felt the first true stirrings of something she had long tried to deny. The hope that maybe, just maybe, they could find their way together. Charlotte barely registered the door closing behind Archer before he stumbled toward her bed, the dim light casting long shadows across his face. His gait was unsteady, and the faint slur in his voice was unmistakable. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, lowering himself onto the mattress with more force than necessary. The bed dipped under his weight, sending a ripple through the comforter. Charlotte perched on the edge, heart pounding with concern. "Archer, are you drunk?" He lifted his head slowly, hair damp and mussed, eyes glassy and unfocused. A lopsided grin tugged at his lips. "Drunk? Me? No way." His laugh was shaky, betraying the lie. Charlotte crossed her arms, trying to steady her nerves. "You've had a lot to drink. You shouldn't be driving like this." Archer's gaze shifted toward the window, shoulders slumping as though the weight of the world pressed him down. His voice grew quieter, raw with something she'd rarely heard. Vulnerability. "I'm tired of being the strong one," he confessed, staring at the floor. "Everyone expects me to be unbreakable." His hand shook as he pushed back stray curls from his forehead. "But I'm not." Charlotte's breath caught. She'd always known Archer as the epitome of control, stoic, unyielding, impervious. To see him unravel so openly struck her like a blow. She moved closer, gently placing a hand on his arm. "You're allowed to be human," she whispered. He let out a humorless laugh, tipping his head back against the headboard. "Human," he echoed, voice thick. "Sounds nice, doesn't it?" He closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, meeting her gaze with unguarded intensity. "I hate feeling like I'm alone in this, like no one sees the storm raging underneath." His thumb rubbed circles into her hand. "Everyone expects Archer Johnson, the quarterback, the winner, the stoic asshole. But what about the guy who dreads going home to empty silence?" Charlotte's chest tightened with empathy. She understood that loneliness, the hollow ache that lingered despite being surrounded by people. "You're not alone," she said softly, her thumb returning the circle on his palm. He stared at her, tears shimmering in his eyes. "I don't want pity," he said, voice rough. I want someone who gets it, someone who doesn't see me as a project or a hero, someone who sees me as me." Charlotte swallowed hard. His honesty had laid bare the fracture lines beneath his facade. She squeezed his hand firmly. "I see you," she said, voice steady. "I see all of you." A tremor passed through Archer as he absorbed her words. He let out a ragged breath and shifted to sit up, pulling her into a tight, unsteady hug. Charlotte's arms encircled him, feeling the taut tension in his shoulders begin to ease. The smell of cedarwood and whiskey mingled with her senses, a pungent reminder of the night's raw intimacy. When he finally pulled back, his gaze was softer, less guarded. "Thank you," he whispered, voice barely audible. "I didn't know how much I needed to say that." Charlotte brushed a stray curl from his forehead, her fingers lingering against his skin. "You don't have to be perfect," she murmured. "You just have to be here." As they sat together in the quiet darkness, Archer's confession hung between them like a fragile truth. For the first time, Charlotte realized that beneath his towering presence lay a man craving connection, a man just as vulnerable and afraid as she had been, and in that shared moment of raw honesty, the boundaries between them dissolved, leaving only the steady pulse of two hearts learning to trust each other with their darkest fears. Charlotte wrapped her arms around Archer again, holding him with a gentleness that surprised even her. His body trembled against hers, the tremors born of exhaustion, shame, and the relief of finally unburdening a secret he'd carried alone for so long. She pressed her cheek against his shoulder, letting the warmth of his skin seep into her own, steadying her breath. "It's okay," she whispered, voice soft but firm. "You don't have to carry everything by yourself." Archer's grip loosened slightly, the rigid tension in his frame melting into something vulnerable and open. For so long, she'd known him as a fortress, impenetrable, stoic, distant. Tonight, she saw the man behind the walls, someone weighed down by expectations, haunted by a loneliness he'd never voiced until now. She pulled back just enough to look at him. His eyes, rimmed red and glassy, met hers with a raw honesty that cut through her defenses. He wasn't just the star quarterback she'd always avoided in high school. He was someone grappling with pain and yearning for connection. In that moment, Charlotte understood how profoundly that loneliness had shaped him, how his gruff exterior had been less about indifference and more about survival. "I get it," she said quietly. "I know what it's like to feel invisible in a crowded room, to pretend you're fine when you're anything but." Her own heart thudded with recognition of the wounds they shared, wounds she'd spent years hiding behind a mask of independence. "You don't have to pretend with me." Archer swallowed hard, blinking back tears. He looked at her with something that felt like awe, as though he was seeing her for the first time too. Why do you care?" he asked, voice cracking. "Why would you want to know the real me?" Charlotte traced a finger along his jawline, gentle enough to reassure yet deliberate in its touch. "Because you matter," she answered simply. "And because I know how much it hurts to feel unseen. I don't want you to carry that alone anymore." His breath caught, and for a long moment they held each other in silence, the unspoken truth settling between them like a fragile truce against the darkness. Charlotte could feel his heartbeat slow beneath her hand, matching the rhythm of her own. A quiet reminder that they were alive, together, in this moment. She shifted to look him in the eyes, steady and unwavering. "You deserve someone who sees you," she continued, her voice steadier now. "Not the quarterback, not the tough guy, but Archer. The person who laughs too loud, who fights his own demons, who cares fiercely even when he can't admit it." Archer's eyes glistened as he absorbed her words. The barriers he'd spent years reinforcing seemed to crumble, brick by brick, under the gentle force of her acceptance. For the first time, Charlotte glimpsed the vulnerability that lay at his core, the part of him that had been starving for understanding and compassion. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted, voice raw. "But I want to try." Charlotte smiled, a warmth blossoming in her chest. "We'll figure it out together," she promised, "one step at a time." He nodded slowly, a flicker of relief and hope brightening his features. In that moment, Charlotte felt a profound shift within herself too. She wasn't just comforting him. She was forging a connection that transcended fear, rewriting the story of her own loneliness alongside his. As the night deepened around them, they sat entwined on Archer's bed, finding solace in the simple truth that they no longer had to face their struggles alone. And in that shared silence, a new kind of intimacy blossomed. One rooted in empathy, trust, and the courageous act of being seen. Charlotte felt the weight of the moment pressing in on her like a tidal wave, the quiet intimacy, the raw vulnerability between them, and knew the only way forward was through words. She straightened slightly, searching Archer's face for any flicker of hesitation, then took a breath and began to speak. "I'm scared," she confessed, voice soft but steady. "Scared of what happens if I let myself care again. Scared of losing control." Her hands trembled as she gestured toward herself, tracing invisible patterns in the air. "But I also know I can't go back to who I was before. I can't pretend like everything's okay when it isn't." Archer nodded slowly, his dark eyes locked onto hers, urging her to continue. His grip tightened around her knee, not possessive, but reassuring, a silent command to pour out her truth. Charlotte's throat tightened with emotion as she spoke the next words, each one trembling with the force of her vulnerability. "I spent so long burying everything I felt: shame, guilt, confusion. I told myself that independence meant never asking for help. But all it did was leave me isolated, broken." She paused, letting her confession hang between them like fragile glass. Archer's face softened, and Charlotte saw the reflection of her own pain mirrored in his eyes. That connection fueled her courage. "I want to heal," she continued, voice steadier now. "But I need someone who won't let me fall back into old patterns. Someone who'll listen, even when I'm not making sense. Someone who won't judge me for my past." Archer leaned forward, his forehead nearly brushing hers. His voice was a hushed murmur, heavy with sincerity. "Keep talking," he urged. "I'm listening." Those words unlocked something deep within Charlotte, a permission she'd never given herself. She inhaled sharply, then let the floodgates open. She spoke of the terror she felt on that fateful night when she realized she'd been drugged, of the panic that had consumed her mind, and the shame that had followed. She recounted the isolation she'd felt in the aftermath, convinced that everyone would see her as weak if they knew the truth. Archer listened without interruption, his hand sliding from her knee to clasp hers firmly. His steady presence anchored her words, allowing them to flow freely, raw and unfiltered. "I hated feeling powerless," Charlotte admitted, tears pooling in her eyes. "I hated that I couldn't protect myself. And when Archer showed up, when you helped me, I felt both grateful and terrified. Grateful that someone cared enough to stay. Terrified because I didn't know if I could ever repay you." Her gaze flickered upward, meeting Archer's with fierce honesty. "But I realized I don't owe you anything except the truth. I owe myself the chance to move forward." Archer's thumb stroked her knuckles, his silence more comforting than any words could be. When Charlotte's confession tapered off, he pressed his lips against her forehead, a gesture so tender it brought fresh tears to her cheeks. "You don't have to repay me," he whispered. "Just keep talking. I want to know everything, Your fears, your hopes, even the messy parts you think make you less worthy. I want it all. Charlotte's breath shuddered with relief, the final threads of her defenses unraveling. She realized that this moment, this raw, unguarded exchange, was the turning point she'd needed. In opening herself completely, she found not judgment, but acceptance. She nodded against Archer's chest, letting herself be held in his warmth. The words had changed something fundamental within her. The knowledge that healing wasn't a solitary journey. It was forged in shared vulnerability, in the courage to keep talking even when it hurt. And as they sat together in the hush of Archer's bedroom, Charlotte knew that this act of truth was the most important step toward reclaiming herself. Charlotte's heartbeat settled into a steady rhythm as the raw honesty between them ebbed into a comforting silence. She lifted her head from Archer's chest, her eyes meeting his with an unspoken gratitude that words could no longer capture. The space between friendship and something more felt charged, a delicate boundary illuminated by the flickering glow of the television screen they'd left paused. Archer's gaze softened, the lines of tension around his eyes easing into a warmth she recognized as tenderness. He shifted slightly, tilting his head toward her with a silent question. Charlotte's breath caught in her throat as she realized what hung in that unspoken moment. An invitation to cross the line from platonic to intimate. Her pulse quickened as she leaned in, guided by something deeper than desire. A quiet yearning to connect beyond words, to seal the vulnerability they'd shared with a gesture that spoke of safety and care. Her lips brushed against the warm skin of Archer's forehead, light as a whisper, but laden with all the trust she'd dared to place in him. The contact was electric yet gentle, a tender acknowledgement of the fragile space they now inhabited. Archer's eyes closed at the touch, his body relaxing further as though she had unlocked a door he'd long kept bolted. Charlotte felt the solidity of him, the steady beat of his heart, the rise and fall of his breath, and it anchored her in a profound stillness. When she pulled back slightly, their foreheads rested together, breaths mingling in the quiet hush. Archer's gaze held hers, an intensity softened by gratitude and something deeper, a vulnerability rarely offered to the world. In that look, Charlotte saw the raw edges of his soul, laid bare and trusting. She began, voice barely, more than a breath. But Archer placed a finger gently against her lips, silencing her with a tenderness that left her breathless. He reached up, cupping her cheek with a large, calloused hand. The contrast between his rough skin and the softness of her own face was striking, like two worlds colliding in a single moment of connection. His thumb traced a gentle line along her jaw, each stroke deliberate and unhurried. "I'm here," he whispered, voice husky with emotion. "I'm right here." Charlotte closed her eyes, letting the moment settle into her bones. It wasn't a passionate kiss. It was something quieter, more profound, a promise sealed in softness. She felt the weight of her fears lift, replaced by a warmth that spread through her like sunlight breaking through clouds. When she opened her eyes, Archer's expression held a tender sincerity that left her breathless. The intimacy of that single gesture, a kiss to the forehead, transcended words, forging a bond built on trust, respect, and the courage to be seen fully. Charlotte smiled, a soft curve that spoke of relief and joy. She leaned in again, pressing her lips lightly to his forehead once more, her heart echoing the quiet promise they'd made without uttering another syllable. In the silence that followed, they remained entwined, two souls navigating the fragile threshold between friendship and something deeper. The world outside could wait. In that moment, all that mattered was the gentle affirmation of connection and the knowledge that they had crossed into a new chapter together, one defined not by fear, but by the quiet power of intimacy. The Baitik, early afternoon sunlight filtered through the glass doors of the mall, casting a warm glow over Archer and Charlotte as they stepped inside. Archer had suggested they pick out a birthday gift for his mom, and the simplicity of the errand felt like a breath of fresh air after the intensity of the past 24 hours. He led the way with a tentative confidence, shoulders squared, yet relaxed, while Charlotte followed close behind, her hoodie swapped for a light cardigan and jeans. The air smelled faintly of cinnamon from a nearby bakery kiosk, mingling with the distant buzz of conversation and the soft murmur of music overhead. Their first stop was a boutique home goods store, its entrance flanked by scented candles and decorative bowls. Charlotte watched Archer scan the neatly arranged shelves, brows furrowed in concentration as he ran a hand over various jars of bath salts and artisan soaps. He rarely spoke in these moments, but his quiet presence was steady, a reassuring anchor as she sifted through gift options. "Mom loves lavender," he finally murmured, lifting a small tin of floral-scented bath soak. His voice was low, thoughtful, stripped of the guarded snark that often coated his words. Charlotte nodded, offering a soft smile. It was a simple detail, but it spoke volumes. He remembered what mattered to her mother, even amid the chaos of his own life. Charlotte selected a matching lavender-scented candle, its glass jar catching the light like a jewel. They exchanged approving glances before Archer reached for a set of bath bombs, a tropical blend he'd overheard his mom mention weeks ago. Their selections balanced practicality with indulgence, each choice a small act of care. As they moved to the checkout, Archer opened his wallet with a shy hesitation, fumbling for his card. Charlotte noticed and slid forward, offering to pay for half. "I want to," she insisted, voice firm but kind. Archer met her eyes and nodded, grateful but slightly embarrassed by the gesture. Outside the store, they carried their purchases together, the bags rustling softly between them. Charlotte suggested grabbing coffee before heading to the next stop, a small bookstore where Archer hoped to find a biography his mom had mentioned loving. Over steaming cups of iced lattes in a quiet corner of the food court, their conversation drifted effortlessly from gift ideas to campus life. Archer's usual guarded demeanor softened further as he recounted funny moments from practice, his voice laced with laughter Charlotte rarely heard. She found herself chuckling along, delighting in the ease of their banter. "Remember when you insisted on making pancakes at 3 a.m?" Archer teased, recalling a childhood memory he'd shared earlier. Charlotte's cheeks warmed as she admitted to giggling at his mom's exasperation that night. The shared recollection created a gentle intimacy between them, a bonding woven through laughter and simple honesty. When they arrived at the bookstore, Archer navigated the aisles with a focused determination that Charlotte found endearing. He flipped through titles with care, pausing to read blurbs aloud in a quiet murmur that made her smile. Watching him search for the perfect gift revealed layers of tenderness she hadn't expected to see. Here was a man who, beneath his hardened exterior, harbored a deep devotion to his family. They finally found the biography, a well-loved paperback with creased edges and a bookmarked page. Archer's relief was palpable as he placed it in the bag, his shoulders loosening as though a burden had lifted. Charlotte felt a swell of warmth in her chest, pride in him for caring so deeply, and gratitude for the chance to witness this softer side. Outside the bookstore, they paused in the sunshine, shopping bags balanced in their hands. Archer glanced at Charlotte, a tentative smile playing on his lips. "Thank you for helping," he said quietly, voice sincere. Charlotte returned the smile, her heart full. "Thank you for letting me," she replied. In that moment, the bond between them felt effortless and profound, a quiet partnership, formed not from grand declarations, but from the shared act of choosing a gift with love and intention. As they walked back toward Archer's truck, side by side, the mall's hum faded into the background. In its place was the simple reassurance that, together, they could navigate life's small moments, and perhaps the larger ones too. They left the bookstore arm in arm, strolling through the mall's broad corridors with an easy rhythm that felt new and exhilarating to Charlotte. Sunlight streamed through the high skylights, illuminating the sleek tile floor and casting their long shadows ahead of them like a single silhouette. Archer glanced down at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes that sent warmth bubbling through her chest. "Race you to the fountain," he challenged, breaking the easy silence with a playful grin. Charlotte's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Archer rarely initiated spontaneity, but she couldn't resist. "You're on," she replied, springing into a jog. His laughter rang out behind her, deep and genuine, as he followed at a steady pace. They rounded the corner together, feet skidding slightly on the polished floor, and skidded to a stop at the edge of the central fountain, a circular cascade of water sparkling in the afternoon light. Charlotte panted, hands on her knees, her hoodie slipping off one shoulder. Archer leaned against the ledge, hands tucked into his pockets, his chest heaving with exertion. "Not bad for someone who's supposed to be fragile," he teased, voice low and amused. Charlotte shot him a mock glare before swiping at his shoulder playfully. "Watch it, Johnson. I'm not done warming up." He caught her hand mid-swipe, pulling her close until their faces hovered inches apart. His breath was warm against her skin, and the faint scent of cedar wood mingled with the sweetness of her own shampoo. Charlotte's heart pounded so loudly she was certain he could hear it. "See?" he murmured, thumb brushing against her palm. Strong. Her cheeks flushed, and she ducked her gaze to the fountain's shimmering water. The distance between them crackled with unspoken electricity, a heady mix of excitement and vulnerability. Charlotte felt both exhilarated and vulnerable, as though each beat of her heart was an invitation to step closer into his orbit. Archer tilted her chin gently upward, meeting her gaze with a softness that made her breath hitch. "Let's grab something to eat," he suggested, voice hushed yet earnest. "I'm starving." She nodded, her lips curving into a shy smile. Together they meandered toward the food court, their shoulders brushing with each step, sending little jolts of warmth through her body. The bustle of the mall faded into background noise. Laughter, chatter, the clatter of trays. As Charlotte focused on the way Archer's presence made her feel grounded, yet electrified. At a taco stand, they each ordered a simple meal, 2 carne asada tacos with extra salsa and lime. Archer handed Charlotte her food with a flourish, grinning like a mischievous child. She bit into hers, the spice and citrus bursting on her tongue, and closed her eyes in delight. "See? I know what you like," Archer said, watching her reaction, with a mixture of pride and amusement. Charlotte opened her eyes, smiling through the bite. "You remember that from our first day here," she replied, voice warm. "How did you even know?" He shrugged nonchalantly, but his eyes gleamed with sincerity. "I pay attention to the little things." Her heart tightened at the weight of his words. It wasn't grand gestures that defined their bond, but these small moments, the effortless ways he tuned into her preferences, the playful teasing that danced around deeper emotions. They settled at a nearby table, tacos in hand, and fell into comfortable conversation. Light banter about classes, shared jokes about the absurdity of college life, and playful challenges over who could eat the spiciest taco without flinching. Each laugh, each glance, wove an invisible thread between them, strengthening the fragile trust that had blossomed overnight. At one point, Archer reached across the table and lightly flicked a bit of salsa onto Charlotte's nose. She gasped, in mock indignation before laughing, wiping it away with a napkin. He laughed with her, a deep sound that reverberated in her chest like a promise. Their easy chemistry was undeniable, not the frantic intensity of first infatuation, but a steady, simmering warmth that spoke of connection and possibility. Charlotte realized she was no longer fighting the pull she'd once resisted. In the midst of casual conversation and shared laughter, she felt the comforting certainty of belonging. As they finished their meal and gathered their trays, Archer offered his hand. Charlotte placed hers in his, the contact familiar yet charged with new meaning. Together, they walked back through the mall's winding corridors, their shadows entwined beneath the glow of afternoon light. Two souls finding solace and joy in the simple act of being together. The roar of the crowd was thunderous, a living beast pulsing beneath the bright lights of the USC stadium. Archer jogged out onto the field for warm-ups, each step heavy with expectation. His cleats thudded against turf that had been trod by legends, each blade whispering demands he'd spent a lifetime trying to outrun. He caught sight of his father in the stands, arms crossed, jaw clenched, eyes razor-focused. The same eyes that had never missed a mistake, even when Archer was 10 and still learning how to lace up his cleats. His mother sat beside him, face painted with pride, but shadowed by unease, torn between loyalty to her son and tolerance of her husband's relentless criticism. Archer's chest tightened as he called signals to his teammates, voice steady but tension coiling beneath his skin. He'd mastered the art of compartmentalization, channeling anger into precise throws, frustration into perfect footwork. But beneath the practiced exterior lay a raw nerve of anxiety that flared under his father's gaze, a reminder that nothing less than perfection would ever be enough. Each drill became a crucible. The click of pads, the slap of leather, the shouts of coaches, all converged into a singular truth he'd never escaped. He played not for love of the game, but for approval he'd spent decades chasing. With every catch, every yard gained, Archer fought the urge to glance upward, fearing his father's inevitable glare of disappointment. The contrast between the field's frenzy and the memory of Charlotte's easy laughter was stark. In her presence, he felt something unfamiliar. Permission to breathe, permission to be imperfect. She hadn't demanded flawless performance or stoic silence. Instead, she offered understanding, a refuge from the constant push to prove himself. His gaze flicked to the sidelines, scanning the sea of faces until it found hers. Charlotte sat among the sparse student section, bathed in stadium light, but seemingly untouched by the chaos around her. Her sweater hung loose and comfortable. Her eyes sparkled with genuine excitement rather than critical scrutiny. She leaned forward, 2 thumbs up, a smile lighting her face in a way that cut through the cacophony of noise. Archer's heart clenched. Here was a reminder of what he craved most: acceptance without condition. No expectations, no scorecards tallying his worth. Her presence alone was a lifeline, tethering him to something real amid the manufactured adrenaline of the game. Coach's whistle blew, pulling Archer back into focus. The next drill began, but the weight on his shoulders felt lighter now. Not gone, but shared by the quiet strength of someone who believed in him beyond wins and losses. Each snap of the ball, each sprint across the turf, was tempered by the knowledge that Charlotte's gaze offered a sanctuary he couldn't find anywhere else. As the warm-ups wound down and the stadium lights blazed brighter, Archer squared his shoulders and inhaled deeply. The pressure from his father remained, a silent specter at the edge of his vision. But he carried something else now, a quiet resolve born from Charlotte's unwavering support. When the game whistle finally blew, Archer stepped onto the field not just as the team's quarterback, but as a man learning to redefine success. His father's approval would always loom, but tonight, under the glaring lights and roaring crowd, he knew he played for more than validation. He played for the freedom Charlotte had shown him, the freedom to be flawed, to be human, and to keep moving forward with someone by his side who saw him for who he truly was. The stadium lights burned bright overhead as Archer jogged off the field after the first quarter, adrenaline still pulsing through his veins. His cleats pounded the sideline turf, but his gaze was locked upward, scanning the stands until he spotted her. Charlotte, perched on the edge of a row, her oversized hoodie wrapped around her like a shield. Even in the distance, he could see the way her eyes tracked his every move, the slight rise of her shoulders when the crowd roared. A familiar surge of protectiveness slammed into him, sharper than any hit he'd taken on the field. He ducked beneath the stadium tunnel, racing toward the stairs 2 at a time until he burst into the concourse and climbed toward her section. The noise of the game faded into the background as he focused on her lone figure, the only calm amid the sea of cheering fans. When Archer reached the row where Charlotte sat, she turned at the sound of his footsteps, surprise widening her eyes before they softened into relief. He didn't bother with pleasantries or explanations. Instead, he reached her side and slid onto the seat next to her, his presence a shield against the cacophony around them. "Hey," he said quietly, voice low but fierce with intensity. Charlotte's lips curved into a small, tentative smile. "Hey," she replied softly, though her body language betrayed the tension she'd been carrying. Her shoulders hunched slightly, as if bracing for something unknown. Archer leaned in, his shoulder brushing hers, creating a boundary against the throng of strangers pressing into their shared space. The crowd's cheers washed over them like distant thunder, but between them it felt muted, filtered through the solidity of his presence. "You good?" he asked, his voice rough but gentle. She nodded, her gaze flicking nervously across the field. "I'm fine," she said, though her tone carried a fragility that pierced Archer's heart. His jaw tightened. He hated seeing her unsettled, hated knowing that she navigated the world alone while he shouldered the responsibility of her safety. Without thinking, he shifted his body, angling himself to partially shield her from view. A subtle gesture meant only for her eyes. Charlotte glanced at him, confusion and gratitude mingling in her gaze. "Archer." He pressed a finger to her lips, cutting off her words with a quiet urgency. "Just sit with me," he whispered. "No one's going to bother you while I'm here." Her breathing slowed as she leaned into his side, her shoulder pressing against his chest. The warmth of him radiated through the fabric of his jersey, grounding her in a way nothing else could. For a moment, the roar of the stadium seemed distant, a backdrop to the hush that settled between them. Charlotte tucked her legs beneath her, turning slightly to face him. Her eyes searched his, as though seeking confirmation that his promise wasn't an empty one. Archer met her gaze steadily, his expression fierce with protectiveness and something deeper, a raw intensity that spoke volumes without words. The next play began, players flooding the field beneath the glaring lights. Archer's focus returned to the game, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on Charlotte. Every snap of the ball, every line of scrimmage, echoed in his chest as a reminder of why he played. He wasn't just there for the win. He was there to ensure she felt safe, to prove that she mattered beyond every yard gained. Charlotte watched him from the corner of her eye, noting the shift in his posture, the way his shoulders squared, his jaw set in determined lines. In that moment, she realized the depth of his devotion. It wasn't simply attraction. It was a fierce elemental need to protect her from harm, physical and emotional. When the quarter ended, Archer turned fully toward her, exhaling a breath he'd been holding. "You okay?" he asked again, softer this time. Charlotte nodded, a genuine smile blooming across her face for the first time since she'd arrived. "I am," she said quietly. "Thank you." He offered a small, guarded grin, a silent acknowledgement of the bond forming between them. They remained side by side as the next quarter began, two souls finding solace in the midst of chaos. And in that shared silence, Charlotte knew she had found more than friendship. She had found a protector and an ally who saw her worth and would stand guard against the world's storms. Charlotte slipped into the restaurant beside Archer, the smell of garlic and roasted vegetables mingling with the low murmur of other diners celebrating weekend dinners. The table reserved for the Johnson family was already set, pristine white linens, polished silverware, and a small wrapped gift resting beside Archer's mother's plate. Archer's mom beamed when she saw him, pulling him into a warm embrace that contrasted sharply with the rigid posture of the man seated at the head of the table. His father's presence was immediate and suffocating. From the moment Archer walked in, his father's gaze had been fixed on him, sharp, critical, and unblinking. It was the same look Archer had known all his life, a silent assessment that measured worth by perfection rather than love. "Happy birthday, Mom," Archer said softly as he placed the gift in front of her. Her smile faltered briefly at the edge of worry, a familiar dance between mother and son that Archer knew all too well. Across the table, Charlotte slid into her seat, glancing nervously between Archer's parents. She could feel the tension, crackling in the air like static. The contrast between the warmth of Archer's mother and the cool disapproval radiating from his father was stark. "Thank you, sweetheart," Mrs. Johnson replied, her voice warm and genuine. She turned her attention to Charlotte with a welcoming smile. "Charlotte, it's so good to finally meet you." Charlotte nodded, offering a tentative smile. "It's wonderful to meet you too, Mrs. Johnson. Happy birthday." Before Mrs. Johnson could respond, Archer's father cleared his throat loudly. "Let's get started," he said, his tone clipped. "I'd like to discuss the upcoming season and your performance, Archer." The way he directed the conversation away from celebration to critique felt like a slap. Archer stiffened but forced a polite nod. His father continued, his words laced with a harsh edge as he dissected every play Archer had executed on the field that afternoon. Each criticism landed like a blow, robbing the moment of any joy and casting a long shadow over the table. Charlotte shifted uncomfortably, her gaze flicking between Archer's mother, her expression etched with sadness, and Archer himself. She could see the tension etched in his jaw, the way his hands clenched into fists under the table. The man who had offered her safety and understanding now seemed trapped in the same cycle of expectation and disappointment. When Archer's father finally paused, Mrs. Johnson gently interjected. "Let's not spoil the evening, dear," she said softly, her voice carrying a blend of defiance and heartbreak. "It is my birthday, after all." Her words hung in the air, a fragile attempt to reclaim warmth. Archer's father scowled but didn't argue further. He shifted his attention to Charlotte with a cool gaze that felt like a silent test. Dinner continued in strained silence. Archer's mother attempted to steer the conversation toward lighter topics: family memories, Archer's childhood antics, Charlotte's life at USC, but the tension remained palpable. Archer sat quietly, nodding politely, but clearly drained by his father's presence. Charlotte felt an ache in her chest for him. She reached across the table and placed her hand gently over his. He looked at her, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes before he returned his attention to his mother. When dessert arrived, a small chocolate cake with a single candle, Archer's mother insisted on making a wish. Archer's father watched impassively as she blew out the flame, then immediately launched into comments about Archer's conditioning and off-season training schedule. The moment was shattered. Charlotte pressed her thumb into Archer's hand, under the table, anchoring him with a silent gesture of support. In that tense restaurant booth, she recognized the heavy burden he carried, the constant need to prove himself to a father who measured love in achievements rather than affection. As the dinner wound to a close, Archer's father finally stood, signaling it was time to leave. Archer followed him out with measured steps, shoulders squared, but eyes distant. Charlotte gathered her purse and approached Mrs. Johnson. "It was a lovely evening," she said gently, her voice soft with empathy. Mrs. Johnson nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Outside the restaurant, Archer paused under the streetlights, leaning against the cool brick wall. Charlotte stepped beside him, careful to maintain the comforting silence he needed. His father's car pulled away in the distance, leaving behind a silence heavy with unspoken words. Archer turned to her, his voice low and raw. "Thank you for being there." Charlotte reached up, brushing a stray curl from his forehead. "Always," she whispered. In that quiet moment, they stood together, two wounded souls seeking refuge in each other's company, amid the lingering tension of expectations and familial pressures. Archer's footsteps echoed hollowly down the sidewalk as he moved away from the restaurant's glow, leaving Charlotte standing alone beneath the amber streetlights. Each stride carried the weight of exhaustion and silent frustration, a visceral need to escape the suffocating pressure of his father's expectations. He turned a corner into a quiet side street, where the din of the dinner party faded into distant murmurs. The night air was cool, tinged with the faint scent of exhaust and blooming jasmine from a nearby planter. Archer inhaled deeply, letting the chill wash over him as he tried to shake the tight knot in his chest. His mind replayed the evening like a broken record. His father's clipped criticisms, the oppressive glare that felt more punitive than paternal, and the brittle smiles forced by his mother's desperate attempts to salvage her birthday celebration. Each memory sharpened the ache behind his ribs, a familiar pain he'd learned to swallow in silence. But tonight, silence felt like drowning. He found himself at the edge of the campus green, a sprawling lawn dotted with trees and empty benches. The darkness here was comforting, wrapping around him like a cloak that hid his vulnerability from the world. Archer walked to a bench beneath an oak and sat, shoulders hunched, hands braced against the cool metal armrests. Charlotte's presence lingered in his mind, her warmth, her quiet empathy, the way her hand had pressed against his under the table. She had offered him something rare, acceptance without judgment. But her kindness also magnified his self-loathing, exposing the chasm between the man she saw and the man he believed himself to be. Archer's phone buzzed in his pocket, but he ignored it, letting the screen go dark. Texts from teammates celebrating the win, messages from coaches praising his performance, all hollow words that carried no comfort. He wanted none of it tonight. His gaze drifted upward to the sky, where stars blinked through gaps in the branches. The vastness above reminded him of how small he felt, a single flawed figure adrift beneath an indifferent universe. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms until pain bloomed like fiery petals. It grounded him, brought him back to the raw, burning truth he couldn't escape. He was alone with his demons. A soft rustle drew his attention. Charlotte stepped into the moonlight, her face illuminated by its gentle glow. She approached without hesitation, her footsteps measured and sure, as though she knew exactly where to find him. Archer's breath hitched at the sight of her, a mix of relief and apprehension swirling in his chest. "Hey," she said softly, sliding onto the bench beside him. The space between them was narrow, but she respected its boundary, letting him lead their silence. Archer stared at his hands, trying to steady his breath. "I'm sorry," he finally muttered, voice rough. "I couldn't do it." Charlotte's hand found his, her fingers weaving through his in a gentle grip that anchored him to the moment. "It's okay," she whispered, her tone steady. "You don't have to explain." He swallowed hard, the lump in his throat tightening. "I hate letting her down," he admitted, voice low. "I hate feeling like I'm never enough." Charlotte's thumb stroked his knuckles in slow circles, each movement a soothing reassurance. "You are enough," she said quietly. "You don't need to earn your worth through perfection." Archer turned to look at her, searching her face for any hint of doubt. Instead, he found unwavering compassion, a mirror reflecting the humanity he'd tried to bury. Her presence didn't fix anything, but it offered something far more precious: understanding. He exhaled shakily, letting the tension ebb away in small increments. The ache remained, but it was no longer suffocating. He leaned back against the bench, shoulders relaxing for the first time all night. Charlotte stayed beside him in comfortable silence, her hand warm against his. Above them, the stars wheeled in silent arcs across the sky, witnessing the quiet surrender of a man learning to let go. if only for a moment, of the weight he'd carried alone for too long. Charlotte wrapped her arms tighter around Archer's trembling frame, feeling the tremors in his body slowly ebb as they stood beneath the arching canopy of the urban park's ancient oaks. Night had settled fully now, and the soft glow of the moon filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across their entwined forms. The distant hum of the city had faded, replaced by the rhythmic whisper of wind, stirring through branches and the faint chirp of crickets. Archer pressed his forehead into the crown of Charlotte's head, his breath warm against her hair. She held him steady, each heartbeat against her chest a reminder that he was still here, fragile, broken, but still choosing to stand beside her. For all his bravado on the field and cold detachment elsewhere, this was the raw truth of him. A man desperate for understanding and incapable of facing his own pain alone. "I'm sorry," he murmured, voice rough with emotion. "I'm sorry. I pushed you away. I'm sorry for everything." Charlotte gently lifted his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Her eyes glistened in the moonlight, tender, unwavering. "You don't have to apologize," she whispered. "We both have scars. We both carry wounds." She brushed her thumb across his cheek, tracing the path of a tear he hadn't wiped away. Tonight wasn't just about you needing protection. It was about both of us finding safety in each other. Archer's shoulders slumped as the weight of her words settled in him. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the fragile relief that coursed through his veins. In that moment of forgiveness, both given and received, the heavy burden he'd carried alone began to dissolve. Charlotte stepped closer, her body pressing into his with an unspoken vow of solidarity. "You don't have to carry everything on your own," she continued softly. "I'm here, not because I feel obligated, but because I choose you, because I believe in you." His breath hitched, raw emotion flickering across his face before. It was buried under layers of guarded resolve. But Charlotte saw it all, the vulnerability, the fear, the desperate hope. She traced the line of his jaw again, committing every detail to memory. The faint stubble, the curve of his lips, the fleck of warmth in his eyes. Archer's arms wrapped around her in return, pulling her into a bone-deep embrace that spoke of gratitude, relief, and something unspoken but profound. Their bodies fit together like puzzle pieces, each offering stability to the other's uncertainty. In that embrace, the past, with its pain and regret, lost its power. They weren't defined by what had happened to them. They were defined by this moment of mutual acceptance. Charlotte rested her cheek against his chest, listening to the steady cadence of his heartbeat. It was a rhythm she knew she could trust. Her tears soaked into his shirt, but he made no move to pull away. Instead, he tightened his hold, as though anchoring himself to the promise of connection. After what felt like both an eternity and a heartbeat, Archer finally pulled back enough to look into her eyes. His gaze was raw and unfiltered, filled with an intensity that took Charlotte's breath away. He pressed his lips gently to her forehead, a kiss that carried the weight of every apology and the hope of every tomorrow. "I don't deserve you," he whispered, voice hoarse. Charlotte shook her head firmly, brushing her fingers through his damp hair. "That's not how forgiveness works," she said quietly. "It's not about deserving. It's about choosing to let go and move forward." Under the silent witness of the stars, they held each other until the tension in their bodies melted away completely. In that park, on that cool night, Charlotte and Archer forged a bond stronger than fear, a bond built on forgiveness, understanding, and the quiet courage to trust in each other's humanity. Charlotte walked home alone beneath the silver sweep of moonlight, her hoodie pulled tight around her shoulders, as though it could shield her from the whirlwind of emotions swirling inside her chest. Each step echoed softly on the empty sidewalk, a rhythmic reminder that she was moving forward, yet uncertain of the direction. Her mind replayed the night's intimate moments in a relentless loop. Archer's raw confession in the park, the vulnerability that had cracked his stoic exterior, the gentle forgiveness they'd shared beneath the stars. She'd felt a fierce protectiveness for him, a deep compassion. But alongside those comforting currents surged something darker and more complicated, a stirring in her heart she couldn't quite name. Was it love? Or a desperate need born from shared trauma and the intoxicating relief of feeling safe again? Charlotte pressed her palms to her temples, as if she could physically massage away the confusion knotted inside her skull. She'd spent years guarding her emotions, burying any hint of romantic longing beneath layers of self-preservation. Love had always felt like a fragile gamble, one she'd lost before, leaving her wounded and wary. But now, standing in the quiet glow of streetlights, she confronted a truth she'd spent months denying. Her feelings for Archer went far beyond friendship. Her breath caught as she recalled the way his chest had felt beneath her ear, the warmth of his skin, the steady thump of his heartbeat that seemed to sync with her own, those tender kisses, first on his forehead, then the gentle press of his lips against hers, had ignited something raw and undeniable. Charlotte's heart pounded against her ribs like a caged bird desperate to be freed. She shook her head, forcing herself to steady her breath. It can't be love, she told herself. Not now, not after everything. But the lie tasted bitter on her tongue. She stopped at a street corner, leaning against a lamppost as the breeze whipped through her. Curls. The night was silent save for the distant hum of cars and the thunderous rush of her own thoughts. Am I just projecting? Charlotte wondered, recalling Archer's loneliness, his vulnerability. She'd felt compelled to comfort him, to reassure him, to be the safe harbor he craved. But was her compassion morphing into something deeper? Something rooted in desire rather than empathy? Her gaze drifted upward to the sky, where constellations glittered like pinpricks of truth. She wanted clarity, a definitive answer to the question that throbbed in her heart. But clarity remained elusive, masked by layers of fear and doubt. Charlotte pulled her phone from her pocket, thumb hovering over Archer's name in her contacts. Part of her longed to text him, to hear his voice again, to confirm the flicker of connection that had ignited between them. Yet another part recoiled, terrified of what those words might reveal, that her heart was betraying her cautious resolve. She let the phone slip back into her pocket and continued walking, each footfall measured against the tumult inside. I deserve love, she reminded herself softly. I deserve to be seen. I deserve to feel safe. But deserving and allowing were two different things. One required courage she wasn't sure she possessed. By the time she reached her dorm, Charlotte's legs felt heavy with exhaustion. She climbed the stairs slowly, every step a meditation on her tangled emotions. At her door, she paused, hand trembling on the handle. Inside, her room was quiet and dim, a sanctuary she'd curated for herself. Yet tonight, its familiarity offered little comfort. Charlotte crossed to her bed and collapsed onto the mattress, burying her face in the soft folds of Archer's hoodie. She inhaled deeply, letting the lingering scent of cedarwood envelop her. It was a small comfort, a tangible reminder of his presence and the fragile bond they shared. As sleep tugged at her eyelids, Charlotte made a silent vow. Tomorrow she would face these feelings head-on. She would seek the truth buried beneath the confusion, whether it led to love or heartbreak. And whatever the outcome, she would honor her own capacity to feel, to risk vulnerability in pursuit of something real. In the hush of her dorm room, Charlotte let herself drift into dreams tinged with possibility, knowing that the journey toward her truth had only just begun. The night at the Halloween party was a dizzying swirl of costumes, laughter, and chaotic energy. Charlotte had arrived feeling cautiously optimistic, buoyed by the promise of new beginnings and the fragile connection she had been nurturing with Archer. But as the evening unfolded, the atmosphere grew heavy with tension, especially when Britt and Kayla made their presence known. From the moment she stepped into the dimly lit hall, Charlotte sensed a shift. The once joyful celebration was now punctuated by sarcastic laughter and pointed remarks. Britt, dressed in an over-the-top costume that exaggerated her usual flamboyance, eyed Charlotte with a mix of disdain and jealousy. Kayla's smirk was even more cutting, her eyes lingering too long on Charlotte as if scrutinizing every change in her demeanor. Charlotte tried to shrug off the dissonance, focusing instead on the warmth of Archer's presence. His protective arm around her offered a measure of solace, yet the whispers and knowing glances from the group chipped away at her fragile calm. As the party raged around them, Charlotte felt as if she were standing in a spotlight of unwanted attention, a high spotlight aimed directly at her vulnerabilities. During a lull in the music, Britt sauntered over with a dismissive laugh. "So, Lottie, still playing it safe with your new friend?" she sneered, her tone laced with biting sarcasm. Charlotte's heart sank. The nickname, once a term of endearment among them, now stung with the weight of past wounds. Kayla joined in, echoing Britt's jibe. "Yeah, you're too boring to hang with us anymore. We need someone who's fun and wild, not a scared little baby." The words hit Charlotte like a wave. In that moment, the old pressures of her past, with Britt and Kayla reared up once again, mingling with her present insecurities. She felt torn between the comfort of her new life with Archer and the memories of a time when her best friends had defined her. Their laughter, which once had been a refuge, now felt like a betrayal, a reminder of how much she had changed. Archer stepped in, his tone firm, yet controlled. "Hey, cut it out," he said, his gaze darkening as he faced Britt and Kayla. His intervention, however, did little to quell the simmering hostility. Instead, it only served to intensify the standoff. Britt rolled her eyes and retorted, "Oh, look, Mr. Protector is here. What's next? Are you going to cradle her like a baby?" Kayla's laughter was harsh and dismissive, a sound that echoed in Charlotte's ears long after the words were spoken. Charlotte sat silently, her mind a turbulent storm of emotions. Part of her wanted to lash out, to defend herself fiercely against these barbs, but another part, the part that had grown so much over the last few months, urged her to stay calm. She remembered her new routine, the steady practices that helped her reclaim her sense of self. Yet, here in the middle of the party, under the flickering neon lights and pulsing beats, the old wounds seemed to bleed anew. Unable to bear the mounting tension, Charlotte finally spoke up. Maybe you don't understand," she began, voice quavering slightly as she tried to keep her composure. "I'm not the same person I used to be." Her words, tentative and unsure, hung in the charged air between them. Britt's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second, and Kayla's eyes narrowed in challenge. Archer's gaze softened as he looked at Charlotte. In that silent exchange, she saw him searching for assurance, for validation that she was making the right choice in this new phase of her life. "It's true," Charlotte continued, gathering her courage. "I've changed. I'm trying to grow, to be better, not just for everyone else, but for me." Her voice, though small, carried a conviction that surprised even her. For a moment, the party's noise seemed to fade into a background hum as Britt and Kayla exchanged uncertain looks. Their laughter died down, replaced by an awkward silence that left Charlotte feeling both exposed and empowered. She could see the tension in their eyes, the defensive glances, as if they were unwilling to accept that she might no longer fit into their old mold. In that instant, Charlotte realized that the conflict was more than just petty jealousy. It was a clash of worlds, her past, defined by carefree but often shallow connections, against her emerging self, built on introspection and the difficult journey of healing. While Britt and Kayla clung to what they once knew, Charlotte was determined to embrace her own truth, even if it meant outgrowing friendships that no longer served her. Archer reached out and squeezed her hand, a silent act of solidarity that resonated deep within her. "You deserve to be who you are," he murmured softly, his tone laced with empathy and support. Charlotte's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she held her head high. "I do," she said quietly. "I'm learning that I have to let go of what was and embrace what I'm becoming." Her words were not a plea for pity, but a declaration of self-acceptance. Britt and Kayla, perhaps realizing the shift in dynamics, mumbled half-hearted responses before eventually drifting away, leaving Charlotte and Archer alone amid the swirling chaos of the party. In that fragile silence, Charlotte felt a bittersweet relief. She knew the road ahead would be filled with further challenges, with difficult conversations and painful adjustments. But tonight, under the strobe lights and fading echoes of hostility, she had found a small victory: the courage to stand firm in her own truth, to acknowledge that growth was painful yet necessary. As the party roared on around them, Charlotte allowed herself a deep, steady breath. She wasn't defined by the judgments of those who clung to the past. She was defined by her own journey, one of resilience, introspection, and the delicate dance of letting go. And in that realization, a quiet strength began to blossom, illuminating the path forward with a promise of tomorrow that was uniquely her own. The moment Kayla's words tore through the air, Charlotte felt her chest lurch, as if someone had slammed a fist into her ribs. It happened just outside the bathroom door, a whispered barb that cut deeper than any shout. "Looks like baby Lottie got smart. Pretending to be Archer's friend was just a ploy to snag him. Pathetic, really. Saving herself for him like she's some virgin princess." The words landed with a sickening weight, echoing in Charlotte's mind as she froze mid-step. A storm of disbelief and humiliation crashing inside her. The laughter that followed Kayla's insult was hollow and cruel, a jagged reminder of how little her old friends understood her. Charlotte's throat tightened, the air around her suddenly too thin to breathe. She felt as if every eye at the party had turned toward her, judging, dissecting, confirming the cruelty in Kayla's voice. The hoodie Archer had lent her, her shield of comfort, now felt like a flimsy costume exposing her worst insecurities. Her first impulse was to lash out, to scream back something sharp enough to silence Kayla forever. But the words tangled in her throat, swallowed by a shock that rendered her mute. Instead, her legs trembled, and she stumbled backward, seeking refuge in the safety of Archer's living room corridor. The hallway lights blurred into streaks as tears stung Charlotte's eyes. She pressed her back against the wall, sliding down until she sat on the cold floor, knees drawn to her chest. Her fingers clutched the fabric of the hoodie, pulling it tighter around herself like armor against the sudden ache in her heart. A flood of self-doubt washed over her. Had Kayla been right? Was she nothing more than a lovesick fool, clinging to the idea of Archer? The humiliation wrapped around her like a suffocating cloak. The fierce independence she'd fought so hard to reclaim now felt like a fragile illusion. Footsteps echoed. Behind her, Archer's long stride closing the distance. She didn't look up, afraid his gaze would see the broken pieces she was trying to hide. But she could feel his presence, warm and insistent, as he knelt beside her, his hand gentle. On her shoulder, Charlotte. His voice was low, threaded with concern. What happened? She swallowed hard, words tangling in her throat. The sting of Kayla's insult burned anew, mixing with a fresh swell of anger at herself for letting it cut so deeply. She closed, her eyes willing herself to speak through the lump in her throat. "They were talking about me," she whispered, voice cracking. "Kayla," she said. Her breath caught, tears spilling over as she finally looked up at Archer's face. a mixture of confusion, hurt, and fierce protectiveness. Archer's jaw clenched. Without a word, he gathered her into a firm embrace, shielding her from the hallway's harsh fluorescent light. Charlotte's tears soaked into his shirt, and he tightened his hold, as though he could absorb her pain into his own body. "It's bullshit," he murmured into her hair, voice raw with anger. "She's full of it. You're not pathetic. You're strong, stronger than anyone I know." His words, fierce and unwavering, cut through the shame clouding her mind. In his arms, Charlotte felt the first flicker of clarity amid the storm. The insult had struck a nerve, but Archer's conviction began to mend the rupture in her self-worth. They stayed like that for a long moment, his heartbeat steady against her ear, his presence a living promise of protection and acceptance. Kayla's cruelty remained a sharp echo, but it no longer defined Charlotte's reality. Instead, the truth Archer spoke, that she deserved respect, that her choices were hers alone, began to replace the shards of doubt Kayla had hurled. When Charlotte finally pulled back, her eyes were red but resolute. She wiped her cheeks, inhaling a shaky breath as she met Archer's gaze. In that moment, she understood. The path forward would not be defined by old friendships or hurtful words. It would be defined by her own strength, and by the unwavering support of someone who saw her true worth, even when she couldn't see it herself. Charlotte's vision blurred as her heartbeat hammered in her ears, each breath coming in shallow, panicked bursts. The world around her spun in kaleidoscope fragments, laughing partygoers, flashing lights, the distant thump of bass, all melding into a dizzying cacophony that threatened to swallow her whole. Madeline's hand gripped Charlotte's arm with gentle firmness, anchoring her to the present. "Charlotte," she said softly but insistently, her voice a lifeline cutting through the chaos. "We need to ground you. Let's do the 5-4-3-2-1 exercise. Focus on me." Charlotte's chest tightened with a desperate tremor. Her gaze darted around the crowded room, eyes wide with alarm. She nodded, unable to speak, letting Madeline guide her toward a quieter corner near the makeshift bar. "Okay," Madeline began, voice calm and steady. "Look around you and name 5 things you can see. Tell me each one." Charlotte swallowed, forcing her eyes to track distinct objects. The neon football jersey, a silver tray, a plastic cup, a poster on the wall, and a pumpkin decoration. Each word was clipped, measured, the act of speaking grounding her fractured thoughts. Madeline nodded encouragingly. "Good. Now, touch 4 things around you. Feel their texture and describe it." Charlotte pressed her fingertips to the rough edge of the bar counter. Cold metal, smooth plastic, the soft fabric of my hoodie, and the rough grain of the wooden floor. Each tactile sensation tethered her to reality, the physicality of the world slowly steadying her breath. 3 things you can hear, Madeline continued, her tone unwavering. Charlotte's ears strained, picking out discrete sounds from the party's din. The clink of ice in a glass, someone laughing loudly, and the distant thump of music. Naming each sound pulled her further from the storm of emotion swelling inside her. 2 things you can smell, Madeline prompted. Charlotte inhaled deeply, her nose filling with the faint scents around her. Pumpkin spice from a candle, and the sharp tang of tequila. The scents felt oddly grounding, anchoring her senses in the here and now. Finally, Madeline said, 1 thing you can taste. Charlotte brought her tongue to her lips, tasting the faint residue of the sour candy Archer had bought her earlier. "Sweet and tart," she whispered, the simplicity of the flavor pulling her mind away from the edge. Her breath slowed, each inhale deeper than the last. The room stopped spinning, the oppressive tension loosening its grip. Charlotte blinked, feeling the warmth of Madeline's steady presence beside her, a reminder that she was not alone. Tears blurred her vision as the panic receded, replaced by a fragile calm. She looked at Madeline, gratitude and relief shining through her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. Madeline offered a soft smile and wrapped Charlotte in a gentle hug. "You did it. You grounded yourself. You're safe." Charlotte pressed her face into Madeline's shoulder, letting herself be held. The grounding exercise had pulled her back from the brink, a lifeline thrown at the perfect moment. In that quiet embrace, the noise of the party faded into the background, replaced by the steady beat of her own heart and the comforting rhythm of Madeline's breath. She pulled back enough to meet Madeline's gaze, blinking away tears. "I thought I was losing it," she admitted, voice raw. "I hate how easy it is for me to slip back into panic." Madeline squeezed her hand, eyes warm with understanding. "It's okay. You're healing. This will get easier. And whenever you feel overwhelmed, you know what to do." Charlotte nodded, a sense of resolve blooming amid the lingering adrenaline. She realized that healing wasn't linear. It came in jagged steps forward, punctuated by moments of fear. But now she had a tool, and a friend willing to stand beside her through each wave. As the party's music thumped faintly in the distance, Charlotte stood taller, shoulders squared with newfound strength. She was still the same vulnerable girl who'd faced trauma, but she was also someone who could reclaim control, who could face the darkness and pull herself back into the light. Together, she and Madeline walked back into the swirl of celebration, Charlotte's heart steadier, her spirit stronger, a quiet testament to the power of grounding, resilience, and unwavering friendship. Charlotte stood alone in the middle of Archer's living room, the pulsating beat of the Halloween party swirling around her like a tempest she refused to join. The laughter, the music, the flashing lights, all of it faded into a distant echo as a fierce clarity settled over her. Tonight, she wasn't the same girl who had arrived here uncertain and afraid. Tonight, she claimed her own power. Her gaze swept the room, at Britt and Kayla dancing with strangers, their confidence now hollow and performative. And she felt an electric surge of resolve crackling through her veins. The old version of Charlotte, the one who had bent herself to fit other people's expectations, was gone. In her place stood someone forged by adversity, tempered by truth, and ready to own her own story. Archer watched from the couch, eyes wide with surprise and something like pride. He knew this look, that fierce determination that had surfaced in him years ago on the football field, when every yard gained had been a battle. Now it radiated from Charlotte. She took a deep breath, chest swelling with newfound strength, and lifted her chin. The hoodie hung loosely around her frame, a reminder of the vulnerability she once clung to. But she wore it now like armor, proof of how far she'd come. "I'm done hiding," Charlotte announced, voice ringing clear over the din. Conversation stilled mid-sentence. Heads turned to watch as she strode forward with steady steps. "I won't apologize for being who I am. I won't shrink myself to make others comfortable. I deserve respect, honesty, and friendship that lifts me up, not tears me down." A hush fell across the room as Britt and Kayla froze in their tracks, faces flickering between shock and discomfort. Archer rose to his feet, moving to stand beside Charlotte, his silent solidarity amplifying her declaration. She looked each of them in the eye, first Britt, whose confidence faltered under Charlotte's unwavering gaze, then Kayla, whose smirk melted into uncertainty. "We've been friends for years," Charlotte continued, voice unwavering. "But friendships should evolve. I refuse to let my worth be dictated by anyone else's insecurities. If you can't accept me as I am, flawed, courageous, and growing, then it's time for me to move on." The room hung on her words like sacred truth, The music resumed its pulse, but its rhythm no longer pulled at Charlotte's core. She felt weightless, liberated from the burden of expectation. Britt opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Kayla shifted uncomfortably, eyes downcast. Their silence was a confirmation of Charlotte's newfound power. She no longer needed their validation. Turning toward Archer, Charlotte offered him a small, genuine smile. His own expression was tender, pride shimmering in his eyes. For the first time in her life, she felt seen not as a shadow behind someone else, but as her own bright, indomitable presence. "Thank you," she whispered to Archer, voice soft but steady. He nodded, his hand finding hers in a quiet gesture of shared strength. With one last glance around the room, at the swirling costumes, the oblivious revelers, and the echoes of a life she was leaving behind, Charlotte stepped away. Each footfall was a declaration of independence, a promise to herself that she would no longer be defined by fear or the opinions of others. As she crossed the threshold into the cool night air, the music faded behind her. Ahead lay uncertainty, challenges in the unknown, but also possibility, self-respect, and freedom. And in that moment of empowerment, Charlotte Avery embraced it all, ready to write the next chapter on her own terms. Charlotte stepped out into the crisp night air, the mall's neon lights fading behind her like ghosts of a life she was leaving behind. She paused on the sidewalk, heart pounding with the adrenaline of her declaration, and reached for her phone before she even realized it. Archer's name blinked on the screen, a silent lifeline in the darkness. She hesitated, thumb hovering over the message field. After everything tonight, the confrontation, the heartbreak, the fierce reclaiming of herself, she wondered if she still needed reassurance from him. But her fingers tapped out a single line. "I did it." Almost immediately, Archer's reply appeared. "I saw. I'm so proud of you." Charlotte's chest tightened at the warmth in his words. No demands, no judgment, just pride, a feeling she'd seldom allowed herself to receive. She typed back, "Thank you." His response came quickly. "Need anything?" She considered ignoring him, testing her newfound independence. But something stopped her. He'd been her anchor through chaos, her unexpected ally in vulnerability. She typed, "Just needed to hear from you." Archer's answer arrived in moments. "Always." Charlotte closed her eyes, leaning against a lamppost as relief washed over her. The silence of the street seemed less oppressive now, buoyed by the knowledge that she wasn't truly alone. But this exchange was also a test, a quiet question about how they'd navigate the boundaries of friendship now that she'd reclaimed her autonomy. Across campus, Archer sat in his truck, dashboard light illuminating his face. As he stared at her messages, pride softened into concern, the kind that lingered at the edges of his smile. He didn't text again, knowing she needed space to savor her triumph. But his phone stayed within reach, a promise that he was ready whenever she needed him. Charlotte resumed walking, each step more deliberate than the last. The city's hum became a steady rhythm underfoot, and her breath steadied. She realized that Archer's support from afar was a measure of trust. He believed she could stand on her own, yet remained present if she stumbled. It was a fragile balance she was learning to honor. Back in the dorm, Charlotte placed her phone face down and sat on her bed, the room quiet but no longer empty. She reflected on the night's ordeal, how far she'd come from the shy girl who clung to Britt and Kayla's approval. Now, her relationships were being tested, not only with her old friends, but with Archer. She wondered if this new dynamic could endure the pressures of distance, doubt, and expectation. Her phone buzzed again. "Sleep well, sweetheart." She inhaled sharply at the pet name, a reminder of the intimacy that had blossomed between them. Yet it felt right, not suffocating. In the stillness, she replied, "Good night." As Charlotte lay down, hoodie cocooning her in warmth, she felt a surge of quiet confidence. The night had tested her resolve, forcing her to confront painful truths and declare her independence. Now, Archer's remote support underscored a deeper truth. Genuine connection didn't demand possession. It thrived on respect, trust, and the freedom to stand alone, knowing someone would always be there when she reached out. In that moment, Charlotte Avery embraced both sides of her new reality, the strength of her own voice and the gentle reassurance of a friend who chose to remain by her side. And as sleep claimed her, she carried the certainty that whatever lay ahead, she would face it on her own terms, with Archer's unwavering presence just a message away. Charlotte stepped across the threshold into Archer's apartment, her body still humming with the adrenaline of the night's confrontation and the raw intensity of reclaiming her own power. The living room, emptied of the party's chaos, felt eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the cacophony just minutes ago. Archer was already there, leaning against the kitchen counter, arms folded, his gaze soft but guarded as he watched her enter. Their eyes met, and something shifted in the air, the final thread of tension unspooling between them. Without a word, Archer set down the empty cup he'd been holding and motioned toward the staircase. Charlotte nodded, shoulders relaxing as she followed him up to his bedroom, where the glow of a single lamp cast warm shadows across the walls. Once inside, Archer closed the door softly behind them and turned to face her. Vulnerability etched into his posture. He was still dressed in the same clothes from the party. Jeans slightly wrinkled, a dark shirt rumpled from the evening's wear. But now there was an ease to his presence that Charlotte hadn't seen before. The protective edge had softened into something more genuine. Charlotte crossed to the bed and sat down on the edge, her hoodie still draped loosely over her frame. Archer joined her, perching on the corner with an uncertain grace. Silence settled between them. Not the stifling quiet of misunderstanding, but a shared pause, an acknowledgement of everything they'd endured tonight. She reached for his hand, first entwining her fingers with his. The contact felt both familiar and electrifying, like discovering a new facet of a beloved song. Archer's fingers tightened around hers in response, his grip steadying her heartbeats into a calmer rhythm. "I'm sorry about tonight," Archer finally said, voice low and sincere. "I hate that you had to go through that," Charlotte squeezed, his hand leaning into the warmth of his touch. "It's not your fault," she whispered. "And I needed that moment. I needed to stand up for myself." Archer nodded, his expression reflective. "You were incredible," he said, admiration lacing his tone. "Watching you reclaim yourself, it was the bravest thing I've ever seen." Her cheeks warmed at his praise. It was the first time someone had celebrated her strength instead of scrutinizing her vulnerabilities. The weight of his words settled in her chest like a precious gem. Unexpected, luminous, irreplaceable. Charlotte shifted to face him fully, her other hand brushing a loose strand of hair from his forehead. "Thank you for believing in me," she said softly. "I don't know if I could have done it without knowing you had my back." Archer leaned closer, his forehead resting gently against hers. The proximity made her breath catch, a silent dance between desire and the tender comfort of intimacy. "I always will," he murmured, eyes locked on hers. In that moment, everything else faded away. The lingering echoes of Britt and Kayla's cruelty, the pressure of expectations, the uncertainty of tomorrow, they all dissolved into the quiet gravity of their connection. Charlotte realized that this room, this moment, was a sanctuary built, not from words, but from the raw honesty they shared. She rested her head against Archer's shoulder, listening to the steady thump of his heartbeat beneath her ear. It was a sound that grounded her. Proof that he was real, that she was real, and that they existed in this space together, unbroken. Archer wrapped his arm around her, drawing her closer as if shielding her from every storm. Charlotte closed, her eyes letting the peace wash over her. For the first time in months, she felt safe enough to let go of the tension she'd carried for so long. She didn't need to fix herself or meet anyone's expectations. She only needed this, a quiet embrace that spoke volumes of trust, acceptance, and the fragile beginnings of something beautiful. As they sat entwined on the bed, the world outside Archer's door slipped into silence. In its place was a stillness brimming with possibility, a quiet testament to the power of connection and the gentle promise that they would face whatever came next together. The night ended not with fireworks or grand declarations, but with a tender stillness that reverberated through Charlotte's entire being. As Archer's bedroom door closed behind them, the muffled thump of the party's music became nothing more than a distant heartbeat. In its place, a new pulse filled the air, one born from the fragile, exhilarating collision of vulnerability and connection. Charlotte lay sprawled across Archer's bed, the oversized hoodie cocooning her like a protective shell. Archer sat beside her, legs dangling over the mattress's edge, his gaze fixed on her as if seeing her anew. She turned onto her side to face him, her heart pounding with a mix of relief, wonder, and something dangerously like desire. In that moment, everything shifted. The traumas of her past, the assault, the betrayals, the suffocating loneliness, felt momentarily suspended, held at bay by the warmth radiating between them. Her body tingled with a lightness she hadn't known in months, a heady intoxication fueled by the knowledge that she had chosen herself, and he had chosen her in return. Archer reached out, brushing a stray curl from her face with the gentlest of touches. Charlotte's breath caught at the intimacy of the gesture, her skin humming where his fingers had lingered. He leaned in, closing the scant space between them, and pressed a kiss to her temple, a kiss that carried the weight of every unspoken promise they'd forged tonight. Her eyes fluttered closed, tears prickling at the corners as emotion swelled in her chest. It wasn't just the relief of being safe. It was the sheer intensity of feeling alive, unshackled from the chains of fear. Each breath she drew tasted sweeter. Each heartbeat echoed like a triumphant drum. When Archer's lips finally met hers, it was as if the world itself held its breath. The kiss was slow, deliberate, a soft exploration that unfolded like the delicate bloom of a flower in spring. She melted into him, her arms winding around his neck as her body pressed flush against his. The tension that had built between them all night transformed into an electric current, sparking a fervent longing that burned hotter than she'd expected. Charlotte felt a surge of exhilaration course through her veins, mingled with a flutter of panic. This was uncharted territory, a terrain both thrilling and terrifying. She tasted the faint saltiness of his lips, the roughness of his stubble against her skin, and realized how deeply she craved this connection. When they finally parted, their foreheads pressed together, the silence between them spoke volumes. Archer's breath warmed her cheek, his heartbeat steady against her temple. They lingered in that intimate space, savoring the shared vulnerability that bound them tighter than any words could. Charlotte's mind raced, thoughts tumbling over themselves. Is this love? Can I trust myself to feel this deeply again? What does this mean for us? The questions swirled, unanswerable, yet beautiful in their complexity. Archer captured her gaze, his eyes filled with an intensity that mirrored her own tumultuous emotions. He reached up, brushing his thumb lightly across her lower lip, a tender acknowledgement of everything they'd uncovered tonight. "You're incredible," he whispered, voice thick with awe. "Thank you for trusting me." Her breath hitched at the sincerity in his words. In that moment, Charlotte understood that their bond transcended simple attraction. It was forged in honesty, compassion, and the courage to embrace uncertainty together. As the night deepened into stillness, Charlotte lay back against the pillows, Archer curling around her protectively. The world outside faded into insignificance, leaving only the gentle rise and fall of their breaths. She closed her eyes, letting the euphoria wash over her, a heady mix of empowerment and tender vulnerability. Tonight had been a turning point, the culmination of fear, strength, and undeniable connection. Charlotte Avery had stepped into her power, reclaimed her voice, and discovered a love that was both exhilarating and profoundly unsettling. As she drifted into the first true sleep she'd known in months, her heart soared with the promise of tomorrow, uncertain, unpredictable, and utterly hers to define. The first light of dawn crept gently through the blinds, casting soft stripes of gold across Archer's bedroom. Charlotte stirred beneath the weight of his arm draped protectively over her waist, the oversized hoodie she wore enveloping them both in a cocoon of warmth. She blinked sleepily, the hush of early morning wrapping around her like a tender embrace. Archer lay beside her, chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. His breath was warm against her neck, and she could feel the subtle rise of his shoulder beneath her cheek. The world outside was still quiet, the distant hum of the city barely a whisper through the glass. In that moment, time slowed. The chaotic whirlwind of yesterday's emotions reduced to the simple perfection of two bodies entwined in peaceful repose. Charlotte lifted her head slightly, brushing damp curls from her forehead. She traced the even curve of Archer's jaw with her fingertip, marveling at the contrast between his hard edges and the softness of this morning light. Sleep had smoothed away the tension etched into his face the night before, revealing the vulnerability she'd glimpsed in stolen moments, the part of him that craved connection as fiercely as she did. His eyes fluttered open, a slow smile tugging at the corner of his lips when he saw her watching. "Morning," he murmured, voice thick with sleep, but warm with affection. "Morning," Charlotte replied softly, her voice still hushed with fatigue and contentment. She shifted slightly, curling into his side until her back pressed against his chest. The feel of his arm tightening around her felt like coming home. She let her head rest against his shoulder, closing her eyes to savor the rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her ear. Each pulse was a gentle reassurance. She was safe here, exactly where she belonged. Yesterday's turmoil, the confrontation with Britt and Kayla, the raw honesty in the park, the tender confessions exchanged under moonlight, all felt suspended in this quiet dawn. Archer's breath tickled her skin as he whispered, "Did you sleep okay?" Charlotte nodded, tilting her chin toward him. "Like a rock," she said with a sleepy smile. She traced lazy circles on his chest with her fingertips, feeling the warmth spread from his body into her own. "This is the first time in a long time I've felt calm." His hand slid up to cup her cheek, thumb brushing away a stray tear she hadn't realized had slipped free. "I'm glad," he said quietly. "You deserve that calm." Her heart tightened at the sincerity in his tone. In that single statement lay the unspoken promise of his presence, unwavering, patient, and utterly hers. She shifted to face him, her arms looping around his neck in a tender embrace. Archer responded by pressing his forehead to hers, the world narrowing to the space between their breaths. Charlotte breathed in the faint scent of cedarwood and fresh laundry, a comforting fragrance that would forever be woven into her memory of this morning. She realized that this gentle intimacy was the culmination of everything she'd fought for: safety, trust, and the freedom to be wholly herself without fear. They lay entwined as the sky outside brightened, the first bird calls drifting through the quiet stillness. No words were needed. Their closeness spoke volumes. It was an unspoken declaration of a bond forged through vulnerability, a testament to the courage it took to open one's heart again. When Archer finally broke the silence, it was with a soft laugh that rumbled in his chest. "Breakfast?" he asked, voice warm with a hint of playfulness. Charlotte giggled, a light, genuine sound that felt foreign and freeing. "Only if you make it," she replied, her fingers tracing patterns on his skin. He kissed her forehead again, the gesture both tender and possessive. "Deal," he said. "But you're not getting out of helping clean up afterwards." She rolled her eyes affectionately, but planted a kiss on his lips before sliding off the bed. "Fair enough," she murmured, as she padded toward the bathroom. Charlotte glanced back at Archer lying in the morning light, a quiet, solid presence she no longer feared, but cherished. In that wake-up cuddle, she had discovered the simplest truth of all. Love wasn't about perfection, but about the gentle comfort of being seen, accepted, and held, exactly as she was. Charlotte paused in the doorway of Archer's kitchen, her reflection caught in the glossy surface of the refrigerator door. She studied the girl staring back at her. Flushed cheeks, sleepy eyes still rimmed with last night's tears, and an uncertain smile that held both triumph and vulnerability. In the hush of Archer's apartment, far removed from the swirling chaos of the Halloween party, Charlotte confronted the quiet question that had taken root deep within her heart. What do I truly deserve? For years, she had believed her worth was measured by others' approval. A quiet nod from Britt, a flirtatious glance from Kayla, a father's pride in her accomplishments. But those external validations had proved fleeting and hollow, leaving her aching with emptiness. Now, as she watched Archer move about the kitchen, pulling out eggs and bread with the ease of familiarity, she realized she was standing at a crossroads between her old definitions of worth and something far more profound. She poured herself a cup of coffee, its bitter aroma filling the quiet space between them, and leaned against the counter. Archer glanced over, his expression open and expectant. Charlotte inhaled deeply, letting the warmth of the mug seep into her palms as she gathered her thoughts. What is love? She wondered, tracing the condensation on her mug. Was it the rush of excitement that had once flooded her chest at the mere thought of Archer? Or was it the deeper sense of safety she felt in his presence, the way his arms had cradled her during her most vulnerable moments? She thought back to the night they had shared beneath the moonlit trees, when words had failed and their connection had transcended language. That had been love. Raw, messy, unpredictable, but undeniably real. Yet alongside that realization came another question, sharper and more urgent. What do I deserve? She deserved more than fleeting infatuation or the comfort of familiarity. She deserved a love that honored her scars without defining her by them. She deserved kindness that didn't hinge on conditions or the expectations of others. Most of all, she deserved to believe in her own worth, independent of anyone else's validation. Archer approached, setting a plate of scrambled eggs before her with a gentle smile. "Hungry?" he asked, his voice soft with care. Charlotte nodded, pushing aside her doubts to accept the simple nourishment. She took a bite, letting the warmth of the food ground her in the present moment. With each chew, she allowed herself to consider the possibility that love could be something different, something that lifted rather than consumed, that illuminated rather than shadowed. She remembered the nights she'd spent hiding behind humor and silence, afraid to reveal the fractures beneath her smile. She recalled the sting of Kayla's insults and the weight of her father's disapproval. Those moments had shaped her, but they did not define her. Tonight, as she sat across from Archer, their fingers brushing over the edge of the table, Charlotte realized she was no longer willing to carry the burden of unworthiness. Archer's gaze found hers across the plate, warm and unwavering. In that look, Charlotte saw not pity, but respect, the kind of respect she had longed to see in her own eyes. His presence was a mirror reflecting the truth she had yet to fully embrace, that she was deserving of compassion, acceptance, and love that honored her whole self. She set down her fork, swallowing the last bite of eggs. "Thank you," she said quietly, voice thick with emotion. "For last night, and for this." Archer's smile deepened, and he reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "You don't have to thank me," he replied. "You deserve every bit of kindness." Charlotte felt a warmth bloom in her chest, not the fleeting heat of infatuation, but the steady glow of self-recognition. In that moment, she vowed to carry this truth forward, that her value was intrinsic, not contingent on anyone else's approval. And as she leaned into Archer's gentle touch, she understood that love, the kind worth having, began with loving herself first. Outside, the city stirred awake under the pale morning sky. But inside Archer's kitchen, time stood still, cradling two hearts poised on the threshold of possibility. In that quiet reflection, Charlotte found clarity. She would choose herself, choose love on her own terms, and step into the future with unwavering belief in her worth. Charlotte stood at the edge of Archer's bed, morning light spilling across the rumpled sheets, and closed her eyes. The weight of the world, her past mistakes, her fears of inadequacy, the echoes of hurtful words, pressed against her chest one last time. Then she spoke the phrase aloud, her voice steady but soft. "I am enough." The words felt strange, yet liberating on her tongue, like stepping into a space she'd long avoided. In the silence that followed, Charlotte allowed herself to truly hear them. Not as a mantra imposed by self-help books or hollow platitudes, but as a revelation, an insight forged from every painful lesson she'd endured. She remembered the nights she'd lain awake, haunted by the feeling that she was broken beyond repair. The moments when Kayla's insults had cut so deeply she'd doubted her very worth. The shame she'd carried after being drugged, blaming herself for another person's cruelty, and the countless times she'd buried her own needs to accommodate the expectations of others. All of it had led her to this moment, standing vulnerable yet unshakable in a stranger's apartment, embraced by a man who had shown her that love wasn't earned by perfection, but offered freely to those brave enough to accept it. Charlotte opened her eyes and glanced at her reflection in Archer's dresser mirror. The face staring back at her was tired, yes, but also radiant with newfound clarity. She lifted her chin and let the morning light trace the curve of her cheekbones, illuminating the fierce resolve in her brown eyes. The quiet room seemed to hold its breath as she took another deep breath, letting the truth settle into her bones. I am enough. Not because she had overcome every obstacle, but because she was here, alive, imperfect, and unbroken. A gentle knock on the door pulled her from the moment. Archer entered, holding 2 steaming mugs of coffee. He paused when he saw her standing tall, a quiet smile spreading across his face. "Good morning," he said softly. Charlotte returned his smile, feeling warmth bloom in her chest. She accepted the mug he offered, letting the rich aroma ground her further in reality. "Morning," she replied, her voice carrying a confidence she'd never felt before. Archer set his mug on the nightstand and crossed to sit beside her. His hand found hers instinctively, fingers entwining in a familiar, comforting clasp. "You look different," he observed, his tone gentle and curious. Charlotte nodded, tracing the back of his hand with her thumb. "I feel different," she admitted. "Last night changed everything. I realized that my worth isn't determined by other people's opinions or my past mistakes." She paused, choosing her next words with care. "It's intrinsic. It's here, inside me, whether anyone else recognizes it or not." Archer's eyes softened, pride and awe shining in their depths. He pulled her into a tender embrace, and she pressed her face into his shoulder, savoring the steady beat of his heart. In his arms, the world felt safe, but she knew her worth had nothing to do with him. It was a truth she carried within, an unwavering certainty that would guide her through every storm ahead. As they pulled back, Archer brushed a strand of hair from her face. "I am proud of you," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. Charlotte smiled, warmth spreading from her heart outward. "Thank you," she said, "but tonight, and every night, I want to remind myself first, I am enough." He nodded, capturing her lips in a soft kiss that spoke volumes. And as the morning sun rose higher, bathing the room in golden light, Charlotte Avery felt something she had never known before, the profound freedom of knowing her own worth, fully and irrevocably. Charlotte's phone buzzed with an incoming call just as she stepped into the campus quad, the autumn sunlight slanting golden across the well-kept lawn. She glanced at the screen and saw Oliver's name, her brother, the one constant in her life since childhood. For a moment, her stomach twisted with nerves. Today, their conversation would be different. It would test the boundaries she'd fought so hard to establish. She swiped to answer. "Hey, Ollie," his cheerful voice crackled through the speaker. "Lottie, how's my favorite little sister doing? Ready for Thanksgiving?" Charlotte inhaled deeply, steadying herself. "I'm good, Ollie. I'm actually heading to Archer's tomorrow morning to drive home with him. I thought you should..." "No." The words tumbled out with surprising ease, a beat of silence. Then Oliver's tone shifted from excited to cautious. "Archer? As in Archer Johnson? You're going with him?" Charlotte nodded, though he couldn't see her. "Yeah, we're friends. And he offered to drive me so I don't have to spend gas money. It made sense." Oliver's sigh was audible, heavy with confusion. "Lottie, are you sure that's a good idea? Well, you know how intense he can be." Her chest tightened as the familiar sting of his worry pricked her skin, but she remembered the empowerment of last night, the clarity that came from reclaiming her voice. She owed it to herself to stand firm. "Ollie, I appreciate that you worry about me, but I'm okay. I can handle this." There was another pause, softer this time. "You're really comfortable with him, aren't you?" Charlotte swallowed, feeling her resolve deepen. "Yes, Ollie. We've become friends. He's been nothing but supportive and respectful. And I trust him." Her brother's silence stretched, filled with the weight of unspoken concerns. Charlotte waited, heart pounding, until he finally spoke again. I guess I just want you to be safe. That's all. You know I'll always be here if you need anything." A surge of warmth bloomed in Charlotte's chest. She pressed a hand to her heart, grateful for his love even when it was laced with worry. "I know, and I love you for that. But I'm growing, Ollie. I'm learning to make my own choices, even when they scare me. I need you to trust me." His voice cracked slightly. "Okay, Lottie. I trust you. Just text me when you get there." She smiled, the simple request feeling like a bridge between their old dynamic and this new terrain she was forging. "Of course. I'll text you as soon as I arrive." "All right," he said, relief coloring his tone. "Drive safe, kiddo, and happy Halloween." Charlotte laughed softly, feeling the tension dissolve. "Happy Halloween, Ollie. I'll talk to you soon." She ended the call and tucked her phone into her pocket, standing still as the afternoon breeze rustled through the trees. The conversation had been a test, one she'd passed by, setting clear boundaries and honoring her own growth. She wasn't the little sister defined by Oliver's protection anymore. She was an independent woman charting her own course. As she walked toward her next class, Charlotte felt a new steadiness in her step. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and unknowns. But she carried within her a quiet certainty. She was enough, she was capable, and she was free to choose her own journey, even when it meant redefining the relationships that had once anchored her. Charlotte slid into the front row of her large lecture hall just as the professor was calling, "Roll." The midday sun streamed through high windows, casting a warm glow over the sea of students hunched over notebooks and laptops. For weeks, Charlotte had sat near the back, her usual sanctuary, slipping into anonymity whenever the professor asked questions or discussion flared. But today was different. Today she felt the quiet strength that had been building inside her since that transformative Halloween night. She took a deep breath, chest rising with deliberate intention, and placed her notebook and pen squarely on the desk before her. This small act felt monumental, a silent declaration that she was present, ready, and no longer invisible. The professor paused mid-lecture, turning to address the room. "Who can tell me why perspective matters when analyzing historical texts?" he asked, scanning the classroom with expectant eyes. The silence that followed was familiar, filled with the nervous energy of students reluctant to volunteer. Charlotte felt her pulse quicken. The old voice in her head whispered, doubt, telling her she'd stumble over her words, that her answer would fall flat. But a steadier voice, forged from the nights of vulnerability she'd shared with Archer, and the fierce reclaiming of her self-worth, pushed her forward. She raised her hand, fingers trembling just slightly, and the professor nodded toward her. The classroom hush deepened as every pair of eyes turned to her. "I believe perspective is essential because it shapes how we interpret evidence," Charlotte began, her voice quiet but clear. "No text exists in a vacuum. Authors write from their own experiences, biases, and contexts. By acknowledging those perspectives, we can critically analyze not only what's written, but why it's written that way, and how it influences our understanding of history." Her words flowed steadily now, each sentence building on the last. She saw nods of approval from classmates who recognized the validity of her insight. The professor's eyes brightened as he listened, and he offered a small smile, the first genuine expression of encouragement Charlotte had seen from him. "Excellent," he replied, his voice warm. "That's exactly right. Understanding authorial perspective is crucial for evaluating bias and constructing a more nuanced view of historical events." A ripple of applause, polite but sincere, spread across the room. Charlotte's cheeks warmed as relief and pride surged within her. She had spoken her truth, unguarded and authentic, and it had resonated. As the lecture resumed, Charlotte sank back into her seat, her heart still racing but steady with newfound confidence. The noise of pen-scratching paper and soft typing felt different now. Not a backdrop for her anxiety, but the rhythm of engagement and learning. Later, as students packed up to leave, a classmate sitting nearby leaned toward her with a bright smile. "Hey, that was a great answer," she said. "You explained it so clearly. I wish I could speak up like that." Charlotte returned the smile, feeling a warm glow of camaraderie. "Thanks," she replied quietly. "I just decided it was time." Stepping out into the bustling corridor, Charlotte felt a lightness in her stride. Each footfall echoed with the promise of her own potential, a rhythm forged from courage and self-belief. She knew there would be more moments of doubt, more tests of her resolve. But today she had proven something vital, that her voice mattered, that her insights were valuable, and that she no longer needed permission to claim space in the world. As the sun filtered through the hallway windows, bathing her in golden light, Charlotte carried with her the quiet truth that would guide her forward. She was enough, and she belonged here, fully and unapologetically. Charlotte stepped out of the lecture hall, clutching her notebook to her chest, the late afternoon sunlight warm on her face. The quad was alive with students winding down from classes, laughter drifting on the breeze. textbooks tucked under arms, the gentle hum of conversations echoing across the lawn. She should have felt relief and accomplishment after speaking, up in class, but the underlying tension of last night's confrontation still lingered in her chest. That tension sharpened instantly when she heard her name called from behind. She turned to see Nathaniel Blake striding toward her, his confident grin bright in the sunlight. He was tall and lean, the epitome of collegiate charm, with sandy hair tousled just enough to look effortless. Her pulse stuttered with discomfort. As he closed the distance, his gaze locked onto her, with a familiarity that felt intrusive. "Hey, Charlotte," he said, voice smooth as silk. "You nailed it in class today. I didn't expect that from you." Charlotte forced a polite smile, trying to muster warmth she didn't feel. "Thanks," she replied, voice guarded. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, acutely aware of the way Nathaniel's eyes roamed her figure, lingering far too long on her tank top and leggings. He stepped closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Listen, I've been meaning to ask, would you want to grab dinner tonight? I know a great spot. It'd be just the two of us." His tone was playful, but Charlotte felt a knot of alarm tightening in her stomach. The invitation felt like a trap, a test she wasn't ready to take. Before she could respond, Archer's broad frame materialized beside her like a protective shield. He'd been walking behind, but his instincts had alerted him the moment Nathaniel closed in. Archer's presence alone, tall, imposing, and impossibly calm, shifted the air around them. "Hey," Archer said quietly, his voice low and steady as he stepped between Charlotte and Nathaniel. "Everything okay here?" Nathaniel's grin faltered, replaced by a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Just asking her out," he said, voice pitched with forced bravado. Archer's gaze narrowed, but he kept his tone even. "She's not interested." The words were simple, but carried a quiet finality that left no room for negotiation. Charlotte's breath hitched, gratitude and relief flooding through her as she watched Nathaniel's face flush with embarrassment. He opened his mouth to protest, but Archer's steady stare silenced him. With a curt nod, Nathaniel backed away, muttering something under his breath before turning and disappearing into the crowd. The moment hung between Archer and Charlotte, a tense silence broken only by distant laughter and rustling leaves. Archer turned his full attention to her, concern etched into the lines of his face. "Are you okay?" he asked softly, reaching out to gently tuck her hair behind her ear. His touch was familiar, comforting, and Charlotte felt a rush of warmth spread through her chest. She nodded, voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah, thank you." The sincerity in her tone was raw and unguarded. She'd felt exposed under Nathaniel's gaze, but Archer's intervention had reaffirmed her sense of safety, a fragile treasure she'd come to value above all else. Archer offered her a small, reassuring smile before stepping back, giving her space while still standing close enough to block any further advances. Charlotte straightened, regaining her composure as her heart rate slowed. "I'm sorry you had to deal with that," Archer said quietly, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "No one should make you feel uncomfortable." Charlotte brushed her fingers against his hand, squeezing lightly. "It's not your fault," she murmured, then paused, meeting his gaze with newfound clarity. "Thank you for being here." Archer's expression softened into something tender, pride, protectiveness, and something deeper she couldn't quite name. He nodded, silent support radiating from him like warmth. Together they walked across the quad, shoulders brushing in a gesture that spoke louder than words. Charlotte felt the steady pull of his presence beside her, a reminder that she didn't have to face the world alone. In Archer's quiet intervention, she found not only protection, but validation of her own worth, a powerful affirmation that echoed through her like a promise. She deserved respect, kindness, and the freedom to walk away from anything that threatened her sense of self. Charlotte and Archer walked side by side along the winding path of the campus park, the early evening sky melting from pink into indigo. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of fallen leaves and distant coffee carts closing for the night. Lanterns hung from trees, their warm glow dancing across Archer's profile as he strode confidently beside her. She felt the tension taut between them, a misunderstanding left unresolved from their last conversation. Yesterday, Archer had assumed she still harbored feelings for Nathaniel after their awkward encounter. But Charlotte knew his assumption sprang not from malice, but from his own insecurities about losing her. The thought stung her pride even as it tugged at her empathy. "Charlotte?" Archer's voice cut into her thoughts. He slowed, glancing at her with an unreadable expression. "Are you upset with me?" She paused, the crunch of gravel underfoot echoing in the quiet. His question felt like an accusation, but she refused to let frustration rule her words. "No," she replied carefully, turning to face him. "I'm not upset. I just don't like being misunderstood." Archer's brow furrowed. He stopped walking and planted his feet firmly on the path, his height looming over her in the soft lantern light. "I never want to misunderstand you," he said quietly, vulnerability flickering in his eyes. "But sometimes I can't help it. I see you pulled away last night, and I thought..." "That you thought what?" Charlotte interrupted, voice trembling with a mixture of anger and hurt. "That I was still pining after someone else?" "Archer, you know me better than that," he swallowed, struggling to find the right words. I guess I saw you distancing yourself, and it scared me. I worried I'd done something wrong again." Her heart squeezed at the confession, raw and honest, but anger still simmered beneath the surface. "Archer, I needed space to process everything. Not because I'm attracted to someone else, but because I'm trying to figure out what I want and who I am." He took a cautious step closer, lowering his voice to a tender murmur. "And what do you want, Charlotte?" She stared at him, the lantern light catching the uncertainty in her eyes. She wanted honesty. From him, from herself. But articulating her heart's true desire felt like stepping into a storm. I want clarity," she said finally, her voice soft yet resolute. "I want to trust my feelings instead of being afraid of them, and I want someone who doesn't assume the worst about me." Archer's shoulders slumped, his gaze dropping to the ground for a moment before he looked back up. "I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions. I never meant to make you feel like you needed to defend yourself." Charlotte's anger softened, replaced by compassion for the man who had become her unexpected refuge. She reached out, placing a hand gently on his arm. "We both made assumptions, but I don't want misunderstandings between us. I need you to listen, really listen, before you decide what I'm feeling." He nodded slowly, his hand covering hers in a warm, steady grip. The air between them shifted from tension to something fragile yet hopeful. They resumed walking, slower now, each step deliberate. The park's lanterns cast their intertwined shadows onto the path, weaving them together in quiet solidarity. Charlotte exhaled, releasing the last tendrils of hurt. In that shared silence, they rebuilt the bridge between them. One honest step at a time, toward a connection rooted not in fear, but in mutual understanding. They reached the edge of the park just as the last vestiges of twilight faded into night. The path widened into a small plaza illuminated by a lone street lamp, whose light pooled around them like a spotlight. Archer stopped walking, turning to face Charlotte fully for the first time since their misunderstanding. His expression was open, raw with regret and something deeper, vulnerability he seldom revealed. The night air was still, the only sounds the distant hum of campus and the quiet rustle of leaves. "Charlotte," he began, voice low and unsteady. He took a tentative step closer, closing the final distance between them. I owe you an apology. I jumped to conclusions about your feelings, about your intentions. I let my fear and insecurities get the better of me. I'm sorry I hurt you. Charlotte's chest tightened, her heart pounding in her ears. She looked into Archer's eyes, those dark pools that had once been cold and impenetrable, but now shimmered with sincerity. The tension she'd carried all night pressed at her, begging release. She inhaled deeply, letting the cool night air steady her. I appreciate that you're apologizing, she said quietly, her voice firm despite the tremor beneath it. It means a lot that you can admit you were wrong. Archer nodded, relief flickering across his features. He brushed a hand through his hair, a nervous gesture that made Charlotte's heart ache with compassion. I don't want to keep hurting you. I care about you too much to let my fears sabotage what we have. Charlotte swallowed, weighing the truth of his words against the lingering pain. Trust had been fragile before this night, shattered and mended again and again. Yet here, beneath the quiet glow of the street lamp, she felt the sincerity in his apology anchoring itself deep within her chest. I care about you too, she admitted, her voice soft but resolute. But caring isn't enough if we can't trust each other, to be honest. I need you to believe me when I say I'm not interested in anyone else. I need you to trust my words without second-guessing. Archer's gaze flickered with gratitude, his shoulders loosening. He reached out, taking her hand gently between his. I trust you, he vowed, voice barely above a whisper. From now on, I'll listen first. I'll try to understand before I react. Charlotte felt tears prick at her eyes, tears of relief, of release, and of something akin to hope. She nodded, stepping forward to bridge the gap between apology and forgiveness. That's all I need, she said, closing the space until their foreheads touched lightly. The moment stretched, held between breaths, as the night cocooned them in quiet intimacy. Archer's arms wrapped around her, pulling her close in a tender embrace that spoke of reassurance and the promise of better days. When they finally pulled back, Charlotte brushed her fingers along Archer's jaw, memorizing the warmth of his skin and the sincerity in his gaze. Thank you, she whispered, voice thick with emotion, for apologizing, for trusting me, for choosing to fight for this. Archer's lips curved into a small, genuine smile that lit his entire face. Thank you for giving me the chance, he replied, his voice steady with conviction. They stood there in silence, the final echoes of conflict fading into the night. Charlotte felt the last of her doubts dissolve, replaced by a fragile but fierce certainty that their bond, forged through vulnerability and honesty, was strong enough to withstand the storms ahead. Hand in hand, they walked away from the plaza, the glow of the street lamp receding behind them as they stepped into a future defined not by fear, but by trust, acceptance, and the courage to love fully. Together. Under the endless canopy of starlight, Charlotte and Archer stood on the edge of the campus lawn, where the soft hum of the city faded into the gentle rustle of leaves. The night was cool and expansive, the constellations above glittering like silent witnesses to every secret and every promise ever made. In that vast, starlit moment, everything else fell away. The echoes of past doubts, the heavy pressure of expectations, and the lingering residue of misunderstandings. All that remained was a fragile, pulsating truth. It was time to decide. Charlotte's heart beat like a distant drum, each pulse a reminder of the countless nights she'd battled loneliness and insecurity. Tonight, however, something in the air had shifted. The tender words exchanged earlier with Archer, the raw vulnerability in his eyes, and his heartfelt apology had gradually eroded the walls she had built around herself. And now, standing there under the shimmering stars, she felt a resolve rising within her. a call to embrace not only the connection they shared, but also the new version of herself that had learned to value her own worth. Archer's gaze softened as he looked at her, his eyes reflecting the starlight in a way that seemed to capture both the weight of his past and the hope of a future unburdened by fear. "Charlotte," he said gently, his voice carrying the intimacy of secrets shared in the dark. "I need you to know that every moment with you has changed me. I want to be more than just the guy who protects you. I want to be the one who truly loves you for who you are." Her eyes glistened as she searched his face, finding in his expression a sincerity that had once been buried beneath the expectations of his world. In that moment, the stars above became not distant dots of light, but a vast, uncharted territory that beckoned them to explore the depths of their hearts together. Taking a slow, measured breath, Charlotte stepped forward until there was barely any space between them. "I've spent so long hiding, so long doubting my own worth," she admitted, her voice soft but resolute. "But I'm tired of letting fear decide for me. I'm ready to trust my heart again, even if it means facing the risk of pain." Her words, spoken with raw vulnerability, seemed to make the night hold its breath, as though the universe itself paused in anticipation. Archer's hand reached out and brushed a stray curl from her face. "I've always believed in you, even when you couldn't believe in yourself," he whispered. "Under these stars, I want to promise you something. I want to promise that no matter what comes our way, I will always stand by you, support you, and love you for every part of you." His voice wavered slightly, betraying the depth of his emotion. Charlotte's heart swelled with a fierce, unyielding certainty. In that moment of decision, the fears that had once chained her heart seemed to dissolve into the cool night air. She raised her eyes to meet his, feeling a surge of empowerment. "I want that too," she said, voice steady as she continued. "But it's not just about us. It's about me. I want to feel free. Free to be imperfect. Free to love without the constant shadow of doubt. I'm ready to embrace who I am, even if that means accepting that I may sometimes be scared." Their words, tender and deliberate, melded with the soft murmur of the night. Archer stepped closer, until their faces were barely apart, and for a moment, the world shrank to just the two of them beneath the stars. The cool breeze whispered through the trees, carrying away the remnants of old wounds and leaving behind a promise of renewal. Without another word, Archer gently pulled Charlotte into an embrace. Their bodies fit together naturally. The contact, affirming that this was not a fleeting moment but the beginning of something real, a deliberate choice to trust, to be vulnerable, and to step boldly into the unknown. The warmth of his arms wrapped around her was both a shield and a declaration. In this embrace, they found a sanctuary built not on grand gestures, but on the honest, raw truth of their hearts. As they stood there, hearts beating in tandem, Charlotte allowed herself to feel every emotion, the joy of liberation, the sting of past hurts, and the fierce hope of a future defined by authenticity. "I am enough," she repeated softly into the quiet, each word a powerful mantra that resonated deeply within her soul. Archer murmured in agreement, his own voice thick with emotion. And together, we're even stronger. Under the vast, starry sky, their embrace became a silent vow, a promise that they would face whatever the future held, hand in hand, unafraid to be imperfect, and unashamed of the love that had finally found them. In that moment, Charlotte knew that this decision, this simple, profound act of trusting her heart, was the turning point in her journey toward self-acceptance and true intimacy. Charlotte stepped out of Archer's apartment into the crisp, morning air, her breath forming small clouds that dissolved quickly under the rising sun. The world around her, the quiet rustle of leaves, distant laughter of early risers, the soft hum of campus life awakening, felt achingly beautiful, as though it had been waiting just for this moment of clarity. She paused on the sidewalk, arms wrapped around herself in Archer's oversized hoodie, and let the warmth of the day settle into her bones. The last weeks had been a tumultuous journey of fear, confrontation, vulnerability, and ultimately, acceptance. But now, standing at the threshold of what came next, Charlotte felt something she hadn't known in years: hope. For so long she'd measured herself against others' expectations. Britt and Kayla's judgmental eyes, Archer's initial indifference, her father's distant criticisms, that she'd forgotten what it meant to live on her own terms. Tonight's confrontation and last night's tender surrender had reshaped her internal compass. She no longer needed validation from anyone else. She only needed to trust her own worth. As she walked across campus toward her dorm, Charlotte's stride was steady and unhurried. Each step felt like a declaration. She was moving forward, not away from her past, but beyond it. Her routine, morning walks, journaling, attending classes, would continue, but now it carried new meaning. She was no longer surviving. She was thriving. Her phone buzzed with a text from Archer. "Good morning, sweetheart. See you later." The simple message warmed her chest, but didn't define her. She typed back, "See you soon." It was a gentle reminder that connection could coexist with independence. Charlotte climbed the steps to her dorm and paused at her door, fingertips resting lightly on the frame. Inside was the familiar sanctuary of her room, photos taped crookedly to the walls, textbooks piled on her desk, the comforting mess of her life laid bare. But today, it felt like home in a way it never had before. She wasn't hiding behind clutter. She was claiming her space. She dropped her bag on the bed and pulled out her journal, writing 4 simple words at the top of the page. "I am enough." Underneath, she jotted down a promise to herself: to embrace uncertainty, to speak her truth, and to seek joy wherever it lived, in friendship, in quiet moments, and in the unexpected kindness of someone who saw her light. Later that afternoon, Charlotte met Archer by the old oak tree where they'd first reconnected. The campus green stretched out around them, a sea of emerald grass dotted with students lounging in the sun. Archer waved when he spotted her, his grin genuine and unguarded. "Hey," he said as she approached, slipping an arm around her shoulders in a familiar, comforting gesture. Charlotte leaned into him, feeling the steady beat of his heart against her cheek. "Hey," she replied softly. They walked side by side toward the student center. The weight of yesterday lifted like mist. Conversation flowed easily about classes, weekend plans, and small joys, without the shadow of fear or expectation. In each other's company, they found balance, her courage anchoring him, his support bolstering her. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in ribbons of pink and gold, Charlotte realized that life wouldn't always be easy. There would be moments of doubt, setbacks, and hard decisions yet to come. But for the first time, she welcomed the uncertainty as part of the adventure. She had discovered that hope wasn't a destination. It was a choice made each morning. A quiet conviction that she was worthy of love, respect, and the freedom to become who she was meant to be. And as they paused under the tree's spreading branches, the future lay open before them. Vast, unknown, and brimming with possibility. In that moment, Charlotte stepped forward into tomorrow with her heart wide open, ready to embrace whatever came next.